Humans are no strangers to war. After all, we've been fighting for as long as we can remember. War is all we know. In the past, we fought for emulsion. We fought for country. We fought for freedom. But all that changed after E-Day. For 15 years, we've been fighting for our very survival against inhuman, genocidal monsters. But it is a fight we cannot continue. Humanity faces extinction unless we end this war now.
So why land down, Sergeant? Why not just drill down here?
Jacinto's the one place it can't dig through, and land down's a perfect spot to hit them on their own turf.
Heard there's a shitload of grubs there, Sergeant.
More like 10 shitloads.
We had hoped the light mass bombing would decimate the Locust Horde. But they survived, and have returned stronger than ever. They've brought with them a force that can sink entire cities. Even Jacinto, our last beacon of hope through all these dark days, is now at risk. Soon we'll have nothing left to defend. And that means we have only one option. Attack. Gears, what I ask of you now is not an easy thing, but it is necessary. If we are to survive, if we are to live long enough to see the seasons pass, our children grow, and experience a time of peace that we have never known, we must now take this fight to the Locust. We will go to where they live and where they breed, and we will destroy them. This is the day we take the battle to the heart of the enemy. This is the day that we correct the course of human history. This is the day we ensure our survival as a species. Soldiers of the cog, my fellow gears, go forth and bring back the hope of humanity!
Welcome to the big sock, Sergeant Phoenix. You ready to hit the road? You know it. Well, let's go choke some bullets at them grubs.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. Gentlemen, the balanced data slate is out and we didn't get nerfed. Ugh. It's been so long. It's been so long. Like, I actually forgot what it's like to go through a balanced data slate and not be like, okay, time to rewrite every fucking list. And in this balanced data slate, oh my god, not getting nerfed means getting buffed, because so many factions got nerfed. I was there scrolling through it like, whoa, whoa. You know, you ain't going to see Eldar at the table anymore. Sister pal, get back to fucking 3rd edition when you had your last good codex. That's what I'd say. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, it was a hell of a balanced data slate. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are looking at it like, oh, there's not that many changes, but there's some. I mean, I think by and large, if I was to sum the data slate up, I think there were 1 or 2 big changes, like Eldar and Sisters. A few factions caught a couple of strays, like Black Templars and World Eaters. But I think fundamentally those factions, nothing's really changed for them. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but like they've been nerfed, but they've got such a limited roster that it's like they're just going to be doing what they do anyway. And then you've got factions like Guard, who were just like, yeah, we've left you alone this time. It's like, oh, thank you, Daddy GW. Thank you for sparing me the belt. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. So yeah, I think it's good. It's a good time to be a Guard player. Although I was confused. I was confused a little bit because if you actually look at the Space Marines, it looks like they've buffed Space Marines, which is a little wild. People, I mean, they've kind of diddled Raven Guard a little bit. To be fair, they've diddled Raven Guard a little bit. But the whole Victrix Guard thing, people are like, oh my god, Victrix Guard have gone up by like so many points. And it's like, but they haven't though, because Kato Sicarius came down by the same amount that Victrix Guard went up. So that's like 1 unit where the points balance out. I think Victrix Guard, basically, if you Victrix spam, you're coming out at like a 50-point nerf. It's like 90 points in total, but then 35 points of buffs to that particular thing. So like it's like a 55-point nerf. It's not a huge amount. Oh, joy. My 2.5% nerf to my list. How will I handle it? So, yeah, I think we are definitely in an Ultramarine world. But as a Guard player, I feel like we're one of the few factions that actually have the tools at our disposal to deal with that. So whilst everyone else is there just like, what the fuck do we do? Guard are a little bit like, okay, so you're telling us we need to take a lot of plasma. Let me have a little rummage around. See if I can find some plasma for you. So it's going to be interesting. So yeah, I think we're in for I think we're in for a reshuffling of the pecking order, but I don't think we're in for a redefining of the meta. And what I mean by that is I still think we're in a melee orientated elite infantry dominated meta. I think that's where we still are. But I think the pecking order for who is the elitist, meleeist, infantryist army, that's what's changed. And we're going in to that meta as Guard players with a new detachment that is going to help us a lot with that with that new pecking order potentially. So I think Guard have become somewhat anti-meta. I think Guard have become somewhat anti-meta. But yeah, I think overall we have done, just by not being fucked with, I think we've done okay. I don't think Guard are going to be the new top faction. But I think we're going to have some better matchups now. And that's good. Yeah. I think that's the situation. I think we're going to be we're going to be less matchup dependent, less rock, paper, scissors. So we'll see. But hey, gentlemen, I don't really see an emergency balance patch in the future. I don't really see it. So however you slice it, touch wood, I think we're looking at 3 months minimum grizzled veterans. And maybe 6 months. And I'll tell you why. Because I think there's a strong possibility that GW phones in the last data slate at 10th. Yeah, like why would they even bother doing big changes 3 months before the new edition drops? Probably not. Here's the thing. Either it goes one of two ways. We know we've got Grizz Vets for 3 months. We know we've got that. If in the next balanced data slate they do the patented triple nerf, ain't nothing but a thing. Just chill for 3 months until 11th edition drops. So either way we're Gucci. Either way, we're not having to survive 6 months, which can feel like a hell of a slog. We can all fuck off to Conflict 47 and Old World for 3 months if we need to, if it goes completely peak tong, right? So it'll be interesting. But like I said, I think there's a solid chance that it's Grizz Vet till 11th. Yeah. I think it's a solid chance we're Grizz Vet till 11th. And I'll tell you what, I'm gonna come in here with a conspiracy theory. I think Grizz Vet is the new way that they want Guard to play going into 11th edition. Why do I think this? Why do I think this? Because they handed out a whole bunch of changes to Guard 6 months before the end of 9th edition. Do you guys remember that? We got loads of our like lethal hits and stuff and all that kind of mental shit drip fed to us until the Guard Codex came out. Then it was basically established proper with the Guard Codex coming out. And then we carried that, the shit that we got in the end of 9th, we carried that forward into 10th. And I think basically GW wants to kind of solve the problem of lethal hits being Guard's thing. And the way they're thinking of doing that is the Grizzle Veteran route. Yeah. That's what I think it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if Grizz Vet is them getting us ready to lose that, because GW is good at this, right? GW, they release a new detachment like this, they get everyone playing that 6 months before the new edition comes out, new edition drops, suddenly combined arms, lethal hits goes away, but all the Guard players like, that's all right, I've got used to playing without it for 6 months. Think about it. That's why I think they're going to get rid of Chaos Demons going into 11th edition, because they've just got a bunch of demon players to buy a bunch of Chaos Spaceman shit with the special detachment they came out. Yeah. Maybe. Either that or demon. I mean, I do think demons are going to ARS in 11th. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so it might be Grizz Vet for 3 months. I mean, it's going to be Grizz Vet for 3 months. It might be Grizz Vet for 6 months. It might be Grizz Vets for the foreseeable future. That's what I'm talking about. We'll see. But you know what? I guess we need to get into it. We need to start talking about it. So one thing I'm going to say before we get into the deets of the stream and everything is I have actually pre-recorded a video covering the balanced data slate, and that's going to go out tomorrow. So if you can't stick around for the entire stream, don't panic, because it'll be out as it won't be a stream highlight. It'll be a proper pre-recorded video that is going to go out. It's going to go out at the usual time tomorrow. So this is kind of like the live show. And if you want, and that video is going to come in at just over an hour. So it's not like super, super, super long. It's like a pretty normal YouTube video length. So you'll be able to get all the information you need tomorrow if you can't stick around for today. Obviously, I want you to stick around for the stream, but I know some of you have got very busy lives. So there you go. So with all that said, now let's get into the stream proper. And of course, that means we have to start with our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and are what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for a roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We've got Super Onks Fire, Snowpiece T, Sabian Wilson, Mango Shabronsky, Toast, Liam Collins, Lord Castellan, Weed Ghost, Fool's Fate, Sindarius, Osroth, Airborne, Sir Newbie, Gaming Snooker, Trickstick, Simple Logic, Warhammer Bjorn, Hector Lewis, Treasure Rat Shovel, Chicken Detonator, Macon, Back, Bad at Gaming, Bad at Naming, I should say. 1 minute. Ranger Holt, JP Greer, Chicken Detonator, Cyrillic Dude, Metal Doom, Jack Handsome, Orc Tim, Squark, Whispering Monk, Mash Fox, Nick Hailtal, Ajax, we've got Trichroma, we've got Rev, we've got Damn Legion, we've got Canaro, Justin Polos, Steve McSteve, Gaming Stuka, Kajen, Squidfist, C User Zeus, Twitch89, Cool German Dude, Russell W, Funky Chicken. We have got Tal Tom, Nerf or Nothing, Mark, very appropriate name that for today, Nerf or Nothing. Mark Atalibaland, Ajax, Kurlang Chappers, Castellan Damon, Dragon Lord, Entropic Tyranny. 1 minute. Florida Eccentric. Damn Legion, Swampy Turtle, Mark Coyle, Ben McCoy, Ibram Gorn, Potato, Commander Crash, TJ Bowler, Mark 40k, Northern Gent Gaming in his name, in his path. We got Matthew Edwards, Eternal Rhombus, Tautom, Jester, the Treygasman, Bingus, Paul Fletcher, Danico and Tough Grim Dark, Lee Whitehouse, Clanch Cat, Nussing it up, Dave Downs and Ix, my boy! Welcome. Sorry, stripping off. Oh shit. Oh, it wasn't anything important. All this excitement's getting me hot under the collar. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's joined the stream today. 1 minute, I want to put that dropped. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that joined the stream today. Thank you for joining. Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe and all that kind of good stuff. Because, as I always say, if you smash the like... Guys, send me to the black ships. How many times have you heard me say over the last year? Don't forget to like the stream. Every person who likes the stream gets the Eldar nerfed a bit more. Well, you guys have been doing a really good job of liking and a really good job of subscribing. And guess who just got the shit nerfed out of them? Keep liking and subscribing if you think the Eldar need even more nerfs. Oh, man. No. Oh, man. Oh, no, I'm collecting Eldar. Pulling up 30 alts. Fuck's sake. Oh, man. But seriously, thank you guys for joining, and thank you for all the likes and subs, guys. We're getting ever closer. We're getting ever closer to the 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you that do, join the streams, like the streams, subscribe during the streams, and of course do it during the videos, because it is a really, really big help, and I appreciate all the support, guys. Amazing. I also want to say a big thank you to everybody who's got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with super chats and member flexes and all of that amazing stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our appreciation and read out some super chats, because I know a lot of them are going to be related to today's topic. So starting off, we have got Russell W. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Almost put my eye out then. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Chicken Detonator. He's also coming with a gifted membership. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with more Knights of the Cloister. There you're close to the chicken. There you are. Mal, my boy! Mal, thank you for gifted membership. We can't have gifted membership without Mal being involved. Mal, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to who we got next? Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Thank you for supporting the stream. And Simple Logic, I've noticed it a couple of times, but I just want to say I've noticed you've been enjoying the streams a lot. I know you've been gifted a lot of memberships, man. And I just want to say a huge thank you, mate. Really, really makes a big difference. Thank you for supporting the channel and for supporting the community. Shout out to Potato! Potato, thank you for the big super chat, man. Thank you for the 10, bro. Salvation, we were spared in the update. Yeah, guard and heavy weapons are still 65 points, but we can still stand a chance against everyone else. This is it, right? This is it. This is what kind of annoys me. Not you, Potato, you're great. But, you know, there's been a few people out there who are already, in my opinion, massively jumping the gun and being like, oh, guard are so OP at the moment. Guard's OP. It's like, we're not. We're not. We're genuinely now just getting to play the same game as everybody else. That's it. And as someone who has a lot of different factions and armies, I've got Guard, I've got Marines, I've got Black Templars, I've got Tyranids, I've got Tau, I've got Death Guard. I play a lot. I main Guard, but I keep an eye in on a few of the factions, right? I've got Gene Stealer Cult, and honestly, sometimes when you play other factions, you think that they're playing a different fucking game to us. And now it just feels like, you know what? Our points are still in a very tight place. Like you said, Potato, still paying over the odds for a lot of units. But it just feels like now we're playing the same game as everybody else. That's all we've ever asked for. Guard players don't ask to be overpowered. Guard players just ask to be allowed in the fucking club. That's it. That's it, man. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. Tabletop Tactics are going off about Guard being overpowered. Thing is, I saw that video, and I have a lot of time and respect for Tabletop Tactics guys, so I'm not going to go too hard on them. But I will say this. I think there was some fundamental misunderstandings of the detachment in that video. Like, they kept going on about how, like, well, now you could be affected by 2 orders, and it's like, not on your tanks. They kept like, you could be affected by 2 orders on your tanks. It's like, that's not what extra orders means. It means you can do more orders. Not you can stack orders. So there was a little bit, I think there was a misunderstanding there a little bit. Or maybe a miscommunication, I don't know. And then there was, I think that the great misunderstanding of you can't take, you know, for a lot of vehicles, for all the vehicles, you can't take aim and target weak spot. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like, well, if you're giving up hitting on 3s for extra AP, that's not good, because anyone who's played Guard for any length of time will tell you there's a reason why take aim is such a crutch of an order. People forget take aim used to give you reroll 1s to hit. People forget this, right? So take aim, I can go and get my old like 8th edition codex. It didn't used to give you +1 to hit. But remember, we had the 8th edition codex for 5.5 years. We only got to use the 9th edition codex if you include, you know, not at tournaments, because remember it took 3 months for it to get approved for tournaments, right? We only got to use it for 6 months. So we have had take aim it as reroll 1s to hit for 5.5 years. And everyone will tell you that it was such a fucking godsend when they changed it to +1 to hit, because it really, really needed to be, because Guard units hitting on 4s was a fucking nightmare. Like, it was awful. Because then someone would have a -1 to hit, and you're like, oh, great, I'm hitting you on fucking 5s now. I guess I might as well just not bother shooting. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, as tasty as Tight Weak Spot is, there's very few places to use it. I think Kazakin and Scions. Exactly. And do you know what's kind of ironic? That, you know, Tabletop Tactics were like, well, it needs to be changed to infantry only because of these things. And I was thinking, they're the things which benefit. Infantry are the things which benefit most from what you're talking about. So your gripes and saying turning it to an infantry and detachment doesn't actually fix the complaints that you have. Yeah. And anyway, like I said, I'm not going to go too hard into it. I just think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding between what extra orders meant. It doesn't mean stacking them. It means just physically having more orders to pass around. And I think there's an element of people misunderstanding that you have, you know, to get the new good order, you have to give up arguably an even better order. And people, I think, are misunderstanding that, you know, when you really get down to it, if in a vacuum, you ask every competitive player what would they rather have, lethal hits or reroll ones to hit, pretty much every single competitive player would say, well, I'd obviously rather have lethal hits. Do you see what I mean? So, yeah, that you have to give up. This is why, in my opinion, I think Combined Arms and Grizzled Veterans are basically equals-pequals. Because the reason why they're going to be equals-pequals is because they affect a wide range of units. But lethal hits is such a powerful ability to give up. I think lethal hits is better than reroll ones, but I think the stratagems of Grizvet outdo the stratagems of Combined Arms. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's just, like I said, I think it's just people. It's a very, very common mistake that people make where they look at things on paper and they go, well, if all of this stuff happens, it'll be so broken. It's like, yeah, but how are you going to make it all happen when you're only getting maximum, like, 2 command points in your turn? You know, how are you going to make things happen if you're having to give up one thing to get another thing? You're not, people are so used to guard firepower, including lethal hits, that they sometimes forget what guard firepower is like without lethal hits. Yeah. Yeah. So, no, I don't think Grizvet, I think, in summary, I think Grizzled Veterans is a very, very strong detachment. But I don't, not very, very, just the one very. I think Grizzled Veterans is a very strong detachment. But I think Combined Arms is a very strong detachment. Relative to the internal meta of the Guard. I don't think anyone is saying Combined Arms is overpowered. So why is suddenly Grizzled Vets being considered overpowered? Like, you know? So there you go. Is Grizzled Vets like unnerved Bridgehead Strike? Obviously not. Remember, guys, I said that Bridgehead Strike was fucking broken. Loads and loads of people said to me, why aren't you covering Bridgehead Strike? And I was like, I'm trying not to draw attention to how fucked it is. And then everyone was like, oh man, I just came back from playing Bridgehead Strike and I fucking tabled like 3 people in the weekend in like 3 turns. And I was like, yes. Yeah. Do you know? So, yeah. Grizzled Veterans is just an exciting detachment because it affects so many units. That's its real strength. Anyway, what do we got next? Lord Castellan, thank you for super chat, man. Glad we avoided the Nerf hammer and the knife ears got bent over and spanked. I mean, Eldar did get properly mashed up. Because it was, I mean, it was the points nerfs. The points nerfs weren't so bad. They were like, you know, a bit inconvenient. I think it was the balanced data slate itself, which was more of a pisser, because they can't like fire and fade back into transports and stuff like that now. So they kind of like drive forward, jump out, shoot you, and then go, oh no, I'm kind of stuck here. Yeah. You know what? I do think I'm going to say something slightly controversial. I am going to say something slightly controversial. I don't think Eldar are like... I don't know if Eldar are now like unplayably bad. I don't know. I feel like basically what's going to happen is what happened to Drukhari is going to happen to Eldar, where there will be some very, very good players who are still unstoppable with it. But it's basically going to be one of those things where either you're a high-skilled player using Eldar or you're not playing Eldar. They're not unplayably bad. It's just you have to be very, very precise with them now. And I think that Eldar... I think even though there's always the argument, and it's a good argument to be fair, that if you've got two armies of equal power, but one is just more straightforward to run, then the one that's more straightforward to run is better because it's less brain drain. I think there is an argument for that for Eldar, but I think Eldar have a particular play style and a particular allure for really some quite very competitive players out there. So I feel like Eldar have been nerfed, but I feel like you'll still see a cabal of quite very competent players still tearing up with them. But I think it's going to be... I think it's basically going to separate... I think this update is going to separate the wheat from the chaff, basically, which is quite a harsh way of putting it, because I consider myself very much in the chaff. Don't get me wrong, but I think that's what it's going to do. Yeah, I think that's what it's going to do. Ironically, I think Sisters got... not ironically, I think interestingly, I think Sisters got done worse. I do think Sisters got done worse. Sorry, dude, I did. Yes, thank you. Ironically, I do think Sisters got off worse. And the reason why I think that is because if you look at the units available to both factions, Sisters have got a lot less areas to pivot to. You see, Eldar got diddled, but if you look at how many units they've got some playstyles they've not even tapped into yet. They've got reserves of different data sheets to fall back on. They've got reserves of different detachments to fall back on. Eldar are an old school faction, so they've got like 50, 60 data sheets to draw upon, plus a bunch of Yanari shit as well. And so you'll probably find they just pivot. You'll probably find that Eldar are like, oh well, I guess. We'll stop taking the 11 out of 10 units. We'll take the 9 out of 10 units. Do you know what I mean? Whereas Sisters, it's like... Morven Val was a massive crutch for a lot of Eldar players. Not Eldar. Sisters players. Val and Paragons was a massive crutch for a lot of Sisters players. And even though they've only got a slight nerf, with Val going up like 15 points, the thing is, that nerf is coming at the time when everybody is gearing up to kill Victrix. Because the current, like literally someone said it earlier in chat, it's like, how people used to be like, you need to be able to kill a knight a turn to be able to determine if your list was good enough. Well, now it's like you kind of need to be able to kill one blob of Victrix a turn. You need to be able to have that sort of firepower in your list, right? So everyone's gearing up to fuck Victrix. And the problem is that Paragon Warsuits are basically just a poor man's Victrix, basically. So, except for, you can only take one squad of them with Val rather than 3 squads of them like you can with Victrix. So I think more than Val going up is actually kind of... It's an inconvenience. The fact that Victrix are going to be so meta prevalent is what's really going to fuck Sisto. So that crutch gets kicked out from under them. And then you have the Retributors getting kicked out from under them as well. Retributors, I do not think they should have gone up. Like truth be told, I do not think they should have gone up. I have played against Sisters with the usable Retributors. And I found that they had that fundamental problem of it's 5 toughness 3 models. You know? It's 5 toughness 3 models. I think Retributors were good at being somewhat counter meta because they could obviously, you know, they're not really anti-tank. They're actually anti-elite infantry. Because you're getting like 10 shots. Is it 10? No, you get 8 shots from the squad. A few miracle dice floating around here and there. But, you know, obviously, they've got like a miracle dice to spike to make sure they get a wound or they get the damage they need. But, you know, a lot of the time, they're not wounding. I think maybe they get some like +1 to wound against vehicles. So I think they were wounding a lot of vehicles on 4s, but it wasn't like they were guaranteed to just wound every vehicle they ever came across. Really, it was more like, oh, look, we can just multi-meld to some like super elite infantry unit. And the problem is that Retributors getting kicked out at the same time as Mormon Val getting kicked out. Paragon's kind of getting counter-meted, I should say. It's like, okay, well, where's the Sisters like anti-elite? Where's the Sisters anti-tank now? Because you took away, because here's the thing. They took away, for no explicable reason, the old Celestines. Remember, Sisters used to have 2 different Celestine squads. The Battle Sister box that you buy still tells you can build Celestines from it. So they lost old school Celestines, even though they were compatible with the dreaded policy. Which was such a weird one for me. I don't really know why they did it. But now the problem with that is the old Celestines could take 4 melter guns. And now they don't have that unit anymore. Didn't they lose Dominions as well? I feel like they lost Dominions as well. I could be wrong, though. I've not seen anyone run Dominions in 10th edition, though. No, they still have Dominions. Okay. So the Dominions are still there. They get the 4 melters. So they've still got the Dominions. But then Dominions have gone up to 120 points as well. Yeah, man. So they used to have the Celestines, which could take multiple melters, and the Dominions, which could take multiple melters, and they had the Retributors, which take multiple melters, and now you're just not multi-melters, but multiple melter weapons. And now it's like, where is the Sister anti-elite? Because they don't have access to a lot of plasma. They don't really get it. They get melter and bolter and flamer. So yeah, I think Sisters basically, you know, if you were running like, if you're a Sister player, your list probably just went up by, I mean, it could be 100 points, right? If you were taking Val, that's 15. 3 squads of Retributors, that's another 45, that's 60. You're going to have taken a Cannon S, right? So that's 70. And some Dominion squads. I mean, you're looking close to 100 points. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think people are going on about the Eldar nerf. I think that Eldar will be able to pivot. I think the wheat will be separated from the chaff, but I think Eldar will be able to pivot. But I think that Sisters don't have the same angles of adaptation. And I think they're going to struggle. Yeah. Lord Costello and Sister will pivot to Castigators and Exis. That's not a good thing. Exis are massively overcosted because of everyone hating indirect fire. And Castigators, while good, we're playing on 10th edition terrain. So the problem with Castigators and Exis is they're nowhere near as maneuverable as infantry is. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they can go to those options, but there's a reason they're not using those options now. And also, Godlike Poet tried that. Like, Godlike Poet tried that, and he found it was, like, an interesting playstyle, but he was like, it wasn't the best way to go. Yeah. So, yeah, it's one of those where it's like, you know, people are going on about the Eldar getting nerfed. I think Eldar will be fine. As crazy as that sounds, I think Eldar have basically, you know how like, I don't know if these statistics are true, but you know how like people say like Saudi Arabia is only tapping like 2% of the oil reserves, and actually if they want to, they can just like open the taps and, you know, tap like the other 98% if they ever want to. Well, I feel that's a little bit like Eldar. Eldar were only tapping like 2% of the meta reserves that they have, and now they're like, oh shit, well that well's run dry. Let's just open up another one. So yeah, I reckon Eldar will pivot. And that sounds kind of crazy, but I reckon Eldar will pivot. I don't think sisters are going to be able to do that as easily. Moving on, I want to say a big thank you to Sandarius. Sandarius, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Finally got the Band of Brothers starter set. Yes! Bolt action, baby! Love that shit. Unfortunately, the mystery boxes were sold out, but a new Warlord player has entered the chat. Love the models. Yes! Sandarius, thank you so much for your support, and I am absolutely fucking hyped that you are on the Bolt action hype train. It's such a good game. It's a ton of fun. And Sandarius, actually, you've kind of reminded me of something. If you are looking down the barrels of major nerfs in this balanced data slate, then don't despair. Buy bot action. There you are. Why are you mad? GW just offered you a fantastic opportunity to pick yourself up an entire bolt action army for £105. That's right. For the price of a combat patrol, you get a full army. And no, a full army, this isn't Trench Crusade. A full army isn't 10 models. These starter armies contain over 40 infantry, plus characters, plus heavy weapons and support teams, plus vehicles. There you go. There you are. Anyway, you know what's funny? I know some people are going to be rolling their eyes and being like, Mordian, every opportunity to shield Warlord, right? I know. But I know that one or two people will be quite pissed off about this balanced data slate who will be in this stream right now, right? One or two. Not you know, just a few. And some of them, and one of those, two of those people are going to go, you know what? Fuck it. I will check it out. It is kind of relevant to today's conversation. I'm just saying. I'm not going to go on about it. I'm just saying it is kind of relevant. Today is balanced data slate day, right? But I'm just saying it's worth mentioning. You know, don't be salty. Be happy. Here, you've got a good excuse to try something new. You know, there you are. Look. You guys know I love Warhammer 40k. And you guys know I play lots of game systems, right? And I still love playing 40k. I haven't stopped enjoying 40k because I tried another game system, right? Now I just get to enjoy 2 game systems. You know, there you are. I want to say a big thank you next to Snowpiece T. Thank you for the super chat, man. GW gave Emperor's Children room temperature Pepsi. I'm switching to guards. Yes, Snowpiece T. Yes. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Snowpiece T, right? All are welcome in his Imperial Guard. All are welcome in the Emperor's True Finest. And here's another thing, actually. Let's say you're someone who doesn't want to get into bot action. Okay, that's fair enough. I can appreciate that. It's a different game system. But maybe it is time for a new faction. And you know what? Maybe it is time to get into the Guard. Now, let me just say something, okay? Just hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not going to lie to you. Playing Guard is a roller coaster. Every edition, we go through heady heights and terrible lows. This isn't Space Marines. This is the Guard. At some point, every edition, you're going to look at your faction's win rate and it's going to have a 3 in front of it. And sometimes it's going to have a 2 in front of it. And there's that one time when it had a 1 in front of it. And it wasn't a 100% win rate, let me tell you. All right. Sometimes, you know, the lows are low. Okay. The lows are low. But the highs are incredibly high. But the main thing is no matter what the state of the Guard is, there's just such a good community around the faction Like, the number one thing that keeps me as a guard main, because I play lots of different games, I play lots of different factions. The number one thing that keeps me as a guard main these days, and even when I'm at my saltiest and at my beefiest, the number one thing that keeps me as a guard main is the guard community. Like, it's that maybe it's what they do in the real military, where they bind us all together with like shared trauma. But, you know, even if the guard is in the toilet, you've still got plenty of people around you who you can like just go, what are you gonna fucking do? What are you gonna do? And the great thing is, guard has got so many different play styles that what kind of happens? And this is like true, right? It's what a lot of guard players do. Right, it's trauma bonding. That's it. Yeah, what a lot of guard players do. No word of a lie, right? And I'm sure this is true for other factions as well. But I obviously I know this the most through the guard perspective, right? It's guard players, when things are bad, all they do is just chill out on the tournaments for a little bit. Maybe instead of going like one a month, they go sort of one every month. They go to like one every couple of months, something. But or maybe, you know, they just chill. They chill on the tournaments a little bit. And what they do is they just get fucking painting, because every guard player's got a pile of shame the size of Mount Everest. So you just basically you just go through these cycles of I'm playing like fucking mad, and then like, oh, things have gone to shit. Right, time to start painting up some new models, some more tanks, some more infantry, some more artillery. Oh, we're good again now. Sweet, right? Well, let's fucking go. Guard players are either using the armory or they're building the armory. That's how it works. So whatever happens, you've always got something to look forward to. And, you know, if you want evidence of this, I don't need 21 Lehman Russes, but I have 21 Lehman Russes. Because when the going gets tough, the guard get painting tanks. I have a guard pile of shame, all done. Well, then, Florida Eccentric, I don't mean to alarm you, but that means you're not a guard player. You're a person who owns guard, but you're not a guard player. A guard player needs to have a pile of shame so large that upon his passing to the other side and going to dine at the Emperor's table, you must be buried in a tomb like a pharaoh, surrounded by your pile of shame. That means the pile is ready to get growing. Yeah. So 30% win is the season for Lehman Russ buys. Exactly. On a serious note, though, Guard has a really, really good second-hand market. Has a really, really good second-hand market. Because what you find is every time Guard gets nerfed, people just shove all their half-done armies onto eBay or Facebook buy and sell groups. And then, like, you hoover up, you know, their loss is your gain, because you know that it's going to come back around. You know that this is just a temporary set of circumstances, because once you've been in the guard for 6 months, you've seen a heady height and you've seen a terrible low. Yeah. You know that it's going to come back around again. Yeah. That's what it is. Like, to this day, 10 years after I started this hypothesis, or whatever you want to call it, it still holds true, even in the face of all of the GW price rises. Almost any, not unless Guard are at their peak, you know, when the Codex comes out, right? What basically happens is you can go on eBay and get a Lehman Russ for £20. Like, I could go and, I mean, probably not now because everyone's wanking themselves off of Grizzled, but yeah, there you go. Freedom Geek, I'm not even going to lie, bro. The things you're describing apply to basically every faction in the game. I know what you're saying, of course, and there is definitely an element of this, but it's more, I would say that it's not entirely true, because there are lots of examples of factions which have extended periods of being fucked. Like, I think it's taken AdMech 2.5 years not to be shit. And it kind of took like Genestealer 7 rewrites to not be shit. Do you see what I mean? So it's a little bit different. Like, if you look at something like, if you look at the Guard, a great example of this would be, if you look, so I do agree with what you're saying, but I think there's certain factions suffer from it or benefit from it more than others. So you're not wrong, but I think there's a little bit of nuance to it, is what I'm saying. And I think you could probably agree with that, Freedom Geek, right? Like, there's a bit of nuance to it. Yeah. Muzzlight. This is so legit. It's like the gold standard for 40k. Lehman Russ, 20 quid. Like, being in and out the Guard for like 4 times over the last 8 years and always 20 quid for Lehman Russ. Or it's the gold standard. It's the control group. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. What do we got next? What we got next? Give me a second. Let's have a look here. Last Draken, thank you for the super chat, man. Memes in stream discussion. Let's have a look. This is brilliant. Right. Let's have a look. Can't wait to play with the new Guard and Wolves attachment. Already brewing Endurance Shell 3.0 with Centurion nerfs. Guess 20 Wolves to Storm Shield spam. 20 hammers hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s, AP 2, damage 3 hammers. Tempted to take Grizzled in my next Crusade game, but being able to uppy downy my 15-man Gigablob of Scions is too good to miss. Votan eating good with the price cuts on the jacks. Just wish I could find some. Non-existent to find. Forgot to state that with the RTT, if took 7th out of 7. Oh, I took 7th out of 17. 211 points out of 300. That's pretty fucking good, man. Yeah. I feel bad for my friend. My friend just got into Aldari just to get their knees broken. He's happy he has the Killer Clown's Mouth Space attachment, the new Harlequin attachment. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of... This is what I mean. There's a lot of factions which are doing fine out of this. I think Votan have done well. I think Votan, overall, you can probably squeeze out an extra unit. Yeah. This is brilliant, though, yeah. Eldar Sisters, first time. GW, we grant you the right of Harlequin attachment, but we nerf you into the ground. What? This is preposterous. What about the Guard? Even Talonmark got nerfed. Pray we do not nerf you like Sisters last year. That's quite good, actually. Yeah, that's quite good. I like that. I just saw this one as well. Where is it? Guard players, first time. That's true, that one. Yeah, that's very good. All right, I'm actually going to tag Evan in that one. There we go. All right. What do you get? I'm trying to think of how you put this. You know that scene in The Joker with when he's on the show with Murray, right? And I'm just imagining in my head, it's like the entire Warhammer community. And then Murray is like Eldar players. And it's like, what do you get when you are a broken faction for 10 editions and everyone has a horror story about playing you? I tell you what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. Like, it's the reaction to seeing Eldar getting nerfed has been fucking wild, man. Like, literally, everyone is just like, Eldar got nerfed. Good. It's like, guys, calm down. It's just a game. Good. And I hope they get nerfed again. It's like, fucking hell. Yeah. Yeah, people really don't like Eldar. Yeah. Eldar got nerfed. Today was a good day. Lord Castellan, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for the Giga Chat. Riptides nerfed. Stealth suits changed. Meanwhile, my mechanized infantry tower army that uses none of those buffed by 10 points. Reject the meta. That's the way, baby. That's what I'm fucking telling you. How many... The Tau players will never admit it. Even when I present them with irrefutable evidence. Even when you, Dark Knight Curran, present them with irrefutable evidence. They will not adapt. They will not change. I have shown them the way. The Tau community molding out about Riptide changes. And I'm looking at my Tau list. My Tau list, right? Riptides went up by 10 points each. Fire Warriors went down by 5 points each. Do you know what's in my list? 2 Riptides, 4 towards the Fire Warriors. Do you know how much my list has changed by? 0 points. I don't use breaches. I don't use battle suits. I use at most 2 Riptides. Reject the ethereals. Reject. This is the new thing for the Tau. Reject the ethereals. Embrace the Guvesa. We've been fighting for a long time. We've been fighting for a long time. You know? Got a few things we could teach you. Storm Surge dropped a lot of points. I don't actually know what the Storm Surge stats are, actually, you know. I'm going to have a look now. Let me have a look. Is it called... Oh, no, it's just called the Storm Surge. Movement 8 is okay. T11's good. 2 up save, 20 wounds. Cluster rocket systems, 4d6. Blast heavy, but not indirect fire. That's a little bit annoying. Destroyer missiles. Strength 16, 8 minus 4, d6 plus 2 damage. That's alright. Twin spot missile systems. That's okay. Pulse driver cannon. 72-inch range. d6 plus 3 shots. Strength 12, AP 3, flat damage 3. That's... I mean, I was going to say I don't like that, but then it is d6 plus 3 shots, so that's pretty good. And that is blast as well. And then Twin Tau Flamer, which you can probably change out. What's its ability? Heavy Walk. Each has mono makes a normal advance full back move. It can move over. Oh, yeah. So it can move over. It's got the Night Rule. It can ignore all modifiers to hit. If you target Titanic or Towering, you can reroll the hit roll. Invulnerable save of 4+. What weapon systems does it have? Let me have a look. Pulse Blast Cannon. What's that? What a weird weapon. Oh, no. 2 shots. It's only a 24-inch range, but 2 shots at 20 strength 24, AP 6, flat damage 12. That's pretty good. I'd take that one. Okay, yeah, it's all about the Pulse Blast Cannon, man. And then take Twin Burst Cannon. Yeah. Towering is big for shooting. Yeah, because it can tow in and shoot over stuff, can't it? Does it have towering? It does, yeah. I mean, it doesn't look so bad for 360 points. For 360 points, it doesn't look so bad. Yeah. Yeah. Not so bad at all. I'd try one out. Yeah. JFK, yep, your list was surprisingly durable. With current points, you get a 20-point relic. It's true, because my 2 max stealth suit squads came down by 10 points each. So now I can take a 20-point relic, which I'll probably take the scout one. Probably. Maybe. Or I'll play around with it. I don't know. I'll see what I've decided what I'll do with my 20-point tax cut. But my list went down by 1%. But Dark Knight Curran, you're absolutely right, man. Reject the ethereals. Embrace the Guvesa. Commander HHL, thank you for the gifted membership, man. But can that membership fit the hole in a piece of paper? You'll have to tell me, mate. Lich Fighter General, thank you for the super chat, bro. Tower, the least adaptive community in wargaming history. The one build keeps getting nerfed, and they still won't try anything new, lol. At least LR players always figure out a new way. Yeah, a new way to fuck us all. Yeah. I don't really want to, like, shit on the Tower community too much. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, it feels wrong because it's like, but at the same time, it's just so true. Like, I have never met I totally agree. They are the least adaptive community. Like, they only have one build. It is, you know, like, literally, if you look back from 6th edition to 10th edition, the only thing Tau players have done is spam battlesuits and riptides. That's the only thing they've done. That's all they've done. And what happens is, when they can spam battlesuits and riptides, they get this evil glint in their eye, and they do it knowing that it's going to, like, bum people and just fucking like an evil. They're like an evil goblin, like in Warhammer Old World. They're like, oh no, don't hurt me, and they fucking, like, shiv your ankles, kind of thing. So, like, you know, that's why you never let goblins get power, because they're, like, really, really cruel and vindictive. Okay, I'm joking. On a serious, that was a joke. On a serious note, they do just seem to go, battlesuit spam shit, and cry about it until battlesuit spam isn't shit, and then they just spam battlesuits. I guess they just like to play their army a specific way. You know, I guess they like to play their army a specific way, but it is ironic, because the whole point is the Tau is meant to be a very adaptable faction. Yeah. I don't know. But no, I've said this for a little while now. And when I last said it, the Tau community got very, very upset with me. But then I went and took Tau my way to a tournament, a Shark Tank, big GT, went undefeated and ended on the podium. And I know what you're thinking. Mordian, when are you ever going to let that go? When are you going to ever not tell that story? When are you ever going to stop being a smug bastard and rubbing that in the Tau's face? And the answer is, when it gets old. Which means never. There you go. Fool's Fate, thank you for the super chat, man. So Kazakin's ability doesn't specify voice of command for orders, just select an order. Can Kazakin use target weak spot, do you think? My brain. The wrinkles are forming. Common sense says no. And I do agree with common sense. But let's take a look. Once per battle round, at the start of any phase, you can select one order to affect this unit until the start of your next command phase, in addition to any other orders issued to this unit by an officer model this battle round. Orders. If your army factors Ashtaminotarum officer models with this ability can issue orders. Each officer's data sheet will specify how many orders it can issue in a battle round and which units are eligible to receive those orders. Each time an officer model issues an order, select one of the orders below, then select one eligible friendly unit within 6 inches of that officer model to issue it to. Officer models can issue orders in your command phase and at the end of the phase in which they disembark from transport or set on the battlefield. Till the start of your next command phase, the unit you select is affected by that order. Unless otherwise stated, a unit can only be affected by one order at a time. Any order subsequently issued to that unit replaces the current one. Orders cannot be issued to a battleshot unit and the unit affected by an order because battleshot that order ceases to affect the unit. So it specifically says that where does it say it? Each time an officer model issues an order, select one of the orders below. But Kazakin are not an officer model. Right? So officers are limited to picking their orders from this list. But Kazakin, once we're around at the start of any phase, you can select one order to affect this unit until the start of your next command phase, in addition to any other orders issued to this unit by an officer model this round. So order with a capital O. All right. Order with a capital O. Select one order, capital O, to affect the unit. So, but then it says, Ashtaminotarum officer model only. Each time you select an order for the bearer to issue, you can select the order below. So, I don't think it works. Because it says target weak spot says that officer with that enhancement has access to the order. Yeah, it does. It says each time you can select an order for the bearer to issue. But Kazakin just says select an order. No, I think you guys are misunderstanding this. No. Right, everyone is saying, but it says the officer. Wait. No. Officer models could only select orders from the table below. That's what's in the codex, right? And it says that an Ashtaminotarum officer model, each time you select an order for the bearer to issue, you can select the order below. So the bearer is the only officer who can use the order below, but not the only person who can use the order. Mad Larkin, Kazakin doesn't say there's no such thing as an order list, right? This is the thing. You guys see, this is why people hate 40k players, right? There's no such thing as an order list. The codex says that officers can do orders from the list below. The Kazakin datasheet says select an order to affect the unit. Equivalent I says that this officer can choose to select to do this order. Okay? So officers could normally only do orders from that list. Equivalent I gives an officer an ability to do this order, but the Kazakin ability just says select an order with a capital O. Now, let me make something abundantly clear. The Kazakin datasheet was written before these existed. So it's very, very obvious that Kazakin should not be able to do target weak spot. Just like it's very, very obvious that you couldn't put Exalted 8-bound in a Rhino. So what I'm saying that there's an argument, technically, you might be able to do it. And even then, it's a little foggy. But technically, you might be able to do it. But in reality, you can't do it. You can't do it. It's that simple. Yeah, so I think, and also, it's going to get FAQ'd. It's going to get FAQ'd. The only, the halfway house, maybe if you're in Grizzled Veterans, you could, I don't know, maybe there's an argument if you're in, I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's obvious that it's not intended. Yeah. Because the order, when you think about it, the order does not normally exist in the world. It's only because of the Equivalent I that the order exists. Think about it. It's not like this is a new order that any officer can do. The only person who can do the officer is the guy that's got the fucking eye. And the Kazakin don't have the eye, so they can't do it. Do you see what I mean? If you actually look at what's intended, it's obviously intended that the enhancement does it. Likewise, Kazakin, it's the officer who is the Spec Ops veteran. That's why he can do that order, not the Kazakin. So I'm going to say right now, I think rules as written, rules as written, you might be able to say that it exists. But I think it's like Imperial agents nesting rhinos. I think it's like 8-bound, Exalted 8-bound going in rhinos and stuff. It's in the same area. Do you know what I mean? So no, I think, gentlemen, think about this for a moment. We are not Tau players. We are not Chaos players. We are not the players of some faction that GW conjured up out of the ether to sell a few boxes of models. We are the Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. And we do not play these games. So it is that simple. And until Games Workshop allow us to abuse it, we shall not abuse it. There you are. There we are. It's that simple. Because it's fucking bollocks. And we don't play that game. There you are. All right. A man who cheeses the Emperor's game loses the Emperor's friendship. Yeah, I think it just needs an FAQ. But you know what? If GW allow it, it would be kind of cool. But I don't think they will do. Because it's where's it coming from? It's coming from the enhancement. Yeah. That's it. It's that simple. Canaro, thank you so much for the 25 months, man. Double X-Force, baby! Yeah, buddy. I have still not played 40k for 4 years now. That's a hell of a dry spell, man. You got to get down. You got to get down to the club. The club. You got to get down there, man. Play a few games. Grizzled veteran the shit out of people. You're like a grizzled veteran getting pulled out of retirement. Curl O'Neill, retired. Dark Knight Curran, thank you for super chat, bro. Reminder, 10 Fire Warriors are only 5 points more expensive than 10 Cadians. Think about that. What the fuck? It's true. Hammerheads are cheaper than Russes. Fire Warriors are basically the same price as Cadians. And the Tau Army rules are unbelievably easy to get off. Yeah. I know, man. It's crazy. When I've been very open about this. When I went over and played Tau, I couldn't believe, like, the great bounty that was. I've been there struggling fighting for my life as a guard player. And I go over to everyone, all the Tau players, like, oh, our faction's terrible. And I go over to, and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys on about, man? Shit. Yeah. Nostalgia Vivek, at Morning Glory. I'm still confused as to why the Kazakh thing won't work. If Excelling can take the enhancement, then lead the squad, why shouldn't the order apply? Oh, no, Nostalgia Vivek, that works. No. An officer putting the order on the Kazakin works. Of course it does. The argument was that the Kazakin could use the warrior elite ability to give themselves target weak spot. Because technically it just says give themselves an order. And target weak spot has, with a capital O. And target weak spot has order with a capital O in brackets next to it. So the argument was that because it is an existing order, rules as written, the Kazakin could give themselves target weak spot without the enhancement. Now, I do believe that rules as written, that does work, but I also do believe that is going to get FAQ'd. Yeah, gamey shite, exactly. Yeah. I tell you what, it's whether GW or a TO needs to rule on it, I think. Yeah. Like a big TO, not your local mate Dave. I mean, I love Dave, but we need someone in a position of authority. Yeah. Ibram Gaunt, thank you for super chat, man. More importantly than GW's follies, new article and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, cool. Let's have a look. Sprue focus, new Japanese infantry. As always, we'll start with the body. 6 per frame, that's 30 per box. Those keeping score at home. With 1 kneeling, 2 running, 2 standing, 1 advancing. Make for dynamic group of figures. Perfect equipping with many weapons on the sprue. Japanese uniforms are pretty simple and widely used across the armed forces, making these figures perfect for virtually every unit in the book, as well as quick and simple to get painted up. For those wanting to model their troops on veteran jungle fighters, there are also 3 foliage capes that can be attached on the shoulders of any of these bodies, as well as camouflage and uncamouflage backpacks. Full sets of belt equipment are included for each body, and special naval landing forcing players will have to see their unique respirator sets available to add to the figures. That's cool. So no longer need to buy a separate box for the SNLF. Yeah. See, what I would do is I would put the capes on 3 guys and then the camouflage backpacks on 3 guys, and that way everyone gets a bit of camouflage if you want to go down that route. Yeah. Moving on up, we have the heads. There's a good indication of just how versatile this kit is. We've got helmeted heads for both Imperial Japanese and Special Naval Landing Forces. 2 of the 4 Yamato, Damashi, national special rules options we've already looked at. Alongside them are a trio of heads covered in foliage and camouflage, plus separate camouflage and add-ons designed to represent veteran jungle fighters option and give your force a truly Pacific look. As well as usual bear and officer heads, there's also one in a bandana, ideal for recreating the iconic Banzai Charge appearance. Yes. The thing that determines most kits, utility, of course, the weapons options and the new Japanese plastics are absolutely loaded with them. The first thing you'll notice is that the bayonets. It's the bayonets. There are a lot of bayonets. Japanese command doctrine really, really like bayonets, and so much so that you'll find attached to basically every individual infantry weapon, including light machine guns. Naturally, we had to follow this directive, so you'll find both Arasaka rifles, Type 100 machine guns, and Type 99 LMGs with bayonets fixed, ready for action. Where's the LMG with the bayonet on? Ah! That's brilliant. Oh man, the SMG's got a big fucking bayonet on it. How many SMGs do you get? It might just be one. One. Yeah, how many rifles do you get? You get one with bayonets, I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you get 5 guys with rifles with bayonets on. It would be perfect if it had been all 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would have been perfect if you give all 6 bayonet rifles, but I guess you can give one guy can have like an SMG, I suppose, or something, or an LMG, or you just have one shit buncher guy with just one lonely bozo with just a non-bayonet rifle. Fucking loser. There you go. Yeah, give the sergeant a sword, exactly. But you might want to take bigger squads than 6. That's my thing. So in a 10-man or in a 12-man squad, you will start running out of rifles or bayonets. But it's such a tiny thing. These stalwarts aren't the only weapons, though, not by a long shot. The famous Type 89 grenade discharger, better known as the knee mortar, appears not once but twice. That's big, which is helpful given just how many of these little HE slingers Japanese armies can bring to bear. For more direct long-range impact, a scoped Arasaka equips your snipers, while a Nambu pistol and no fewer than 4 Shin Gunto swords ensure that none of your officers or NCOs need to go without their badge of office. We also find a Nambu pistol, hand grenades, and several satchels, perfect for either medical supplies or the rather less healthy demolition charge. And a bugle. While this isn't a weapon, unless the bugler is really bad at their job, it is an important part of the Japanese quartermaster stores. Oh, sick! The bugle does something? So you get the that's cool. So you get the battle flag, which, like the Soviet victory flag, gives you +1 to your morale, which can be good for passing order tests. In addition, if you roll a 1 on the air track tail, the enemy cannot target you. That's in 12 inches of the flag. That's cool. They see the flag. That's cool. Signaling bugle. All infantry and artillery units within 36 inches of the single bugle suffer a -1 modifier to their morale value as long as they have no line of sight to the model carrying the bugle. Only one signal bugle can include in the force. Oh, -1's good, right? Because you're trying to roll low. That's interesting. So if you take a bugle, so if you took the flag and the bugle. Wait. Why would the bugle make you worse? Oh, enemy. Oh, enemy. Or inexperienced enemy infantry. That's interesting. That's kind of interesting. And the swords do something now. Give you tough fighter, you already have tough fighter. You get an extra dice, so you can have tough fighter and you can have a sword and an SMG. Nice. That looks cool, man. 2 paragraphs. We're still not doing weapons. Second part of the sprue, in addition to both the heads, contains a couple of very useful bits of kit. The first is a wooden pole, which on the face of it is great for holding a flag. but particularly threatening. Veteran Japanese players, however, will immediately recognize it as the base for the infamous lunge mine suicide anti-tank weapon, giving Japanese forces the ability to threaten even the heaviest armor. Alongside the pole is a certified bolt action first, the first ever plastic medium machine gun. The MG34s and 42s on the German sprue don't count as they're being used in the LMG role. You can definitely build MMGs from the German veteran infantry, but anyway. It includes the Type 92, confusingly called heavy machine gun in Japanese service, but definitely an MMG by action. It means the new kit makes not only rifle platoons, but also weapons platoons for a pure Japanese force. Finally, we've got some really fun components to add character to your force with a little bit of cunning hobby. They can even become used in their own right. A plastic shell creator per sprue makes basing a doddle since it's sized to fit a standard 25mm base and is accompanied by a rather curious piece. The spider hole cover gives you a propped up camouflage board under which you can insert a weapon of your choice, instantly making a hidden Japanese soldier ready to open fire from ambush. The possibilities are really endless here. Whether you turn it into a lone sniper, objective marker, terrain piece, or even an extra member of a squad, it's there for you to enjoy and go wild with. That's cool, man. So you get the crater. I'm trying to see where that would be. Is that on the sprue? Or maybe it might not be on the sprue. Is it an extra bit in the kit? Per sprue. Must be on there. I just don't see it. Oh, is it that one? That looks like a helmet, though. With foliage on it. Where are the heads? I'm trying to find the heads. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heads. 1, 2. Oh, I know where it'll be. It'll be up here. So the new bolt action sprues come with the bases and some heads. Yeah, that's what it'll come with. Yeah, there you go. So this bit here basically connects to the top bit up there. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Oh, and that's what it means by you get the plastic MMG, because it's not just the LMG and the yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, I understand now. Cool. That's pretty cool. I tell you what, there's been so many bolt action Ws. I've not even got into them. I wasn't going to focus on them tonight. I was going to talk about it tomorrow. But, yeah. But holy shit, man. There's some big bolt action Ws. The app, not just bolt action Warlord games. You know the Warlord app? You know the one that's £2 a month? Just got updated with Conflict 47. Now on your Conflict 47 list, you can include bot action units. You don't have to make them separately. Huge update. Absolutely massive. Fantastic. Okay, what do we got here? We've got some more support coming in. Let's have a look. Give me a moment. Oh, shit. Just resorting that. Okay, let's have a look here. Rocket Man, thank you for the super chat, bro. Would you do me the honor to lambast my list in stream discussion? Of course. Let's have a look. Really excited to test out the veterans this weekend. For once, I can play the new detachment unnerfed, but I played my mech assault so much I forgot how to combine arms. So lambast the list, please. Tried to sort them with what goes together in one block. My thoughts, maybe change the Scions to a normal Guardsman squad Catachan and upgrade the Torques to a Chimera. Also, not sure about the MBTs. Alright, so you've got Lemurus Commander, Rogel Dawn Commander, Vank, Hellhound, Creed, Caden Command Squad, 20-man Caden Shock, 10-man Caden Shock, Caden Castellan, Promar Psyker, Kazakin, Torox, Commissar, Bulgrin, Arty Team, Scions. It just seems like you've got no infantry. You got a 10-man squad. Sorry, you got a 20-man squad, a 10-man squad, a 10-man Kazakin squad, and some Bulgrin. Yeah, so I think you've just gone way overboard. I think the problem... So, it's not you, man. It's the guard points. I think the issue is that guard points are just so tight at the moment. They're just so tight. Like, it doesn't look like it should be 2,000 points, that. Are you sure it's 2,000? I mean, the Bulgrin is so expensive, right? Yeah. That's the main thing. I think what you'll find is your list will have plenty of firepower. Your list will have plenty of firepower, but it's going to struggle on actions and objectives because you don't really have any, like, action monkeys in the list or anything like that. So, it's my feedback is drop one of the tank commanders. I think with Grizzle Vet, you have to think in terms of 4 tanks. So you want to have one commander with 3 orders, and he's going to order the 2 Vanks, and then you have the Hellhound who doesn't really need an order. So you have, I mean, I dropped the Rust commander here. I don't think Demarch Can's a good loadout. So I take these 4 tanks. Right now, I don't really think you need... honestly, I don't think you need Creed in this list. Or you either take the Creed or the Castellum, but not both. Because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 orders, 5, 6 orders, 7, 8, 9 orders. And how many units can they order? 1... at a push 2, because that's really a command blob. 3. Why have you got 9 orders for 3 units? Oh, sorry, there's an artillery team in here. 4 units. Yeah, you've massively over-specced on orders. So what I would do is I would bin off this Rust commander, get another squad of Bulgrin, straight up. Krieg can give her squad 2 orders. Okay, then. Well, he's got 5 orders that he can use out of the 9 that he's taken. Doesn't really help, Rocket Man. It doesn't help. Sorry, Sean, listen to it. Yeah, so I thought you were third party there for a second. No. You're taking a fucking like 75-point character for sustained hits. You're mental. You're mental. Definitely not. So it's like, you're going to get 1 little blast of sustained hits and everyone's going to fucking die. Like, you might get like 3 or 4 sustained hits out of that. Nah. Not at all, man. You've definitely over-egged it. You need more, you need more stuff. You've gone too elite. Way too elite. You're going to be outnumbered in every capacity by fucking Space Marines. You're going to go against a Space Marine player who has more Victrix Guard than you have frontline infantry. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but not by much. 1 20-man blob, 1 10-man Kazakin blob, 1 fucking Bulgrin squad. You're bringing 36 infantry, he's bringing 18 Victrix Guard. Who do you think's going to fucking win that? You ain't going to win that. You ain't got nothing to trade. You got nothing to bar. Think about it, man. You got nothing to bar. So you need to drop the Rust commander here. Get another squad of Bulgrin. Step 1. Um, I think you want Creed. So then I would drop the Cadian Castellan and use those points to up this to a... So if you do that, your Commissar's doing 2 orders. You've got 40 points in the bank. Okay. Sack off the Scions. You don't need them anymore. Unless taking a Giga Blob, you don't need them. So that gives you 110 points. Buy another artillery team. You've got 15 points left over. Drop the Castellan. I'd probably... split this down into 2 10-man squads. You don't need 20-man blobs in Grizzle Veterans because you don't need to blob up for order efficiency. That's just not enough points for what I want to achieve. See, what I'm thinking is I want to get you another squad of Kazakim. Let me think about this. So you're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 orders. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squads to order. Okay, that's good. I don't think the Primar Psych is doing diddly shit for you, man, so sack that off. And I'd like to get you another squad of Kazakin, but I don't know if I can. So I think I'd just sack off the Primar Psyker and get yourself another 10-man squad, and then you're looking pretty healthy. The Cadian Castellan, the problem that's going through my fucking head is the Cadian Castellan. As you give the Aquilin Eye to the command squad here. Yeah, man. Yeah, let me add this up. Let me have my mad plan up. So you're gonna have Rogel Dawn Commander, who's gonna be 275. You're gonna have a Lemurus Vank 145, another Vank 145, and a Hellhound 125. That's your armor. Then you're gonna have Creed and the command squad for your 6 orders. And then you're gonna have 1, 2, 3 10-man squads. You know, I got a plan. 4 10-man squads and 2 artillery teams. Okay. Then you go Commissar, Bulgrin. Then you go Kazakin. You probably want that Torx, don't you? Okay, this is what I would take. Dawn, Vank, Hellhound, Creed, Command Squad, 4 10-man squads, 2 artillery teams, 2 Bulgrins, and the Commissar, Kazakin in a Taurox, 1 Scout Sentinel. You want the Scout Sentinel to a cheap piece. I don't have another artillery team or more Bulgrins. Fine. Do you have any Ogrins? And do you have Fobs or Mortars? Or Basilisk even? That's okay. I can work with it. I can work with it. No, Manticore ain't going to cut it. Soz. Mortars will help. Alright. Let's try again. I got you. It's alright. Alright, so we're going to go Rogal Dawn plus Vank plus Hellhound. I'm not really angry, by the way. I feel like I came across a bit pissed off. I was only being very upset. Right. The Armor Command. We're going to go Creed, Command Squad, Aquila and I. Then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 10-man squads, 1 artillery team, 1 mortars. Then we're going to go Kazakin. I actually don't think you want your Kazakin in a Taurox, by the way, because I think you want to be double stacking orders on them. But if you want the Kazakin in the Taurox, you can have them. If you've got 2 squads of Kazakin, I'd rather give you 2 squads of Kazakin. Alright? But I'll take it in the Taurox for now. Oh, shit me. I've lost track of where I'm up to. 275. You know what? I'm going to use new recruit for this shit. So I don't keep having to fucking find my place. Alright, let's do this. Alright. Create list. Imperium. Ashmanatar. Rocket Man list. Okay. Recording. So, let's get rid of all this shit first. So, we're going to go Rogal Dawn Commander. I'm just going to do it in the order that I know at this point. Vank, Hellhound. Then we're going to go Ursula Creed, Kenya Command Squad. And then we're going to go whatever 10-man squad you want. We're going to go for Cadians for the time being. We're going to go for an artillery team and a heavy weapons squad. Then we're going to go for the Commissar. We're going to pick our detachment now, so I can do the right thing there. Can we give the Commissar the enhancement? We can, but it hasn't got the points values associated with it yet, so we just need to leave 20 points off. Okay. Commissar. And then we're going to go Bulgrin. And we're going to go big squad. I'm going to go Ogren, because Ogren are also really good in this detachment. And then we're going to go big squad. Okay. So we've got the Bulgrin, got the Ogren, got the indirect fire. Everyone's got all of the orders, and we've got 350 points left over. Okay. It's looking better. It's looking a lot better. Creed, Command Squad, Commissar, Dawn Commander. Yeah. 4 Cadian Shock Troop Squads. Artillery Team, Mortar Team, Bulgrin, Ogren, Armor. 350 points left over. And we want some Kazakin. Now, do you have two squads of Kazakin? Is my question. Because if you've got 2 squads of Kazakin, and we put more than enough. 3 squads of Kazakin? And keep it in mind the enhancement cost. I've currently spent 20 points. I've got 140 points left over. I need to resist that, I think. Got 140 points. I know what I need to do. Caden Castellan. Scout Sentinel. You're going to buy Aquilon's Eye, Abhuman Detail, and Loud Hailer. The Loud Hailer is going to go on your Caden Castellan. That comes into exactly 50 points, those 3 enhancements. The Loud Hailer will allow your Caden Castellan to do his orders 12 inches away. So he can order both squads of these. He can order both squads of these Kazakin around. And you might think, but wait, doesn't that put me 1 order over? Creed can do 2 orders on her 1 squad. So you can still max out your orders every turn. That's the way you could do it. That's what I would do, man. And then you can, you don't have, Creed could just tell her squad to just fucking like take cover, duty and honor, something like that. You can play around with it. You could take these as, I'd probably take these as Kriegers, to be honest. Might as well. And that way you've got 4 tanks, 2 indirect fire pieces, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frontline infantry squads. This is more of a backline infantry squad because obviously it's a command blob situation. Yeah. Got your tanks. Got your orders. Not overspent on your command elements. Got your infantry. Got your action monkeys. Got your elites. Got your damage dealers. It's nicely balanced. I like that so much, I might keep that list for myself, mate. I like this so much, I might keep it for myself. There you go. That's what if you can take all that, that's what I would take, mate. Because you can get away with not having 5 tanks because you've got Ogryns, Bulgryns, and 2 squads of Katachans, which do double duty as frontline infantry and damage dealers. There you go. There you are. All right, that's what I would take. Okay, let's see what we've got here next. I hope that helped, mate. No, dude, it's my pleasure. It took me. I enjoy list building, and do you know what's really been fucking me off the last 12 months, man? There's been like no list building to do because everyone has figured out what to do. Like rightly so. The Guard Codex was very shallow. Yeah, it's good to be back on the list building. 100%. There's so many different options. Yeah. Killak Nelak, thank you for Super Chat, man. Riptide's up 10, strike teams down 5. Balanced. Exactly. Exactly. My Tau list basically remained unchanged. The only people that are crying about this update are the people that were already of dubious mental capacity who were like, duh, spam 3 Riptides, take 3 minimum squads. Oh, fucking stealth suit. And even those people would come out with 10 points to spare. Oh, no. No. They'd be 10 points over. There you are. All right. How dare you use my liners in a video? There you are. Off to paint 3 mortars until Saturday. Nice. There you are, mate. Long War Battles, thank you for the super chat. Update on texture opinion, please and thank you. All right, let's have a look. This is the homemade stuff. It still looks quite wet. So it's very hard for me to judge because it looks very wet still. I don't know if it is still wet. Like, it looks like it is a good basing material. Fulgrim base, I know. Yeah. It looks like a good basing material, but it's very honestly, man. I'm not trying to be awkward. It's just really difficult for me to tell whether a basing material is good or not until it's dried. It's that simple. So I'm happy. The color looks right, and it looks like it's going to be right, but I can't really tell for sure until it's dried. Like, I have this Russian mud stuff, right? Where is it? Here. I have this Russian mud stuff, and it dries very dark. And it dries a lot darker than when you first put it on. So that's why it's so important for me to be able to tell what it looks like when it dries. That's the important thing. Otherwise, it looks like wet mud, which is great. It does look like wet mud. It looks appropriate, of course. But it just, I don't know what the final result is going to be until it's dried, mate. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. You're all welcome. I got into GW and saved us. Well, Cosmic, I did say that if you wanted Wait, Cosmic. We said the only way to safeguard this balanced data slate was if someone went into Games Workshop and sucked off every executive. You son of a bitch. He's only gone and done it. There we go. There you go. Cosmic Drew gets like a golf ball through a garden hose. There we are. Agashiraka, thank you for... I did what I had to do. Actually, thank you for the 33-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Yes! There we are. 33 months, man. Holy shit. AdMech nerfs are valid. Happy where they are now? Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to know how much, like, Richard Siegler's World Championship winning AdMech list went up by? I think it was 290 points. It was definitely 200 and something. 290 points. It's like a 15% increase. Very good. But I think the problem AdMech had is they had... The interesting thing is, right, is that really cuts into the AdMech shit muncher economy. The reason why AdMech was so good is because they could get all the shit munchers they wanted. Now I wonder if AdMech players need to find 290 points now, or 200 plus points, we'll say. I wonder where they cut in. Do they cut into their shit muncher budget, or do they cut into their elite budget? And I feel like if you're an AdMech player, the temptation is going to be to take out your shit munchers to keep your damage dealers. But I think you should go the other way. I think you need to not overcorrect and not fall into the temptation of taking all the damage dealers. I think we're in a shit muncher meta. Because at the end of the day, you need to be able to have more action pieces than the dude running like all the Victrix Guard, right? That's the important thing. You tried. He went muzzle to muzzle with Victrix Guard at open field. It's madness. Yeah. You need to keep the ship muncher to battle line buffing damages. Well, exactly that as well. Good point. Good point. Good point. Yeah, I think Admech needed a little nerf. I feel the top list has been heavily diddled. Heavily diddled. But that's only one list. I think it would be very possible for you to spec into other things in Admech and really avoid a lot of the big nerfs. Like there are some like for like swaps, right? There are some like for like swaps, aren't there? Like you can swap out Iron Striders for some other damage dealers. Like what's the Honor Doom Claw like these days? 155. Yeah, not shabby. I would say Castellan robots, but they're very primo. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here's the question. One minute. One minute. I just seen some. 1 minute. Hmm. Hmm. Do Admech players just go out of Iron Striders and go straight into Dragoons with Taser Lancers? I know, but it's 195 points for 3 of them. I'm just saying, I'm feeling something there, you know? I'm feeling something. Strength 7 with Lance. That means they will wound everything on 4s, even vehicles, because Strength 7, there's nothing in the game that's T14. AP2, 2 damage each. They can advance and charge. Not for a stratagem. Not for a stratagem. Advance and charge. They've got a 5-up invuln all the time. They can fall back and charge. Just saying. I'm just saying. Probably not. I think the problem is that they don't do range damage, but it's a new meta. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. Do you know what I think a lot of Admech players will do? So, I don't know if the math works out. Nah, it doesn't quite work. I was going to say, I wonder if they just go from taking 30 infiltrators to 15 infiltrators, 15 ruststalkers, but I think the points basically don't pan out greatly. Anyway, I think Admech will be able to pivot. I think Admech will be able to pivot and still come out smelling pretty good. I don't think we've seen the last of them. That's for sure. Entropic Tyranny, thank you for the super chat. Need help with Empire list build in stream discussion. New Year's resolution is to pick up a new GW game without buying a single GW model. Not a single GW model for a whole year. I've chosen Old World, a game I haven't touched in 2004. I picked up a whole bunch of infantry with lots of weapon options, peasant bowman, light and heavy cavalry, see picture. Could you recommend a starter Empire list that I could take to an easygoing tournament that I could build out of these, perhaps a couple of other bits? Yes. So, you probably want to go Renegade Crowns. So rather than going Empire, you want to go Renegade Crowns, which is basically Empire, but better. So you take these guys as basically heavy knights. So just make sure they've all got lances, shields. As long as they've all got lances and shields, you're fine. So build those as you would expect. Now these guys, you could build them as I think there's two things you can do with them. You can build them with pistols, and if they've got pistols, then you could count them as pistoliers for your Empire. But I'm not sure if they have pistols on these ones. If they don't have any pistols, what you want to do is build them with spears and shields, and you'll run them as what are called hireling outriders, aka light cavalry. These will be your light cavalry. These will be your heavy cavalry. Peasant levy. If you're focused on Empire, you'd want to build these guys mostly with bows, if poss, because Empire archers are pretty decent. As for the conquistadors, you probably want to try and build them with spears and shields or halberds. But I'm not sure how many you get in each box. But like, truth be told, mate, I won't give you like an exact list. What I'll tell you is this, right? If you want to take crossbow men, don't overspec into them. Couple of 10-man squads is probably enough. Push 3 10-man squads, but I think a couple of 10-man squads would be enough. If you want a state troop loadout, you want to think of if you want from these 3 boxes, you either want handgun units or crossbow units with a maximum of 10, and you want like 10 to 20 of those ranged troops, okay? Max 20 is enough. If you're looking for melee troops, you typically want your Bricks Estate troops to be 30 strong. 29 strong you can get away with if you're planning on adding a character in. But let's say 30 strong. And you either want to go for spears and shields, or halberds, or hand weapon and shield. Now, in my opinion, halberds are the best go-to option. But I'm not sure exactly how many halberds you get in the Conquistador kit. So spears and shields and hand weapon and shields as a backup. But I never leave home without 1 brick of 30 halberdiers. So there's that. For these guys, for my heavy cavalry, I like to run my heavy cavalry in a squad of 8 with lances and shields. Okay? That's what I like to do. Now, you've got 12 here. So, I'm not sure what you'd do with the last 4. But you could definitely get away with running 2 squads of 6. Now, I wouldn't give my cavalry any banners, because you tend to find that cavalry go charging off and get themselves killed. A lot of the time, that means they end up giving their banner away to the enemy, which gives them extra victory points. These guys, I think you definitely want to run them also in like... I'd run these guys in a big, like, 12-man squad. Yeah. Yeah. But I'd give them give them spears and shields If you can't take pistols. If you can take pistols on them, give them pistols. If they don't come with pistols, give them spear and shield. So that's my advice. I tend to run my cavalry in units of 8, my melee infantry in units of 30, and my ranged infantry in units of 10. Now, the peasant levy is a bit of an interesting one because we don't really have an equivalent in Empire for that. You do in Renegade Crowns. One minute. So Conquistadors come with 24. So you've got 72 Conquistadors. With 72 Conquistadors, I would build 2 30-man bricks. And then have 12 ranged guys with crossbows. Okay? That's definitely what I would do. What weapons do they come with? You do get halberds. You get 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I would... And then do you get many spears after that? Got like a spear. And that's per 6 blokes. So you don't really have any... You don't really have spear options. Do you have sword and board? You have sword. You have board. Okay. So I would definitely build... I mean, the guy... By the way, this guy with a spear could easily be used to do like a banner bearer guy. Or you can just... I sometimes just chuck a few spears into a halberd unit because you can't really tell the difference from far away. So I would build 29... I'd build 30 guys for a halberd brick and 30 guys for sword and board brick, hand, weapon, and shield, which you should be able to do. And then you'll have 12 models left over, which I would equip with. I'd go crossbows, personally. That's what I would do. All right. And then... Just want to check there's any other weapons. Oh, there are some more weapons on here. Oh, you've got more spears here. Oh, you got loads of spears. Okay, then I'd go 30 guys with... I'd go 30 guys with halberds. 30 guys with spears and shield. If poss. Yeah, that's what I would do. And then 12 guys with hand weapons. And then, where are the peasants? I'm just going to search. They come with 24 models. And it's a real eclectic mix, isn't it? Yeah. But I wonder if... Their arms are... Their bodies look like they might be compatible with the Conquistador stuff. I just wonder if the sleeves match up. Let's have a look here 1 minute. What are the Conquistador sleeves like? I don't think they're overly poofy. They don't look overly poofy. Let's look at these crossbow arms. They're not overly poofy. Look at this. Okay, truth be told, I would probably try and use the spare arms from the Conquistadors on your peasant levy. For sure. For sure. And I'd probably go for, yeah, so have all the conquistadors with spears and how that gives you 7. That really opens things up quite nicely. Yeah, so I would basically have, you're going to have 2 bricks of 30 infantry. Because you've got 72 there, and then you've got another 24, so you've got 96. You don't really need a lot of... You need more melee infantry. But you could go Free Company Militia. Free Company are pretty good. The Peasant Levy could represent Free Company, to be fair. But I think what I would probably do is build 2 units of 30 state troops. One with spears and shields, one with halberds. And then I would build 3 ranged squads. I'd build 2 with crossbows. Well, 3 squads of 10. With a mixture of whichever you prefer, crossbows and handguns. You could go 2 crossbows, 1 handguns, 2 handguns, 1 lot of crossbows, whatever you want. And the 6 blokes you have left over, I wonder if you could like use them to make like characters, like wizards and stuff like that. That's probably where I would go. And then you have 2 blocks of infantry, some ranged support, and some melee cavalry. And that feels about right. Yeah. That feels about right. Atomic Tyranny. I hope that helps. You will want cannons. You will want at least 2 cannons. You'll probably want 2 cannons and something that can represent a Hellblaster volley gun. But if you can't get the Hellblaster, you will want 3 cannons. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. As for characters, I tend to say you want 2 that could represent like generals, 1 that could represent a character. You want 2. So if you're gonna have 6 models left over, right? Between all that, you're gonna want 2 that can represent generals, 1 that can represent a captain with a banner, 1 that can represent a wizard, and 2 that can represent engineers. There you go. And that should use all 96 infantry up. And if you're like, I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, don't forget, if that Peasant Levy kit is compatible with the Conquistadors, if you have a guy at the back of the unit with a halberd who's in a Peasant Levy outfit, no one will give a fuck. He just looks like he's they put all the good troops at the front. He's just a guy at the back just pushing for, one of the ship munchers filling out the ranks. So when you mix and match, it doesn't matter at all. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you. Who we got next? Commander HHL. Apparently, Thousand Suns is demons now. Thoughts? I think that my theory that Games Workshop is trying to get all of the demon players ready for 11th edition and their inevitable squatting and sending over to AOS. I think that's part of this process. Because they gave demon players the Shadow Detachment, whatever it's called, where they bought a bunch of Chaos Space Marines, and now they've given... I don't think that's Thousand Suns now have demon models. I think that's demon players now have access to Thousand Sun models. That's what I think. Yeah. Ugh. That's my... I've got an itchy shoulder blade. That's what I think. I think they're going over to AOS in 11th. That's why they've not got a codex. Yeah. What becomes of Be'lakor, I wonder? You have Space Marine bits on his base as an option. An option. Poxwalkers have got an option for a Plague Marine in their sprue. It's crazy, they do. Half a Plague Marine, anyway. Sam Gardner, thank you for Super Chat, man. Bolt Action PC game coming. Steam link in Discord. Dude, seen it, love it, wishlisted it, ready for it. Yeah, it looks great, man. Florida Eccentric, hobby update and stream discussion under Old Gamer Vader. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I've just seen this. 40k community seeing the Eldar nerfs. What the fuck's sake? I'm not Bowden Guard. I'm Bowden K-47, Space Marines, and Emperor's Children. Nice. Because you were saying before you didn't have a pile of shame for the guard. Dude, I love the bug. Hey, that's cool, man. I love the camo pattern you've done on that thing. That's cool as fuck. Nice. I love it. The little bug pootling around, and then you've got the locust mech. Yeah, man, that's sick. 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6. Yeah, yeah. That's cool, man. Ambush camo. Yeah, yeah. I like it. I've painted my own locust mecha, but I've still got my little bug to paint. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's a good hobby update. Little bit of K-47 just to wet the whistle, you know. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the support. Once again, Larkin has shamed us. He must be banned. I'm sorry, Cosmic. I can't ban Larkin every stream. All right? I know you want me to, but I can't. He hasn't shamed us again. He's still living out the last lot of shame by Victrix spamming at the weekend. What have we got next? Revenga, my boy. Thank you for the 41 months. Triple X Force, baby. Yes. There we are. Should Lord Marshal Dreer get Loudhailer built in? Yes. Lord Marshal Dreer. There's two ways you fix Lord Marshal Dreer. You give him a 12-inch order range, or you let him join Death Corps of Krieg so he can become a Death Corps Supreme Commander. One of those two things. Until one of those two things happen, he will never be a good support character. And he's a guard character, so he is a support character. The only other thing they could do to fix him is to basically take Strachan's old rules and transplant them onto him. Those are the two options GW has. We're going to get to 11th edition and Dreer's still going to be broken. And if 11th edition is a continuation of 10th edition, as crazy as this might fucking sound, it could be, well, it's guaranteed it's going to be over a year of Dreer being useless. Just think about that. GW releases a new special character, and he's utterly useless for 15 months. Could, if they don't touch him in the next data slate, could be 18 months. And I don't see any indication they would touch him. Like, they've just forgotten about him. They've literally just released this character and then completely fucking forgotten about him. Yeah. Dreer's pistol is too powerful. Yeah, the fucking last pistol, man. Tonk, thank you for the super chat. I blame you for teaching me Dettle stripping. I have 4 liters stuff now just in case I screw up again. Pictures in stream discussion. Dettle strip is the best, man. It's cool. Let's have a look. Hey, let's have a look, man. Hey, is he there, man? He's coming out all right. He's coming out all right. I don't think... Yeah, you're not going to have to Dettle strip this motherfucker. He's looking sound. Nice. Wait. Oh, is that the other one? Wait. Wait. Did you strip him when he was at this stage? Or is this... Or are the pictures in the wrong order? Like, he started off like this. Then I used some blue on him. Then I used the gold on him. Because if you got him to this and then stripped him, you're absolutely fucking mental. What? Looked too flat? I guess. You're clearly a pickier painter than I am. You're clearly... But hey, you know, at the end of the day, man, it's your model. You need to be happy with it. And at the end of the day, like, you've stripped the model down and he looks absolutely fine. So no harm, no foul. I think you're more of a perfectionist than I am, though. Yeah. Should thin the speed paint? You're definitely a pickier painter than I am. Definitely. Definitely. But that's fine. Let me make something clear, Tonk. I'm busting your balls a little bit, but not really. It's your model. Warhammer's expensive. You've got to get it so you're happy with it, yo. It's that simple. Yeah. Don't use speed paint? Get out of here, the Kel. Speed paints are great. Fucking love speed paints. I only use speed paints now. I paint vehicles in speed paints now. That's just the way I am. How is Lord Marshal Dreer bad? He seems fine to me. He's just really expensive and doesn't do anything. Like, it's... You know what, man? I've done multiple videos on this motherfucker. He's shit. Type in Mordian Glory Dreer and you'll get the lowdown. It's the units you can join. Yeah, really, that's the main thing. And the fact his weapons are terrible. And the fact that he's not actually good at melee. And the fact that he's a one-trick pony, literally. There's multiple layers to it. Elden Lead, thank you for the 22 months, man. X-Force, baby. Bolt action, no. Blood Angels, 8 good. Also, check the game SOVL. It's great. SOVL game. Oh, I've heard of this. Yeah. Someone's showed it me on... So it's been shown off on stream before, yeah. It's basically like Warhammer Fantasy, right? Yeah. No, I'm aware of it. It's a good game. Yeah, it's basically legally distinct Warhammer Fantasy on Steam, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, like Blood Angels, I haven't you know what? I haven't actually looked at the new Blood Angels attachment. It's interesting because a lot of people said they didn't think it was gonna bring them away from Liberator Assault Group. Let's have a look. Madam Frosty, each time death started model from your attack makes a melee attack reroll a win roll of 1. Each time death started unit from your army is selected to fight. If that unit made a charge turn until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attacks. Characters and melee weapons equipped by models in that unit. If unit is battle shocked, add 2 to the attacks. Characters and melee weapons equipped by models in that unit. Wait, so if you're battle shocked, you get more attacks. Okay. I'm guessing that's a Death Company thing, right? Wait, I thought the Death Company detachment made Death Company work. So you get reroll wound rolls of 1, +1 attack, +2, or plus, oh, it's add 2 to that models instead, not in addition. Okay. Chaplain model only. Model in the Bears unit has a Scout 6 inch ability. That's very good. Each time you take a battle shot test with a depth starting unit in 6 inches, you can reroll the result. I'm going to roll it down. Depth of Starters models only. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, the bear can use this enhancement if it does until the end of the fight phase. Models the bears will fight first. Just bring back initiative. It's not that hard, GW. Sanguinary Tier. While a friendly death coming in with the 6 of the bear, add 1 to the strength to weapons equipped by that model. That's cool. Angel's Fang. Adept dice models only. Each time with the bearer makes a melee attack that attacks a character, monster, or vehicle has sustained it, so that's fine. A Grim Warning. One blood damage unit from your army that was just destroyed while it was in range of 1 or more objective markers you control at the end of the previous phase. It stays sticky. So you can use it. You're gonna use it after you get shot, right? And then it's still yours. Yeah. Arm of Contempt, Insensate Rampage, Opponent Shooting Phase, Death Company, 5 but feel no pain, that's good. Limb from Limb, Fight Phase, made a charge move, either Strength or AP, characters with melee weapons, equip models, add 1. You can instead choose for your unit to give in to the Red Thirst. If it does, it becomes battle shocked, but the effects of the stratagem still apply to it. And until the end of the phase, add 1 to strength and AP. Okay, so you go 1 command point. I'm battle shocked. I now have +2 attacks, +2 strength, rerolling 1s to wound, AP3 chainswords, right? Yeah, because you'd get an attack here. You get 2 attacks here, rerolling 1. And then 1 extra strength. 1. Well, isn't it AP2 chainswords? I feel like it's AP2 chainswords. Unless I'm missing something. Because chainswords are AP1, right? And then you get them the extra AP. Unless, for some reason, Blood Angel 1s are AP2. Oh, if you take a sanguinary priest. But he's on foot, right? So he's quite slow. He's not got a jetpack anymore, like in the old days. Death of duty. 1 death coming from your army until the end of the phase. Each time on unit is destroyed. So you don't roll a 4+, you just fight back. Okay? That's very good. Red Wrath, until in a turn your unit is eligible to either shoot or declare charge until it's advanced. You can instead choose for your unit to give into their thirst. If it does, it becomes battle shocked. And the unit until the end of the turn, your unit is able to shoot and declare a charge in a turn. So you don't really care about shooting with Death Company. I think like what you might get like a couple of pissant pistols or something, maybe a couple of good pistols, but you don't really care about it. It's more about I'm going to spend a command point to battle shot myself to trigger this and have advance and charge. Yeah, it looks really good. It looks really good. But Death Company all objective control 0. Unless they're near a chaplain. I mean, what are the Death Company points like these days? Let's have a look. Death Company with jump packs 230. Death Company regulars 160. But if I remember, a lot of the Death Company don't get anywhere near as good weapons anymore. Like they used to all get power fists and thunder hammers and stuff. And now it's like a couple of thunder hammers, a couple of eviscerator style things. When you take 1 or 2 Death Company, but most of the detachment applies to normal Belendra units. Ah. Three fist, 2 eviscerators. Okay. I could be wrong. I'm not overly convinced. I'm not saying it's bad. I don't know. Liberator Assault. Where's your strength bonuses coming from? That's +2 attacks. Is there only one thing that gives you extra strength? Limb from limb. Hmm. Hmm. The extra AP is very nice, but it's only on 1 unit. The extra attacks are good, but the main thing in Liberator Assault Group is the extra strength. Because it gets you into a higher strength bracket where most of the time you're wounding things on 5s instead of 6s. I think it's good. I'm not sure though. I think it will take greater minds than mine to determine the new Blood Angels meta. But I feel like it does say, people talk, 1 minute. Your army can include blood angel units, but cannot include Adeptus Astartes units drawn from any other chapter. Does that mean you can't take Codex Space Marine stuff? Or can you still take Codex Space Marine stuff? It's just like you can't take... You can't take... Oh, I guess it's like you can't take Athan Shan in this detachment. That's what it means. Okay. Yeah, you still can. Yeah, you can't take Calgar and stuff. Yeah, yeah. So no, you just can't take other special characters, but you can take it though. Yeah. You can't take like Vitrix. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what it means. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's a good detachment. But I think a lot of people are looking at this and thinking that everything in it is going to apply to every unit that they use. And the reality is that you can only use that really good stratagem on one unit. It's a little bit like, you know how you want veteran sharpshooters on every single unit that you use in Grizzled Veterans, but you can use it on one? Yeah. You have a captain, you can do it too on two? I guess so. What's the captain's aura though? Doesn't he have an aura of like 6 inches to use his ability? It's very concentrated in one place. I think this is a good detachment. I think it's a detachment which people will be able to have a lot of fun with. I think it's a detachment that has quite a lot of power. But I think people are making the mistake like they're making with Grizzled Veterans. You don't get what Liberator Assault Group and this. You have to trade out your buffs from Liberator Assault Group for these buffs. And people have got so used to Lib Assault that I don't think they're really feeling what it's like when they don't have those normal buffs. So when they go to something like this, they're like, well, my combat normally does this. And it's like, yeah, but you now don't have your +2 strength. So I feel like that's an important factor. I think that's an important factor. I think it's a good detachment, but people have to fucking break this thing in their head where they're like, well, I'll always have the stratagem for every unit. I'll always have limb from limb. It's like, no, you have it once, maybe twice. Yeah, yeah. You're not going to have your +2 strength anymore. So what are you going to do when you charge, like, a Rogel Dawn or a Lehman Russ and you're wounding on 6s? Ah, well, I'll wound on 5s with my Power Fist. Good for you. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, you know, winning on 5s isn't super reliable. You do get Oath, but you don't get Super Oath, do you? And Oath is rerolls to hit, not rerolls to wound. Yeah, see, it's Sanguinary Guard. I think will be better with this. I think Sangard are where it's at. Because Sangard are strength 6 base and they have lance, don't they? So they're going to be wounding a lot of heavier vehicles on 5s. 5s down to 4s. This attachment demolishes knights. I can absolutely believe it demolishes knights, but so, I mean, my experience, so did Liberator Assault Group, right? Fast-moving melee armies in general demolish knights, so that's nothing new. Again, I'm not saying this attachment is bad. I think this attachment is good. I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum. Okay? I'm telling you that I think this is a good attachment, but I think it's got its own, I think it's like Grizzled Veterans. It's very good, but I don't think it's overpowered. Yeah. You know, it doesn't hurt knights. Recon Guard. That's true, T-Man. That's true. Yeah, I put this detachment in the same category as Grizzled Veterans. I think it's good, but there's a lot of stuff that's being traded for it. And, you know, you want to use all of your stratagems all the time, but you can't. Yeah. I agree with Siri 8. I think the detachment will produce a varied army. Yeah, so what's going... yeah, I think that's a really fair take on this. I think this detachment is like Grizzled Veterans for Guard, where it's like you have a very, very broad set of you have a very broad set of units that can benefit from it. The thing is, how many times can you auto battle shock a unit? Twice? Is it Liberate Assault Group just if you charge +2 strength, +1 attack? Right? Right? I'm not seeing... guys, I'm not seeing it. No, I understand Marines have 2 or 3 death bricks. I get that. No, I get that. I'm not seeing it. You have to be battle shocked to get an extra attack. I mean, it's like if you made a charge, get +1 attack. It's like, right? No, let's just like honestly, I kind of want us to just like I feel like I'm going mental here. Let's put the battle shock thing to one side. Let's look at the detachment rule. In Liberator Assault Group, I get +1 strength, +1 attack. In this, I get reroll 1s to wound and +1 attack. Like, +2 strength is so much better. Like, both are giving me +1 attack, right? So what would I rather have? +2 strength or reroll 1s to wound? I'd obviously rather have +2 strength. It gets me into a whole nother bracket. I don't know, man. Like, it's like what I say with Grizzled Veterans. Like, you know, at the end of the day, Grizzled Veterans, everyone's creaming their pants over it. But it's like, reroll 1s to hit. Woo! You know? Souls and Smith, I hope Grizzle Vet takes over the guard meta. No, I had lethals for extra P. Yeah, see, it's what I've been saying. I think everyone is... people who are saying Grizzle Vets is the new best attachment in the game are really, really, really forgetting what it's like to shoot guard without lethals. Yeah. Liberator Assault Group rule is better than Angelic Inheritors, but the strats in Angelic make it the preferred detachment. What's Angelic Inheritors? Declare a turn in which you can shoot and charge in which fill it back. Shoot and fall back. And charge and fall back. Or, you know, fall back and charge, I should say. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just my take. Look, let me tell you something, guys. I'm going to tell you something. Right? It's a controversial opinion, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm very, very, very eminently familiar with having a detachment where the detachment rule isn't that good, but the stratagems are amazing. Okay? I'm really familiar with it because it's called fucking Recon Guard. Okay? Like, I'm really familiar with it. And let me tell you, I'd much rather have solid detachment rules than solid stratagems. Much rather have it. Because stratagems, you got to pick and choose. Solid attachment rules are always on. Yeah. Much. I'm not saying it's a bad detachment, but I think people are creaming their knickers over it, and I'm just like, I think it's a nice, strong detachment, but it's not overpowered. Yeah. It's not overpowered. I think it's a nice, strong detachment. I think I much prefer the look of Angelic Inheritors. If I was playing this game, if I was playing Blood Angels, I'd much prefer the look of Angelic Inheritors and Liberator Assault Group. Because in Angelic Inheritors, I just got to stick a character in every unit, which I'm going to do anyway. I'm playing Space Marines, right? So I'm probably going to go. I'm not going to go Sanguinary Grace. I mean, maybe I'm going to say something stupid here, but I'm a Blood Angel player. I'm not falling back from shit. I'm charging you. I'm beating the piss out of you. It's that simple. So I'm going to go Carmine Wrath and their Appointed Honor because I want the damage and I want advance and charge. And then I'm just going to be like, sick. Let me get, inbuilt charge, reroll charges? Of course. Amazing. That's always on. Always on, all the time, baby. Yeah. Rage Curse Onslaught looks good, but you're giving up a lot. A huge amount with the +2 strength thing. Huge. It's like, honestly, giving up +2 strength is like giving up lethal hits, man. Big. That's my hot take. But I don't play Blood Angels. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Look, right. I don't play Blood Angels, but I'll tell you this. If for someone who plays against Blood Angels, if I had to pick between my opponent attacking me with +2 strength or my opponent attacking me with like an extra attack or 2, I'd much rather that they got a few extra shitty attacks against me than +2 strength and everything. 100%. 100%. Like, Rogel Dawns will actually be a problem for Blood Angels. If they don't have the +1 to, without the +2 strength. You gotta go flying in there with your fucking, what was it? 3 attacks per guy with Power Fists and Eviscerators. So you're gonna have 5 of those in a 10-man squad. That's 15 attacks, right? But then you get +1 attack. Let's say 5 attacks per guy. Let's say you auto battle shock. So you're looking at 25 attacks. Do you have Oath? Sure. So you're looking at like 20 hits off the top of my head. Wounding on 5s. So like 8 wounds with rerolls. 8 wounds. AP 3, but I don't give a fuck because you're bumping into my 4 invulnerable save straight up. So I take like 8 to 10 damage. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Imagine flying into some fucking Bulgrin. Bulgrin probably care more about the fact that you're going to hit them with a bunch of fucking chainswords and you know. Yeah, I don't know. Were lethals like Dawn is gone? Nah. Lamatis can't be everywhere, Elden Lean. You can't be everywhere. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. Maybe. Well, with Oath. To be fair, with Oath. To be fair, but you can only Oath one target. Lamatis can only be in one place at once. Okay. No. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You'll absolutely kill that one Rogel Dawn. That's the thing. You'll absolutely kill that one Rogel Dawn. I won't even disagree with you. You'll absolutely kill that one Rogel Dawn. But you can only Oath one target. Lamatis can only be on one target. So sure, you absolutely mega wreck that Dawn. That's fine. But then one of your big death balls is now out there. And now I'm going to fucking kill it. You can have a fight, feel no pain. I'm still going to fucking kill it. I've killed many a death company in my time with better feel no pains and armor contempts and all this kind of shit. Fucking, it's going to die. Yeah. It's a Marine at the end of the day. Like, honestly, it's a toughness 4 Marine with a 3-up save. It's just... Yeah. Yeah, I'm... This is 10th edition. It's 10th edition. Like, a unit comes out, a unit dies. And how expensive is that unit going to be? How expensive is that unit going to be? Let's have a look. The Marty's have a jump pack. I presume he does. 230 points. Plus Lamarty's. 100 points. 330 points. Spenny. If he doesn't have a jump... Does he have a jump pack? Yeah, he does, right? I'm sure he does. It's a very, very, very good unit. But I'd expect a 330 point unit to do that. Like I said, I think it's a good attachment. Does it have any movement buffs though? Death Company probably have a blood surge of some kind, I'm guessing. I presume. Advance and charge? I presume it's got advance and charge. Everything these days has got that kind of shit, right? Yeah, no, it does. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. It's the 1 CP strat, and then you definitely battle shot yourself to get the extra attacks. I think it's a really good attachment. But I still maintain that the problem is that people look at these new detachments through the lens of like ideal circumstances. And the issue I have with something like this is that it can only have those ideal circumstances at one place on the board. And it's a little bit like, okay, well, what's happening elsewhere on the board? That's what goes through my mind. This is you will absolutely dominate this one place on the board this one time, but Death Company are like fire and forget missiles. They kind of jump out, mash something, and then die. And it's expensive to do that. So I just wonder it's like. It's like you always see this when Marines shoot you. When Marines shoot the Oath of Moment target, it dies. Then they try and shoot something else, and you're like, oh, that was shit. It's a bag of shit. Do you know what I mean? Marines are very much like a kill one thing at a time. So I think this attachment, lag has its own downsides too. If you get charged, no bonuses. Nah, Elden Lean. I mean, having reroll win rolls of 1, it's not an argument. Like, I love you, buddy. I do. But that, I don't even think you think that's an argument. Like, it means nothing because you're just gonna get twatted first, even with fight back. Yeah, rerolling rerolls of 1 is relatively. It's something, but I don't think it's enough to. It's something, but I think it's a niche thing. I think it's if you're Blood Angels, you're doing the charging, right? That's what you want. If you're getting charged, a few rolls of 1. I don't know. Do you know what? I'll tell you what, Elden Lee. When you can caveat this entire thing, man. I don't think this is a problem I don't think this attachment is any more of a problem for Imperial Guard than any other existing Blood Angels attachment. And I always look at this through the lens of the Guard. Do I think this detachment is a bigger problem for non-Guard armies? Yes. Absolutely. No questions about it. No questions about it. I think this is one... as a guard player, a Death Company unit coming towards me, I don't really care what detachment it's in. It's going to kill what it touches. Like, that's my experience. You can tell, I almost don't care what your detachment is. That's my experience. But for somebody else, it's going to make such a difference. And I think a good way of looking at it is like, you know, if someone with Victrix Guard charges you, well, you've got your reroll 1s to wound, and you've got your fight on death. And so not only could you jump in and twat one Victrix unit yourself, when they charge you, you can probably take most of a Victrix unit out on the way down with you. You wouldn't have the charge move. You wouldn't have the extra attacks from charging, but you could absolutely still go limb from limb. So if you had like 3 command points popped off, ready to rock, or some way of reducing it with like a captain or something, you could go, okay, I know these Victrix are going to body me. There's no point in trying to like do a feel no pain or any shit like that. Okay, 2 CP with the captain knocking him out, whatever it is. 2 CP, deathless duty, limb from limb. I know I'm going to die, but now everyone's got the extra AP and everyone's got the extra strength. I'm fucking... yeah, I'm going down. But I'm going to take these motherfuckers with me. Yeah. I think that's what it's going to do. I think that's how it works. So it's... I think this is going to be really good into the Victrix meta. Because you're going to jump on them and bash them up. They're going to charge you and with another unit, and you're going to take most of it down. So in the space of like one battle round, you've kind of... you know, worst case scenario, you've probably taken out 1.5 Victrix units. Maybe... with a bit of luck on your side, 2 Victrix units. You've taken one down or you've combat and affected them. Yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, Adeline, we are on a elite infantry melee meta. So that's absolutely, looking through it through that lens makes 100% sense from the Blood Angels point of view. Yeah. That's where so I think it's why it's always important to like take a step back and be like, okay, let's actually look at this from another angle. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's well positioned for the new meta that we're entering, for sure. Yeah. But I guess the way to sum it up, it's well positioned for the new meta that we're entering, but in a Guard versus Blood Angels matchup for both sides, it's essentially business as usual. Right? It's the same. It's the same situation for both sides. They're trying to get to us quickly. We're trying to screen them out. And it's going to come down to how the Guard can try and basically trade with the Blood Angels and, you know, and you know, try and win on turn 4, turn 5 in many ways. Yeah. There we go. So, John, did I go over your list yet? Not yet. I'm getting there soon. I've got Osroth and then I got you. So, speaking of which, Osroth, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. List review, in-stream discussion. List review, Grizzvets, not sure where to put a Quill and I. Also, building question. I have 6 Bulgrin, no Ogrin. Building 6 tonight, which do you recommend? I don't know because I've not played yet. Double Bulgrin is very expensive. Can you magnetize? If you could magnetize, I'd magnetize. Yeah, that would be my advice. Anyway, Canadian Command Squad, Commissar, Lehman Russ Commander, Ursula Creed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 10-man squads. Artillery team, Bulgrin, Hellhound, Vank, Sense. So the double Hellhound and the double Vank and the double Tank Commander, they're your 6 orders nailed. And then you've got 4 10-man squads and a Bulgrin squad for doing like screening and shit. But to be fair, the Hellhounds are also part of that because Hellhounds are great screening units. So I think you've got, you know, the Hellhounds are pulling double duty there. And yeah, that looks fine to me. I think that looks okay. I think if I consider the Hellhounds as actually 1 foot in tank camp, 1 foot in infantry screen camp, I think that I'm okay with them being the way they are. I guess the question is what order, what weapons have you given the Hellhounds? I'm presuming flamers, like Inferno cannons and flamers and stuff. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense because you can still give them like move and get them moving forward. Yeah. Yeah, no, Osroth, I actually think that list is fine. Regarding what do you build, the Bulgrins or the Ogrins? It's a really, really good question. So, if you build them as Ogrin, the only thing you'll need to do is swap out 1 Hellhound for the Ogrin to include them in your list because they're basically the same points cost. I don't know if you're bang on 2,000, but if you've got 5 points wiggle room, you can do that swap. If you take them as Bulgrin, you're going to have to drop it more. Like, you'd probably have to drop a Hellhound, Deathcore Krieg, and a Quill and Eye. So it's a difficult one. I guess I'm going to get more kits in the future. They're not for this list. If they're not for this list and you're going to get more in the future, I would recommend having 2 squads of Bulgrin, 1 squad of Ogrin in the long run. So you'd end up with 12 Bulgrin and 6 Ogrin. I think that's pretty much addition proof because there's going to be some times when you might want a little bit more Ogrin, but I think generally speaking, Bulgrin historically have always been the better choice. Ogrin get like 3 months in the sun every edition. Bulgrin are generally always a solid unit for guard. Yeah. But right now, if you've already got 6 Bulgrin, I'd go 6 Ogrin, and then I'd get another 6 Bulgrin. That's how I'd do it. So go 6 of one, 6 the other, then double up on the Bulgrin at the end. Yeah. That just makes sense to my brain. I don't know if it's the right way of doing it, but it makes sense to my brain. So, John, thank you for the super chat. Good morning. Smidge off topic, but trying to budget out an interesting NID list if you could break it down. Dude, it's not off topic at all. We're talking all things balanced data slate, and I think NIDs have made out like bandits. I think that card effects, distraction card effects spam is back. Yeah. So, John, Vanguard Onslaught. I'm not a big fan of Vanguard, but anyway. It's just, I find Vanguard is a lot of pissing about, and then someone just goes, wait, you do no damage? And then they just charge you down and kill you. Vanguard Onslaught, it pops off for like a couple of weeks every so often, and then everyone remembers how to beat it, which is just don't let it do its bullshit. Just literally run it down and just brute force it, and then it dies, and then it goes away again. It's a basically like an IQ stat check in some ways. For your opponent, for the opponent of the Vanguard Onslaught. But if they know what they're doing, then yeah, I would probably say go Invasion Fleet, but we'll see. 80 Hormagorns, nice. 3 Biovores, 3 Lictors, 3 Neurolictors, 3 Tyrant Guard, 18 Von Ryan's Leapers, 3 Zonanthropes, 3 Zonanthropes, 1 Spore. It's a lot of little bits. It's a lot of little bits. It's a lot of Lictors. Plus Death Leaper. How much is 6 Zone Throats? They 200 points. I'd probably bring both Zonothropes together and put the Neurotyrant with them to get like a super Thrope unit. I've seen that done before. I don't know what the Tyrant Guard are doing. They've got... Are they the Tyrant Guard for the Neurotyrant? I'd probably put the Neurotyrant with the Zonothropes. Then you don't need the Tyrant Guard anymore. I don't know if you need that many Lictors and Neurolictors. In summary, I think this is a really cool Vanguard invasion list. And I feel like I'm not really the right person to review a Vanguard invasion list because I don't like any sneaky armies. I don't like armies that skulk in the shadows. And that is definitely affecting my judgment and colouring my bias and all that kind of stuff. If you want... One thing I would say is this. Zadrom. I find Vanguard Onslaught to look better on paper than real life. And I feel like the direction of NIDS is to go more towards big bugs. So it depends on what you want out of this list. Do you want it to be like a cool themed list, or are you wanting it to be more of a like competitive list? I think it's a really interesting list. I've never played anything like it. I'm like the Borg. I only know about stuff that I've played against. I've never played anything like... I've never played that many Lictors on Eurolictors before. Or Von Ryan Leapers. I guess my main takeaway is, holy shit, you can get a lot in a NIDS army if you want to. You can get a lot in a NIDS army if you want to. That's my main takeaway. Yeah. So I honestly, I don't really have anything helpful to add. Because I don't really have much experience fighting a list like that. Whenever I've faced off against Vanguard Onslaught before, it had a lot of things like they had like Norn emissaries or whatever it is, and they were like really hard to kill. So I'm not sure how I'd deal with it. How would I deal with it? If someone put that list down against me, how would I deal with it? It's not got a lot of ranged anti-tank. So I would lead into my ability to beat you at range. I would accept that you would have all sorts of board control. I'd accept that you'd have all sorts of Hormagaunt waves coming in at me and all sorts of Von Ryan Leapers coming in at me. I'd accept all of those things and I would go, okay, I'm going to blast him. I'm going to screen him out and blast him. That would be my approach. I think the main weakness of the list is a lack of range firepower. But maybe it's some kind of mental jail list. Could be some sort of mental jail list. Now, that might be a problem for me as a guard player, but I feel all those Blood Angel players that we just talked about would be pretty happy with that. So, John, sorry, I wish I could help a bit more. But it's such a strange list, but not in a bad way. I can sort of see the method in the madness. But it's probably one of those I'd need to see in action to truly appreciate the depths of its inner workings. Yeah. Salt and Smith, thank you for the super chat, man. Tournament results from this Saturday. Industry discussion. My Plague Legion escaped the data slate all but unscathed. Praise be to Nurgle. Didn't your #1 enhancement get diddle fucked? Let's have a look. Praise be to Papa Nurgle. 3-0 the second month in a row at my local RTT with Chaos Demons, Plague Legion. Three great games against Stormlands, Space Wolves, a Kree Combined Arms Army, and Forefather Seeker Salamanders. I never had so much fun with the detachment. It truly fits my playstyle. The game as Krieg was the most interesting, as Krieg command squads could ignore Battle Shock, but all 3 games, the toughness of the Nurgle dominated primary. I saw one Demolisher and he knew he couldn't kill me. You've said it here, Strength 12 is not dedicated anti-tank. I missed first place by 9 points, but took second and kept the undefeated streak alive. Hope you all have as much fun trying out Grizzle Vets as I am a Plague Legion. I'm going to get crazy, and I've ordered a Soul Grinder. Nice. To upgrade one of my War Dogs. Picked the deployment game too against the first Krieg. Against the Krieg. First tournament as TO this Saturday. Praise be. Good luck. Hope it goes well, man. I'm Plague Legion. That's Demonic Incursion. No one plays Plague Legion. Ah, okay. Fair. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I love that Krieg army, and it's not, whilst it's not fully painted yet, you know, you can really see the direction he's going in, and when he's finished, it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful Krieg army. Really beautiful, right? But this guy is basically fucked. This is a guy who has been believing the online disinformation about Rogel Dawns. Because I know exactly what you mean, Swords and Smith. Like, this guy has one anti-tank gun in his entire army, and that is a single Demolisher cannon. Yeah, shh, I love Thorns. Yeah, but I know you do, man. But dude, Swords and Smith, people don't fucking listen to me. I keep trying to tell them and tell them and tell them and tell them, and people don't fucking listen to me, man. People keep saying, oh, but the damage output of the Dawn, it's so much better than the Liam Russ. And I'm like, what fucking planet are they on, bro? Swords and Smith, if you ended up facing off against 5 Lehman Russes with all lethal hits, all big damage, you would be what's the invulnerable save on a big demon? Like a 4? Maybe a 5? Probably a 4, right? You don't have an armor save, though. 4+. Do you have a Feel No Pain natively? Or is it you get a Feel No Pain from like a stratagem? Plague Legion might get it natively, to be fair. Native 6-up's not so bad. 6-up's not so bad. Yeah, the problem with this list, and this is, guys, this is what I'm fucking saying. Everyone is creaming their pants over Grizzle Veterans, and I think there's going to be a really big, and I like Grizz Vet. I like Grizz Vet, but I think there's going to be a really, really big rude awakening when the Garb players come across Imperial Knights or some form of Monster Mash, whatever that might be. Nid Monster Mash, Demon Monster Mash, whatever it might be. They're going to come across some form of Monster Mash and they're going to go, oh, fuck, I really need lethal hits. And they're not going to have them unless they're on an objective. And, well, you can see what all the objectives are. Like, Swords and Smith here basically completely disrespected his opponent. Not in, like, a horrible way. Not like he wasn't like being a knobhead to him, but he basically deployed on the line out in the open and went, I'm just going to march across the board. And there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah. It's going to be lethal withdrawals, man. You got any more lethals, man? I still bet we see everyone go back to combined arms. I bet we see people go back to combined arms, man. Oh, bro. I bet. Yeah, I bet. I'm looking down at this game and I'm thinking, God, I really wish I had my traditional mech army against that. Just every Chimera spamming out lethals. Yeah. Just march forward. Yeah, literally just marching forward. Lethal to the way of the week? Yeah, I mean, maybe. Screw this guy in particular. Love it. Nice. Well done. Very, very well done. Yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah. Although, to be fair, Lethals didn't help this guy all that much. Lethals, and he's got, you know, you would think, the funny thing is, right, you would think in this matchup, the Dawns would be really good into the big beasties, right? Because they've got their AP doesn't matter. The low AP doesn't matter. And they should have lethal hits. They should. Do you know what weapons the Dawns had? Was he using melters or was he using was he using melters on the Dawns? Because a lot of people often, like, I can see he's got melters in the front, heavy bolters on the side. He had the melters on the Dawn. Yeah, I thought he would. Yeah. You would think that this list would do. Do you know what it is to me, man? I feel like he's way too spread out, his armor. He can't bring any of his armor to bear on any one point. And he's massively bunched up. And it's like, bro, you're not fighting. There's no ranged threat in this army whatsoever. What the fucking fat bastard might vom on you a little bit. Yeah, don't worry about that. See, what I do here as a guard player is I have this blob of Krieg here and I just push it forward to here, right? And then I stack up, like, literally my turn 1, I'm like, fuck it, I'm just not gonna be able to deal with this guy. Like, I'll deal with him later. I'm gonna bring this round to here, my turn 1. Bring these out to here. Right, you move on to here. 6. I lose a blob. Fine, don't give a fuck. Reinforcement that bad boy back in. Right, okay. Now 4 tanks are going to come through on this, one angle here. Going to come through here. Blast one big boy away. Once one big boy's down, it's fine. Yeah. Then bring the net. Yeah. You've got to basically. There's 2 ways to approach this list. And I think the way, actually, I wouldn't do that, actually. First thing I would do is get rid of everything but the big ones. Everything. Everything but the big ones. Do that in 1 turn. Maybe 2. And then it forces the big buggers to stay on the objectives. Unless you're not sticky, are you? If you're sticky, that's different. But you've got to get rid of the shit munchers. And then I think it forces the big boys to kind of sit on the objectives. And once they're kind of sat there, the plague bears are sticky. Oh, that's what, on the backfield? Yeah, that's fine. I don't give a fuck about that. 2 times 10 at T6. Yeah, I think the way you deal with this is the way I would deal with it is I'd kill everything and then I'd force the big bastards. Oh, what happens when, you drew an objective that requires you to do an action. Okay, so you've got one big bastard who's not doing anything. Okay, fine. Right. All the little shit down, then bang, 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 done. Yeah, the way I would approach this, kill all the little shit, and then on turn 1 and turn 2, and then turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, done. Tabled. That's how I would do it. But if you spread your firepower out, you're fucked. He did try that, his tanks got charged by Guros because he couldn't kill Nurglings and Beasts fast enough. Yeah, probably because he decided I'd go 1 Dawn, everything into that Nurgling unit. Or everything into that Beast Nurgle unit. That's what I'd do. I wouldn't be like, I'm going to split fire this over here. I'd be like, full tank, 1 dead unit. Full tank, 1 dead unit. Infantry squad, 1 dead unit. And then if his tanks are getting charged by Guros, if his tanks are getting charged by Guros, he's failed to screen. He's failed to screen. Yeah. It's that simple. Yeah. You don't undercommit to beasts because they heal. Yeah, exactly. They heal at the end of the phase, right? So you have to down in one go. No fucking about. But the problem with Dawns is the problem with multi-melter Dawns, range. I bet he didn't even have his multi-melters in range. I bet his multi-melters weren't in range turn 1. Maybe on one tank. Maybe on this fucking thing right here. Where is it? I bet neither one of those Dawns had their main weapons, had their multi-melters in range. This one definitely fucking didn't. This one might have done. But I'm not even sure what the fuck that is. Is that a Demolisher with 3 flamers? I think the only Dawn that is... I think the only tank that's going to have its multi-melters in range is probably this one. 2 things at the Beast of Nurgle. Yeah. Yeah, his turn 1... He should have killed that, and that. Turn 1. Bang, bang, bang. Nuke those 3 units. Yeah. You go bang, bang, bang. And then, if you push forward with if you push forward with your remaining ship munchers, clear those turn 2. If you don't, let's say you go, okay... I'm pushing a Guo forward. I'm like, right, fine. 4 tanks on a Guo. Bring it down. So what you have is this unit. This unit goes... this unit goes move, move, move. Almost hoping that you'll overwatch it up to like here. Then you go, thank you for overwatching me. I've now got Grim Demeanor off. Now I've basically had the advantage of move and take aim. You put everything from these fuckers. You put all of their... you grenade the Beast of Nurgle. Then put everything else into the Nurglings. Clear those out. Bring this tank up to about here. Bring this tank up... Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. The multi-melters will not have been in range. Yeah. The multi-melters just will not have been in range, and that's what's going to have fucked him. You know, this basically comes down to a battle cannon and a heavy bolter. A fucking oppressor cannon and an auto cannon and some fucking stubbers. This is why I'm so not team multi-melter. Call me crazy, say I'm a fool, but I never take multi-melters in my tanks. The range is a fucking nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. Yeah. Yeah. It's such a killer. It's such a killer at the 18-inch range, man. Now, the other option he could have done, but Swordsmith, you'd have to tell me if this would work. What if he mixes it up? Does a Great Unclean One kill a Dawn in close combat? Probably not. There's 2 ways to approach this. Does a Great Unclean One kill a Dawn in close combat? Probably not. At which point do we take our Dawn and put him up first? Now, if it was a regular Rogol Dawn, I'd say, yeah, take a regular Rogol Dawn, slap a 4+ invulnerable save on its ass with the Tech Priest, smash that bad boy forward to about here. Infantry squad comes up behind. Other tank, Russ goes behind, you know, where it is now. You go, okay, clear out the screen. Clear out the screen here with, you know, grenades, shooting. Maybe charge onto a Great Unclean One. Tank shock that motherfucker. Take the hit back. Yeah. There's 2 War Dog Stalkers behind. Yeah. Are they the one? If they're not the melee ones, I don't care. Only the melee ones are dangerous. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They are Melter Gun and Claw. Oh, they're okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's I think that's good. You know what? I think that'd be a really interesting matchup for I'd love to see, I think that is a really interesting matchup. And I think it's a great example of some of the things I've been talking about. With everyone is, like, I do not understand where this, like, cult of the Dawn has come from in some ways. I don't think the Dawn is a bad unit, but the problem is that I just think you just hasn't got the range, hasn't got the punch. That's my, I'm just saying, hasn't got the range, hasn't got the punch. Controversial opinion, but there we are. What do we got next? The Blonde Demon. The Blonde Demon. Thank you so much for the 7 months, man. Yet another grizzled list for you to despair at. I'm not despairing at any grizzled list. Fucking love grizzled lists. Katie, let's have a look. That's Dawn Smith. I only ever own one Dawn. Give me my 3 Vanks. I think triple Vank would be a much bigger problem for you to deal with, because you fail one of those invulnerable saves and one of your Great Unclean ones gets halved. I think triple Vank between the Hunter Killers, the Lance Cannons, the main gun, the Plasma Cannons, fuck it, the Stubbers, could probably bring a Great Unclean one down. You don't have the 4+ Feel No Pain. Yeah. Bigger, Dawn bigger equals better. Anyway, Blonde Demon, here we go. Kaning Castellan, Kaning Command Squad, Commissar, Militar the Pestis Command Squad, Rogal Dawn Commander. No, it's fine. Caden Shock, Artillery Team, Bulgrin, Kaz, Vank. Tempesta. So you've got a Giga Blob, triple Kazakin, triple Tank, oh, I see what you're going for. So the Scion Giga Blob's going to come down and do 2 orders. The Kaning Castellan's going to do 3 orders on the Kazakin. The Commissar's going to do 2 orders on the Bulgrin. And then you've got 2 command squads who can order the artillery team. And then maybe themselves. So my main issue with your list here is that you probably have too many orders. I think you don't need a Commissar command blob. I think take the Commissar and just put them in a Bulgrin squad and just have them working together. Save yourself 65 points. And then for the Cadian Castellan, I think you just, honestly, I think you just put the Cadian Castellan with a Loudhailer within range of the Kazakin. Yeah. So do you even need both those command squads is the question. You could probably just... I'm not sure you do. But maybe. You need an order for the artillery team. You need orders for the Cadian shock troops. Okay. I think all I would do is drop this command squad and get an extra 10-man Cadian squad. That's all I do. I think you keep the Castellan. I think you keep the Castellan command blob. But I think you can drop one of the Cadian. I don't think you need it for the Commissar. And whilst that would slightly limit you on orders, your Cadian, all the Kazakin would have orders. Both Bulgrin squads would have orders. And the artillery team and one of the Cadian squads would have orders. But you would have two infantry that wouldn't have orders, but there's going to be times where you just have like 10 infantry that just go out and do something shit munchy and then they die. So the order economy balances out very easily. That's what I would say. Overall, a good list. I think overall a good list. And if you made 0 fucking changes, it would still be a good list. I would rather you had some more 10-man shit muncher squads, but if you didn't put them in the list, I think your list would still be just as effective. There you go. Dropping five Cadians, dropping a command squad for an infantry squad basically balances out in many ways. Yeah, it basically balances out. So I think it's 6 1 half does another, really. And it sounds kind of cray-cray, but you might actually want to consider the Cadian command squad like like this second Okay, this sounds super crazy, but you might actually want to consider neither Cadian command squad joining the joining these guys. Because that solves your problem. Because it means you have 1, 2, like 3, 4 units for doing like ship muncher duties. And you've still got all the orders that you need. Your commissar can still sort the Bulgrin out. And do you have 10 points spare? Because if you do, you could swap Aquila and I out on here and have maybe Loud Halo on the Cadian Castellan, maybe? No. Have the Cadian command blob. Have the Cadian command blob with the Castellan. Just don't worry about having the Commissar one. And have this squad basically pull double. Have it lone wolf in it. As crazy as that sounds, have it lone wolf in it. Because by having it lone wolf in it, it gets you an extra ship muncher unit. Which is something you actually need because you're a little low. Yeah. There you are. So that's how I would try it. Yeah. Blonde Demon, I think I saw a list though. Yeah. Ishmael, my boy. Thank you so much for the super chat. On to stage 2 of the interview process. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys. Yes. Come on. You can do it, baby. I believe. More passion, more energy, more footwork, more passion, more energy. You can do it, man. Good luck. Keep going. Keep smashing. Mini Dingbat, thank you, the 21-month Bummerflex. X-Force, baby! Would you recommend a full Scion Blob now plus I? Yes. But it's very expensive. It's going to come in at 245 points. Yeah. Maybe 2. But I think you kind of have to pick between Scions and Kazakin. Because they're both very expensive and very much in demand. I would recommend a Scion Gigablob in a lot of guard lists now. But you have to use it. You can't yeet it off into the backfield. It'll just die. It's too expensive to do that. You have to bring it down almost within your own lines as a support unit. And then you break open a flank, or you use it to plug a gap. One of the two. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for the super chat, bro. Ave Imperator, His Angels by Games Workshop, 8 hours, hot off the press on YouTube. Finally, GW waking up and being cool again. Yeah, I saw something about this. Like, they've done a new, what the fuck do you call it? Oh, shit. Oh, no, shit. 1 minute. They've done a new, 1 minute. 2025's greatest hits. Are they taking the piss? Lord Marshal Dreer has been shit for 12 months and looks like he's going to continue to be shit. Horror's House 3.0 was a massive fucking bomb. And Age of Sigmar, I'm sorry, is Age of Sigmar. I mean, he's cool. I'll give you half a point for him for style and half a point for him. Yeah. The Saturnine Praetor is the best Chaos model in a long time. Yeah. Where the fuck is Warcomp? What are you doing to me? Okay, here we go. Right. Yeah, I haven't seen this yet. The greatest shits. Yeah.
When the darkness plagues our world, our faith will banish the night, and his light a holy beacon, guiding us his worthy vessels. Ave Imperator, Ave Imperator, offer up our tithe to pay.
It's cool seeing behind the scenes shit like this. You never see enough about people working in factories and the Imperium and whatnot.
Sacrifice we gladly make to find refuge in his embrace. Ave Imperator, Ave Imperator. They look to the stars to fall, praying the heavens will burn. His foulest was to die, and our fates to find.
That's cool. Hey, look, they're using bolt carbines.
His angels come. May we know his angels come. Ave Imperator, Ave Imperator.
Oh, that was pretty good. I like this bit with the factory. Oh, that was cool. Seeing shit get made. And I thought that was kind of cool, seeing like the fighting happening outside of the tent. Yeah, so that was cool. And then I thought the bolter side cam was cool. Yeah, that was cool. Is that guy in Phobos armor? I don't think he is. I don't think he is in Phobos armor. No. Can you take bolt carbines on Tacticus?
May we know his angels come. May we know his angels.
I always wonder. Only Space Marine 2? I'm telling you, boys. That's really, really cool. But I'm telling you, they're bringing the OG bolter back. Telling you. The there's you can't. Sometimes you can't improve upon perfection. That was really cool. Yeah, I thought that was really good, really well done, very cool. 10 out of 10, 0 complaints, awesome. Oh yeah, green light hinting at 500 worlds and enemy being necrons. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think that's more than a hint. I think that's absolutely directly confirmed. Yeah. A little element. Yeah, definitely. I don't really understand. Maybe it's just Games Workshop mixing things up. I'm a little confused as to why the Necrons have suddenly become like the Ultramarines big bad. But I guess it's one of those things where I've been playing the game for a long time, so I always think the Tyranids are going to be the big bad. But if you've been playing relatively recently, then I guess the Necrons probably seem like the big bad to the Ultramarines. Yeah. Yeah, I think GW is probably just mixing it up like, fuck it. How many Ultramarine vs. Tyranid box sets can we do? The answer is as many as you want, GW. It's the best combo you've ever done, but... maybe everything is Ultramarines big bad. I mean, maybe an element of that. Yeah. You know what? We need to just... I've had enough of these Ultramarines. We need to go back to the original posters, children of Warhammer 40k. Crimson Fists. There we are. That's what we need. We need Crimson Fists need to be the posters. That's it. It's that simple. Yeah. Vote for Pedro. Vote for Pedro. 100% vote for Pedro. Yeah. Let's have a look what we got next. Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Hobby update in stream discussion. All right, let's take a gander, shall we? Let's have a look. 07 Surf finished with a couple of Napoleonic Russian 12-pounder howitzers, Warlord Games Black Powder models, to use as bombards for the Old World, and a BSB in full plate armor with a halberd. Also included a couple of photos of some stuff I won at a Christmas party raffle that will make perfect K-47 terrain from left to right. An Atlas 5 rocket, a Falcon 9 rocket, a Long March 5B rocket, and a ballistic missile early warning system radar building, and a Starship rocket in the back. Sherman included for size reference. I feel like you might work somewhere that involves rockets. Do you work for fucking NASA? Like, they will make for some very good. They will make for some very cool terrain for sure, man. Yeah. Hey, they look cool, man. I like that. I really love seeing like the realistically proportioned cannons from like Black Powder, mate. They look fantastic. Yeah. Like things in 40k, things in Old World are so fucking massive. You forget how, what cannons actually look like. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, that's so, I like that. I think they've come out really nicely, and I think they're really well. I actually really like the style of them. Yeah. I really like the style of the smaller guns. Yeah, feels a lot more realistic. That's cool. Really cool. I still love the color scheme, mate. Yeah, solid. Solid as fuck. Really nice. Excellent work, Chicken Detonator. Excellent work indeed. We've got Chris K. Thank you for the gift of membership, mate. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Sammy and the Motorcycle Man coming the 21 with Member Flex. Renewing his shadow membership. Yes! Amazing, man. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years. Absolute Giga Chad. We've got Fool's Fate. Fool's Fate. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Through my Grizzled company list in the stream discussion. If you want to check it out, Combined is probably better for it, and that makes me sad. Combined is still a really, really... Oh, one minute. I missed one thing for Chicken Detonator. Nice. Loving the BSB, man. That's cool. Nice. I like the realistic cloth banners you've been doing, mate. They're really fucking badass. I think Combined Arms is still a really good detachment, and I bet in the fullness of time, I think Combined Arms will end up being the better detachment than Grizzle Vets because of lethal hits. We literally, Guard players are going to run into a stat check and go, of heavy units, and they're going to go, oh, that's what that feels like. Yeah, I need lethal hits back. I hate this. This is probably still better in combined. Rust Commander, Shock Troops, Chimera, Hellhound, Kazakin, Vank, Scout Scent. Ooh, I don't know, man. So 6 tank orders, 2 being used on themselves, 4 being left over. 3 being used on those Vanks. 1 getting used on the Hellhound, probably. You know what, man? I don't know. I think your list is in a good place for Grizz Vet. Yeah. So the only thing you might want, so no, I think this is fine. I don't think you need 2 Scout Sentinels. I think you can drop 1 Scout Sentinel straight away. As for the Caden Shock Troops, I'm not sure they're doing much for you in this list. I guess just ship munchers, right? But you've got no orders for them. Okay. This is what I would consider doing. All right. I would consider dropping a Scout Sentinel, dropping one of the Hellhounds, and as crazy as it might seem, dropping the Chimeras. Okay. Maybe it's a solid maybe on that one. But what I would do with that is quite straightforward, actually. How many points would that give me? 1 minute. He just runs around shouting at them. And then I don't know. I was thinking I think I'm rearranging the list too much. Truth be told, I think the only thing I would change, it's actually really simple. The only thing I would change is I'd drop 1 Hellhound, drop 1 Scout Sentinel. And that will get you 180 points. And then I'm kind of feeling like you just want to put that into getting some ship munchers with some orders. Like You've got 180 points. Do you have 5 points left over in your list, or are you bang on 2k? I guess is the big question. What, Aquilan's Eye? Yeah, the funny thing is I don't think you're getting anything from Aquilan's Eye, you know. I don't think you're getting anything from it. But because you don't really need it on any of the vehicles that you've got. Oh, maybe the Hellhounds. Hellhounds AP3 is funny. It is funny. No, I'm going to go a different direction with this. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but... Maybe, I don't know if I like that either. So I was thinking maybe if you drop a Vanquisher and a Scout Sentinel, because that way you can put Aquilan's Eye on 2 of the Hellhounds and then take aim on the Tank Commander, and the other Tank Commander could do take aim on all 3. You know, him and the 2 Vanks, right? And then the Kazakin can jump out and order themselves, so that's good. And you only need the 1 Scout Sentinel, so that kind of frees up bang on 200 points. And so the big question is, what do you spend 200 points on? That can order or be, you know, I don't know. So yeah, that's kind of what's going. A Metguard Mantle Cams will be a hard sell for me. No, I mean, I'm trying to give you the chimeras, to be honest. I'm keeping those in. I'm not fucking with them. Command squad and 2 Cadians. I mean, you could do, but then you kind of still got this issue of a couple of units floating around without an order. Could just take 2 more chimeras. Or Tauroxes. So if we took 2 Tauroxes, that'd be 150. Swapped out 1 of your chimeras for another Taurox. So you could have your Cadians in your chimeras, your Catachans, your Kazakin and Tauroxes. You'd have 30, 40 points left over. Don't own the Taurox. Fair. Fair and based. All right, wait. I might have something here. I might have something here. No, I don't think so. Like I said, my only real issue is you're very low on infantry. I feel like if you're going to go that low on infantry, 50, you kind of need all that infantry to be mech'd up. So, I mean, I'm very... Right now, I'm very pro drop a Hellhound or drop a Vanquisher and 1 of the Scout Sentinels and get between 180 and 200 points and use that to fully mech up. That's kind of what's going through my mind. Because I feel like 2 Hellhounds, 2 Vanks, 2 Tank Commanders, probably enough firepower. So then it kind of comes down to let's get some more mech shit going. A Hellhound and a Saint gets me 2 more chimeras, but 1 idiot needs to stand on home. Well, you could probably... no, they don't. Because in Grizz Vet, you just go command point, sticky. Off you go. Do you want an interest? Do you want an interest in that? I've been playing around the list here, mate. I've got an idea for a list. I actually want to talk about this. So, lots of deep strike in local. Fair. Maybe you need some indirect fire then, man. Screwed out your back line. My only concern with your list is it's a lot of fighty shit, but there's not a lot of shit munchers. And I think you need some shit. That's my only concern with your list. But your local meta might be you can get away with fairly minimum action monkeys. It's very, very possible. I have had an idea for a list. I want to share it with you. One minute. I think I almost already did this one. Yeah, here you go. What do you think about this? Chat. It's a work in progress. But this might be something that you want Fool's Fate as well. So it's 3 Rust Commanders, 6 squads of Cadians, and 6 Chimeras. Now you can give each one of those Chimeras take aim because you've got enough orders to do so. Mech Guard meta is back. Plasma gun and melter gun shooting at the top. Every Chimera. I have no idea if that'll be any good. But are Chimeras good without lethals? It's a great question. I don't know. Hitting on 4s with lethals or hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s without lethals. And having a melter gun and having a plasma gun. Feel like maybe it balances out. Where's the strength 12 plus damage? Oh, yeah, all my tank commanders get Vanquisher cannons in this list. That's the secret sauce. Now, currently I've got 3 artillery teams in here. 235 for a bank cannon feels bad. It sure does, Skippy. I am not going to push back on that one. But what if we really committed to the bit? What if we really committed to the bit?
There's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Ooh, have I taken any enhancements? No, I haven't. Oh. What would that need? That wouldn't be okay. I don't know. I got 340 points left over. I'm wondering how more mechanized can we get with this bad boy? I think I'd have to do this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And Aquilon's Eye, 20 points left over. So at first, the orders go on the tank commanders and the hellhounds. And then as things die, they start going on to the chimeras. Just saying. That could be it. That's 12 holes. It's 12 holes and 60 infantry. No indirect fire. I don't know. Solid maybe, Captain. I definitely want to try that list out, though. That does feel like quite the mechanized company. I really want to be able to take 3 tank commanders. Well, you know what, actually? What if we just didn't give the chimeras orders? I bet you could get 6 tanks and 6 infantry squads. If you... Wait, what would I need to do here to make that fit? Oh, yeah. I bet 1 minute. Let me just play around with this 1 second. Oh, yeah. That's actually pretty legit. Yeah, we'll just go for that one just for the sake of the argument. But, yeah, I don't know, man. So 2 tank commanders and 6 tanks, and 4 of the tanks, 6 tanks in total, 6 chimeras, 6 Caden shock troops. Now that feels like a mech list. That feels mechy. Could put flamers on them. Could do, yeah. It's a lot of mech. Just saying. Anyway, full spec, we kind of got off on one, but if you're a mech commander, I thought you might enjoy the madness that's been going through my mind with it recently. Warner Malarkey, thank you for the 21-month member flex. Thank you for the support, man. Xbox, baby. Baz is back on the menu with Grizz Company. Yes. But it depends if you've got a spare tank order. So if you're taking like 6, let's say you've got like 2 tank commanders, it makes sense to kind of go like 2 Lehman Russ tank commanders, 3 Lehman Russes, and a Basilisk. And then just basically have the Basilisk as like your only source of indirect fire. Unless you've got like a spare infantry order, and then go for like a mortar team or something. Yeah. Yeah. Take the Basilisk as a Dawn Commander Bodyguard. Got it. Fuck's sake. Yeah, so yeah, Baz is definitely back on the menu because it's like, I've got a spare order. I might as well use that on something. And with the tank commanders being able to do them 12 inches out of their bum as well, you can actually tend to keep the Basilisk in range. Yeah. Yeah, Stormlord and the new detachment's really good. Yeah. The Flamers don't need orders, that's true. Let me have a look here. What have we got next? Oh, shit. 1 minute, boys. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Build the 6 Dawn list as competitive as you can. The 6 Dawn list as competitive as I can. Okay, I think I actually have the answer for this one. I think I'm actually ready for it. All right. Okay. I got a couple of ways of doing it. Okay, so 6 Dawn. Bang off that. Take that. Take that. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
When it comes to
1, 2, 3.
there's only one man
Oh yeah, easy.
while keeping it real.
Easy. Easy, 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 easy.
Indeed.
Where is he? All right. So you go 3 Dawn commanders, 3 other Dawns, 3 squads of Kazakin, Katie Castellan with Loudhailer, and then you've got 20 points left over for another enhancement. You probably go Aquila and I on one of your Rogal Dawn commanders. And then your Katie Castellan can order the Kazakin around if he needs to. And the Rogal Dawn commander can get a bit of extra AP. There you go. That's it. Your other option is this. Is you take that.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
And then you go Squad of Bulgrin, Squad of Ogrin, Commissar with the enhancement. Don't know if I like that one as much, though. I think triple Kazakin is the way to go. If you go just triple Kazakin, you do end up with a few of the points left over. You have 95 points left over. If you don't go for the Cadian Castellan, you're still going to end up taking Aquila and I. So, yeah, you literally might as well do that one. Yeah, and then just be 10 points under. No engine serum fun? Nah, you got 6 fucking Dawns, man. Well, at that point, you don't need the engine serum. Probably. What about your extra 3 tank orders? Fuck them. Okay, what about the extra tank orders? What can I do with the extra 3 tank orders? I don't really have anything for them, is the problem. I have 400 points left over. There's not a lot you can really go for. Can't quite get triple Vank. That would be great. But you can't quite do it. You get triple Hellhound if you wanted to. And then use a Quill and Eye on them. But yeah. You could get something in there. Armor Sentinels, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe Armor Sentinels. But they'd only you still have like, to be fair, if you went Armor Sentinels, you'd have 15 points left over. So which you can't do anything with. Basilisks. That's a good shout, actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, yes. You could take triple Basilisk, but you wouldn't be able to have enough points for a Quillen's Eye. So you'd have to decide if you thought that was worth it. So triple Armored Sentinels and a Quillen's Eye, or triple Basilisk and no Quillen's Eye. That's the way I see it. But yeah, you could probably, I mean, that'd be a hell of a list, that, wouldn't it? Be a hell of a list. Just, I mean, technically all the indirect fire is there. No, don't pussy out, Nostalgia Vivek. It's clearly a list where only things are taken in 3s. No nuances allowed. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's how you do it. It'd just be a stat check. That's all it is. It's just a stat check. It would almost be, in a funny sort of way, irrelevant what units you had. Because it's just a case of, can your opponent kill 6 Dawns? Yes. Then you lose. Can they not? Then you win. Going to fellate yourself. You're not going to treat yourself. Yeah. Morning Glory. 2 Lemurs commanders, 3 Vanks, 6 armored fist squads, 2 mortars, and a Acadian command squad. I like that. I like that. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah. But that probably is better in a combined arms list. In fact, it's almost certainly better in a combined arms list. Because you don't really have... Yeah. It probably is. 2K on the dot. Yeah, because you turn the Cadian. I mean, it might not be quite perfect. Let me have a look, actually. Because do you have enough for what I'm planning? So I'm just wondering if you have enough tank orders there. Lemurus Commander. Did you take Grand Strategy is kind of the question I'm thinking. Vank. Chim. True. Shot. Cadian squads. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. So you would be 1 tank order short. To be fair. But you could just swap a Chimera out for a Torx and you'd be okay. Yeah. Because you go for a Castellan over a command squad, that gives you 10 points. Torx over Chimera, that gives you 10 points. You'd be 5 points short, but you'd have 5 tank orders, 5 Chimeras, which I'd probably put something like... I still want to put Catachans in them, and then 1 Torx with Catachans in for a little zoom unit. But yeah, that's probably best as a combined arms list, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Interesting. Combined art. Yeah, everyone's very excited about Grisvet. I'm very excited about Grisvet, but the looming shadow of combined arms is still there. Rob Swift, thank you for the big super chat, my man. Thank you for the Bean Blade. Yes. Loving the stream. Glad to see the guard actually getting some well-due respect. Agreed, man. Yeah. Recently bought some bolt action US models. What, in your opinion, is the best way to go about painting them? Still new to acrylic paints on Vix. I'm not sure what you mean by Vix, mate. Is that like Victrix models or something? So I'm not sure what you mean about... Oh, vehicles. Oh, okay. So it depends on what... It depends, Rob Swift, on what colour scheme you want to go for. Now, I have a... I can give you my colour scheme. Now, I don't know how historically accurate it is, but this is my generic olive... Obviously, I haven't done the underneath, but generic olive green Sherman, olive drab. So what I did for this model was I spray painted it in Army Painter Army Green, and then I shaded it in Agrax Earthshades, and it came out like this, and that was it. And then obviously I did all the other bits, but that's what I did to achieve that green. So if you want a really easy way of painting olive green that looks historical enough, then that's one way you could do it. Yeah. But it depends what color scheme you want to go for. All over shade or research shade? Oh, I just slapped Agrax all over it. Yeah. So I did the same thing with my Soviet. I did the same thing with this thing. And then I did the same thing for my Soviets. Then I covered them in snow. But yeah. So what I do... You can Syriade is right. Syriade is right. You can buy historical paint sets from the Army Painter now, and I think they do have them for each nation, so that might be worth considering as well. But they're designed for like brushing on. Yeah. So if I was to give you my full recipe for this, spraying Army Painter Army Green. That's like the primer. And then I went and did, for the silver, I used, you can use any generic silver. I think I used this gunmetal color. Army War Paints gunmetal. And I did silver on, like, the cable and the tools that you can see on it. And then I did, for the wood, I used leather brown from Army Painter. For the gun up there, I just, I literally just painted it in a matte black. Matte black. Aerial, matte black. Little machine gun sticking out the front and the coax on the turret. Matte black. And the little glass bits, periscopes, I did in ultramarine blue. And then the yellow, I did demonic yellow. And I did 2 on all of those, on the silver, the brown, the black, the blue, the yellow. Oh, and I did red on the back, which I did pure red. Okay. All of those, I did 2 thin layers. So I didn't just do 1 thick layer, I did 2 thin layers on all of those. Now, when I'd done the primer, then all of the paints, then I shaded the whole thing in Agrax Earthshade. That's when I did the whole thing in Agrax Earthshade there. And yeah, even the yellow, even the red, just even the blue, all of it. And then what I did is I got some of this Russian mud. And I did the tracks black as well, by the way. I did the tracks black. I left the road wheels green, I think. No. So I did the tracks black, and then the rubber part of the road wheels I did black, but the inner bit I left as green. But honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about that. I'd still paint that bit, but then I took the Russian mud and just slopped it all in there. Slopped it in, splashed it up the sides. Yeah. And that makes for a nice... Because what I was going for, I was trying to recreate the look of the Shermans from Fury when they're doing the attack across the field. So that's what I was going for. I did the transfers before I did the mud. The decals. I did the decals, like the star and stuff. I did those, then I did the mud. But I did the Agrax first, then the decals, then the mud. Yeah. Some people do the decals first and then Agrax. I did Agrax, then the decals. Yeah. So I don't know if that's how I did it. And I found that to be a very quick way of painting them up. But I don't know if that's any help to you. But I tend to find with bolt action that as long as it looks pretty, as long as it looks like, oh, the American tanks are green kind of thing, I don't think anyone worries too much about the exact, what they call it, like the RAL code or whatever it is. You know what I mean? I don't think people worry too much about that. Yeah, so I hope that helps. Rob Smith, thank you for your generous support. And if you've got any follow-up questions, please let me know. Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, bro. All I'm saying, GW didn't step things up until they got a little competition. I'm sure it's coincidence. But I like to believe it's not. I'm sure GW had all of this stuff planned out way in advance. But my headcanon is that maybe they reacted. My headcanon is that Grotmus maybe wasn't planned out like this. But we'll see. I think the big question is what comes after today. That's the big question. We've had 1 week of Grotmus. What comes after today? Is there anything else to look forward to? We'll see. We'll see. Snowpiece T, thank you for the super chat. Doing a solid because rant/vent plus first guard list industry discussion. This much must be worthy at least 1 T in your currency. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, man. Let me have a look. Yeah, man. No, I appreciate the gem spot. That's a Baneblade from your neck of the woods, isn't it? The Baneblade. There we are. Let's have a look. What have you got here, mate? Rant/vent. I just rewinded the stream to see a response. I literally just deleted my Reddit account after seeing the reaction for the data slate. I screamed to the 4 winds, I play Emperor's Children. When they announced, I was thrilled. Now, about a year later and almost 6 months of playing/painting them, I realized I don't like them. I like them as a concept, but they really lack stuff that I like right now. And I don't think they will get what I like. I like shooting and termies. So many posts they lambasting Emperor's Children termies. It is frustrating. Every time I look out for a cool list advice stuff, it always gets thrown against the wall of run coterie of the conceited, termies suck, 3-wing princes, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Dude, I feel the same way. In some ways, I feel the same way. This is my point here. I don't feel this negativity/toxicity. If I want to run Bridgehead, you guys will tell me how. Hammer, here's some tips. Recon, add a Baneblade. Even if it's not the best, the most meta, or solve list, I don't see you guys telling others to run combined regiments. I think Dreer is the exception. Even if I wanted to run Dreer, I don't think this community would tell me to drop him. Oh, no, dude, there is a way of running Dreer. No, I can tell you how to run Dreer. Take Dreer, put him in 10 Death Riders, yeet him off into the side of an enemy vehicle, try and very possibly frag lance an enemy unit to death. Because he gives them, I think that lethals and like dev wounds. I think he gets dev wounds in combat. So you could make Dreer work. So Dreer plus 10 Death Riders actually does work. It's just expensive. It's 220 points. But nah, you could chuck Dreer in there, man. Yeah, it's not that he's bad. He's just overcosted. Yeah. Okay, he is bad. Like, but he really, either he stays the points level he is and joins a unit of Death Corps of Krieg so he can become like a Supreme Command Blob, or he should be 80 points and he's just basically unlocking dev wounds. Yeah, because I think when the codex dropped, he was actually 80 points and then they nerfed him. Yeah. When he was in the codex, he was 80 points, and 80 points plus 120 points. The Death Riders, I actually think 200 points for a dev bomb. I think that's worth it. Also, if they could make the Death Riders 12-inch move, yeah. 80 points was overcosted. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, the 3 orders is just such a waste of time on him. But yeah, no, dude. I can make Dreer work for you. I can make anything work for you, man. Just got to give me a little bit, okay, maybe not anything. At one point, Cyclops demolition vehicles were meta. So this is why I'm pivoting. I will just leave the Emperor's Children on the shelf. There's stuff there that I like, but I want something else, more choice, a better community, something close to my playstyle. Mostly gun lines with tank support and a few stuff to push mid-board. I mean, that is basically the GAD. You got to push a bit more. You got to push quite a bit into mid-board, but you can. If you like tanks, I think we might be the guys for you. Anyway, I scraped together a list of Grizz vets of 1k points. How much my group plays? Oh, bro, I can tell you how to run 1,000 points of guard, guaranteed. I mean, this would probably win most games. I got the perfect 1,000 point beginner list. With some stuff I have and some stuff I want to run, it's on the elite side, and I don't know if I should drop something for indirect fire. By the way, a strong argument to drop termins because I like them. I also like snipers. Edit, I rose out frustration, so I had no idea what I was doing. Caden Castellan, Caden Command Squad, Commissar, Rust Commander, 10, 20 shocks, Bullgrin, Vindicare Assassin, Grey Knight Terminators. Okay. So, truth be told, the Vindicare and the Grey Knight stuff is probably holding your list back. If you like it, you like it. Okay. But what I would say is you could get away with running both of them at 2,000 points, but at 1,000 points, it's like 33.5% of your list tied up in 6 models. So I think one or the other would be my first piece of advice. My second piece of advice would be is I'm fine dropping the Vindicare, the Grey Knights. I need something to chew. I mean, that's what the Bullgrins are for, man. Truth be told, mate. Again, I'm not. I know you're like, but Mordian, you said you'd make it work. I'll make it work for you. I'll make it work for you. But at 1,000 points, you want to pick between the Bullgrins and the Grey Knights. Now, if you want a Grey Knights, take the Grey Knights. That's fine. But it's one or the other, would be my advice. Maybe. I might have something for you. Let me just fiddle with some numbers. Damn and blast. I was thinking maybe we took 6 Bullgrins and 5 Grey Knights, but it's not quite gelling. So give me a second. No, wait. I might have something for you. So close. I got 2 lists for you, bro. I got 2 lists for you. Check out these boots for size. 1 tank commander with a Quillen's Eye, plasma cannon turret. 1 vanquisher 1 Hellhound. 1 Tech Priest Engine Seer. 2 squads of Kazakin. Squad of Terminators. 3 tanks. 3 infantry choices. A Tech Priest can put an invulnerable save on, heal, and be an action monkey. Other option. Exact same list. Drop Aquilon's Eye. Make the Hellhound into a second Vank. So second list would be Tank Commander with Plasma Cannon, 2 Vanks, Tech Priest, Terminators, 2 squads of Kazakin. That's my 2 lists for you. I've got a third list for you. Just come to my head. I've got a third list for you. Tank Commander, 2 Vanks, 2 squads of Kazakin, 6-man Bulgrin squad, led by a Commissar with the enhancement that allows them to join the Bulgrin. If you wanted to go pure guard. 3 lists for you. 3 lists. All very similar. All very similar. I don't know how viable those are. I haven't really paid too much attention to the models that you've got. I figured, you know, you could run Cadian shock troops with some extra special weapons in there to represent Kazakin. You could use, but yeah, I feel like that's, you know, I feel like there's some things going on there. So I don't know. I don't know if those things you can run, proxy, or work towards. I have all the models. Ah, yeah. Zzz, oh, my own personal manufactorum. All right. There you go. 3 lists. All of them similar to each other. Bit of play in there. There you are. There you are, man. Now, my go-to Imperial Guard 1,000-point list is 2 Vanks and a Tank Commander. This is in Combined Arms. The Tank Commander is Grand Strategist. And then, like, 60 basic infantry. And the idea is the infantry just screen and the tanks do all the damaging. But I'm not against that other list. Those are the 3 lists that I've come up with I actually quite like as well. Yeah. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. Hope that helps, man. Gives you some things to mull over. There you are. So John, thank you for the super chat. To give you the Doug depth of NID shenanigans in stream discussion. Oh my god, how deep does it go? So NIDs are meant to be small. Wait, zones. Okay, so the Zonothropes are meant to be small, easy to hide teams. The Nero is there for the Synapse Leash and the Big Shadow and the Warp Bomb. 2 Gaunt squads in reserve. Note the Von Ryan Lictors and Lictors are fight first. Vons also have 0 command point heroic. Yep, that's true. Neuro Lictors have 12-inch command shock. If you're shot with a 12-inch, they get -1 to hit, and all NIDs around them get +1 to wound. Normal lists have 0 command. Normal lictors have 0 command point rapid ingress give out. So those have mortal wounds if you shock near them. Biovores are not to do damage, but to litter out spawn mines who make it so you can't start or end advance within 6 inches. Well, I can. I just take some damage, but I can. So sprinkle those in buildings to fuck movement. There's a lone op strat in the detachment, so even if you catch out a unit, you can be like, nah. Also note that if you're in synapse range of lads, you're -1 to battle shock. The Neo Titan has a make battle shock if you come from reserves, which you're most likely doing at -1. Basically, the army is stalking the ruins, hiding, doing actions, holding objectives until you try and dive me. Then shock you with 3 redundant shock tests, then get all the bonuses and eat you, or just farm the points. If you try and shoot me, baiting out moves to shoot with false move mistakes, only to loan up it, up and down it, then come back for free. I do my fights first with shock ores and free heroics to kick melee rush armies in the chest before swinging with gaunts to clog and hold. Leaves me to keep hold of points. Tyrant Guard to keep the Neuro Tyrant alive till he drops the Shadow Bomb. Then it's a tough-ass brick of anti-tank melee that can roadblock or holding maneuver a threat. No, you can't at all. Or you just can't move within 6 inches of a... You can't start or end an advanced move within 6 inches. Yeah, but I could just move in range, right? Xenos. Neds. Spore mines. Oh yeah, it's just an advanced move. Yeah, but I just move in range. So, anyway. That is a lot of tricks. It's a lot of tricks. And I fully acknowledge their existence. And I fully acknowledge that they look very, they look very good. But I have faced all of that before. Not necessarily quite to the extent you're spamming it, to be true, to be fair. But I remember the first time I played against Vanguard, and I was like, my opponent told me everything his list did. And you could clearly tell he was very excited for all the tricks. And I was like, yes. But in my head, I was like, I have lost track of all this. Like, halfway through. So he sort of did all his tricks. He sort of told me all his tricks. You know, he's being very honest about, like, gotchas and everything. And I was like, okay. I'm just going to tank rush you. It wasn't even tank rush. I even have the after action report, mate. Now, it's very different to what you're saying, but I probably can't find the after action report, to be fair. It was a little while ago. But basically, he had all these tricks, and then I was like, but what if I just, like, ram a Rogel Dawn and 4 Legion Russes and 100 infantry down your throat? And it was a bit like, yeah, but I can do all these things. It's like, yeah, but what if I just fucking brute force you with shooting? So I'm not saying you can't do the things. And I think your list is definitely doing a lot of things. But the problem with it is with like Vanguard, it doesn't do a lot of damage. So people can kind of bully you a little bit. Like you can be like, I'm going to fight first with Von Ryan Leapers. I had 3 Von Ryan Leapers fail to kill 5 Tactical Marines. Like they're not that scary. Like so I'm not, again, please don't think I'm shitting on you and saying your list is bad or anything like that in any way, shape, or form.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
You know, I think the list is really interesting. I think you have a lot of potential with the list. The thing I'm sort of warning you about is what happens if someone just completely disrespects your tricks and just fucking bulldozes you. What is your answer to that? Because that is the trick to beating Vanguard. Yeah, as Macon has put it, it's a trick list being reviewed by the guard's sharpest blunt object. That's it, man. Like, what would I do against that list? I tell you what I'd do. I know what, I wouldn't be list tailoring. I would take Mordian's comfy mech list against it. And I'd be like, okay, so you've got all these tricks, but what if I took 5 Leman Russes and 5 Chimeras with 50 infantry inside, and then just basically just ram that down your throat? Oh, you're going to tie me up in combat. I don't give a fuck. I'll just shoot my way out of combat. I'm okay with doing that. Like, I'll stay in combat and pop the firing deck and flame my way out. Like, so that's the point I'm trying to get across here, John. I think your list has a lot of potential, and I'm not just saying that to placate you. I'm saying that honestly. I think your list has a lot of potential. I think it's got a lot of tricks, and I think if you can get that list to sing, then it will be a pleasure to play when all of the pieces fall into place, right? Right? Okay, so I'm saying that truthfully and honestly. But the number one flaw in your list is going to be, what if someone doesn't get bamboozled by the tricks? Okay, that's the number one thing I think you need to consider. And one thing you need to be aware of when you're piloting it. Now, if that's the key to resolving the problem with the list, not problem, but like potentially the counter to the list, it's like, okay, well then I can play around that, I can practice against that, I can keep them off balance, all that kind of stuff. But that's where I think what happens. I think that the big question is like, going back and looking at the list, for example. What happens if someone just goes, I'll just take the Biovore hits, I don't care. I mean, how many the Biovores are actually the very interesting part of this, Because do they do mortals, Biovores? Or if the Spore Mines don't do mortals, that's a little bit of a pisser. They do mortals. Interestingly, I think the Biovores are the coolest bit. Because you just, every turn, you're going to be doing 3 mortal wounds. They might do D3 if they pop off on a 6, but that'll happen. You get like an extra mortal wound on average, every 6 Spore Mines. Because only spawn 1 Spore Mine a turn. If you've got 3 Biovores, you can spawn 3 Spore Mines a turn. I mean, that's a lot over the course of a game. No. You can't do that? Is that something that is that on the Biovore datasheet? Ah. Once per turn in your shooting phase, when to select to shoot 1 unit with this ability, can use it instead of making any attacks with its ranged weapons. If it does, you can add 1 new Spore Mines unit to your army instead of anyone on the battlefield that is whole within 48 inches of this unit and more than 9 inches horizontally away from all enemy units. That Spore Mine contains 1 model for each model in this unit. Ah! Okay, so that might be a little bit of a spanner in the works, Zedron. Yeah. Because you can only spawn 1 mine at a time. And it's not the end of the world. I don't feel like the Biovores were the main stars of the show. It's not the end of the world at all. But yeah, I think that probably means you're looking at like 1. I actually quite like the Biovore just as a general attacker. I mean, it's only 50 points. Are Barbgorns indirect still? Or were they ever indirect, I should say? No, they're not indirect. Okay, that's a bit of a shame. It'd be great if they were. Bit of a missed opportunity. Yeah. So yeah, so John, I think if you get rid of the 2 of the Biovores now, I think the list has got some potential. I think we've talked about where we think the flaw might be, but I think the list has got a lot of potential. And I'll tell you what, man. And I mean this again. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. It looks really fun. You know what, man? It looks like a fucking Vanguard list. It looks sick. Do you know what I mean? It looks sick. I mean, and you just like every game has to like win every list has to win every game, every tournament. Do you know what I mean? I will say this to you, man. I bet you could win games with that list consistently. I don't know. I think if you took it to a tournament and got very practiced with it, this would be kind of the pattern. You'd win your first, like an RTT, for example. You'd win your first couple of games, and then you'd get to the final, and then game 3, you'd face someone who probably wouldn't be bamboozled, and then they would beat you, and you'd go like 2-1. I think you go 2-1 very consistently at an RTT. I think you might be able to go 3-2 at a GT. But there is a little bit of a risk that you would go win your first 2 games and then just start plowing into loss after loss after loss, because you start, you know, at that point encountering, you know, more and more like experienced players kind of thing. Yeah, something like that. But I think you could go to it well practiced. I think that's a 2-on-1, 3-and-2 list on a semi-consistent basis. Yeah, which when you think about it, it's a pretty fucking good list. Yeah, it's just you're gonna have the occasional person that just goes, I'm just gonna disrespect it, and that's where it can be a little bit of a pisser. Yeah, the trick. My brain is so smooth that the tricks of the hive mind just slide right off it. But John, thank you for your support, and I appreciate you laying out how that list works, because it did add a lot of context, and that did make me understand the list a lot better and appreciate it a lot more. Average White Shark, thank you for super chat. Wyvern meta incoming. Right, I'm banning that guy. I'm banning that guy, man. I'm banning him. No, Average White Shark. Sadly, the Wyvern isn't making it him, because it's still only 2d6 shots. Yeah. 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 Wyvern. Think that I'll be out. Wouldn't that ever get old? Trench Rat Shovel, thank you for the super chat. Found something you might like in True Discussion if you have time. Dude, I always have time for a member flex, mate. Thank you for your 9 months. Trench Rat, I'm trying to find it. I can see you talking about Marcher. That's it. Well, have I heard of Marcher? I've heard of Marcher, yeah. Oh, just found this. March Empires at War by Golden Dragon Games. It feels like World War 1 K47 and 40k to baby. Models look great, and it's on New Recruit. Yeah, no, I've seen it. I've seen it. I think it looks great. I'm definitely keeping an eye on some of their models for K47. I'm sort of waiting to see where Warlord goes with their like plastics and stuff. And then if there's a few gaps or there's a few things that I prefer the design of, then I think I'll get some March stuff. Yeah. For now, my approach to this for now with K47 is I really want the game to do well. So I'm kind of I'm being pretty unusual. I'm kind of just buying conflict models. But as time goes on, when the game feels like it's a little bit more established, I'll be much more likely to branch out. Yeah. Have I seen the game system? I haven't seen any battle reports for it. Yeah. I have no idea I have no idea how it plays. I'm at the moment, I'm less bothered about its rules. Like, I'm sure the rules are fine, but I've got quite a lot of game systems that I play at the moment. So I'm less bothered about how it plays at the moment, and I'm more bothered about what kind of models it can offer me. Yeah. But it's one of those ones where I keep an eye on these kind of things, and then maybe in a year or two's time, maybe not that long, maybe a bit longer, I go, well, whilst we're going through a 40k dip, let's have a look at this game. Yeah. No, Trench Rat, no, I think it looks good, and I think there's a lot of chatter around it, and it's consistently a game that people are asking about, and that's very, very positive. Yeah, I think it's a game that'll find a decent community. Yeah. Baby Ruth, thank you for the super chat. I love Grizzled Company. List in stream discussion.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it Indeed.
Are you Acme Jetpack in the Discord? I'm going to guess you are, because this was the next list. KD Castellan, KD Command Squad. Sweet. No, that's good, man. I used deduction because I was like, this is the next list in the Discord. Let's have a look. All right. Caden Castellan, Caden Command Squad, Commissar with Abhuman Detail. 20 Cadians, 20 Cadians, 10 Catachans, 10 Catachans, artillery, lads cannons on the Cadians, which I'm not actually against because of how they kind of work with Grizvet. Yeah, I know it's Grizzled Company, but I just call it Grizvet. Grizvet sounds better than Grizzcomp. Yeah. It's gonna be one of those things where is it what they call like the Mandela effect or something, or the Streisand effect is when if you acknowledge something, it's worse than if you just ignored it. The Mandela effect, I think, is when enough people think something was that way, it sort of gets attributed to them, even though that's not right. So if enough people, yeah, I think that's what it is. Someone will be able to tell me. Anyway, I'm going to keep calling it Grizvet, even though it's called Grizz Company, because Grizzled Veterans is better. So, artillery team, Cadian, Fob, Kazakin, Engineers, Krieg, Weapons team, Ogren, Aquilans, Rough Riders. Any tanks? No. Interesting. 0 tank. Now, have you taken into account that Abhuman Detail costs 20 points and you've spent 1,990? That's the first question. Because you might be 10 points over. Easy enough to fix. You just drop one of the Krieg heavy weapon teams down to a Cadian one, or you drop the Field Ordnance Battery down to a 3rd artillery team. Either way, you've got the... yeah. I need to pull for the 20-point detail. Okay, so just drop the FOB down to a 3rd artillery team. Artillery teams are better anyway. It's an interesting list. So I imagine the Castellan goes with 1 command squad. The Commissar goes with another command squad. And both of those go inside the Shock Trooper detail. The Shock Trooper squads. Then the Commissar can do his 2 orders out the 3 Ogren squads. And obviously, you don't have to commit all 3 in one turn, right? So it actually gives you more than 1 blast out of his orders, which I quite like. I mean, there definitely is an argument for taking a lot more than just 2 squads. Like, if you're expecting to have multiple waves of Ogren, you could commit them a little bit at a time. So yeah, you probably want them. So yeah, you want the teams to be Cadians for Overwatch plus Grizvet. The only thing that the Catcher ones get now is reroll 1s to wound against vehicles and monsters. I actually think it's I think the Cadian one's actually better now in some ways. Yeah. But I think it's equals pequals, to be fair. In Grizzled Veterans, I think it's equals pequals. Outside of Grizzled Veterans, I think you're right. Just to be a little bit more nuanced with the take. Rough Riders doing some anti-tank. I'm not convinced on the Aquilans, even slightly. Even slightly. Have you already taken... You've taken 1 unit of Kazakin. So, yeah, I would definitely swap that FOB down to an artillery team. That saves you 20 points on the nose. You've already got 10 points in the bank. So you spend 20 points on Abhuman Detail and 10 points on upgrading the Aquilans to Kazakin. 100%. Not even a debate on that one. Then you've got double artillery Rough Riders, which I like. So you'd have 20 cavalry, 20 Kazakin, 3 squads of Ogren, 3 heavy weapon teams, 3 artillery teams, cheeky engineers for doing some cheeky scouting, and 60 more infantry on top of, 70 more infantry on top of that with the command squads. How many infantry is that in total? 5, 10, 30, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 95, plus the Ogrins, plus 95 regular infantry bastards, plus a load of Ogrins, Rough Riders, and artillery. I tell you what, man, I like it. Honestly, babies, I think you've got enough secondary game. You've got so many little squads running around. You've got so many, man. I mean, if you want to keep the Aquilans and you can do, I think you're better off with double Kazakin. But you've got so many small squads like Catachan Jungle Fighters, fucking, like, you don't have the deep strike down. The enemy will probably just screen you out in many ways. Yeah, even with the 6-inch deep strike. So, yeah, I mean, it's... I think there's arguments for both. I think the Kazakin are better overall, though, to be honest. But yeah, man, I like that list. I think it's a very different take on Grizzled Veteran. And what's kind of funny is I suspect Grizzled Veteran may end up being a very infantry-heavy army. I suspect so. I mean, you can get a lot at 2,000 points if you go pure infantry. And I think it suddenly becomes way more viable to take 18 fucking Bulgrin and a Commissar command squad when you don't have any tanks. I mean, I could really see it becoming quite a pure infantry heavy detachment. Yeah, I really could. We'll see. We'll see. I definitely think it lends itself to so many play styles. It lends itself to so many play styles. It is the new take all comers attachment for sure. Butterpunk, thank you for the 30 months, man. Double Xbox, baby. Yes, 2.5 years, baby. Yes, amazing, man. Thank you. Good luck, Tonk man. Drown him in Shermans. Yeah, I've had a few people talk about I'm assuming you're talking about the fucking haircut. Yeah, I got my haircut yesterday. God, I really needed it. You know what's really weird? I get very depressed when I have long hair. I think it's because it sort of goes in my eyes and I'm constantly looking down, and yeah, it's weird. But yeah, I mean, yeah, whether it's you were talking about that or whether you were, I just realized you might have been talking about the Sherman. But yeah, yeah, either way. I mean, I do like this paint scheme. This is pretty straightforward. Mordy got Scouts a haircut number 3. It's just, I just asked for short back and sides. That's it. That's all I asked for. It's the same thing I've asked for 10 years. 12 years. 14 years. I'll have short back and sides, please. You can go to any barber and they know what that means. Yeah, it's been around forever. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you. You stole my do, now grow a beard. Ah, no, I can't grow a beard. Yeah, I can't grow a beard. Scouser number 1 is Buzzcut, same as number 1 in every video game. Yeah. I actually know quite a few Scousers. Yeah. What we got next? War Nerd Malarkey. Krieg-themed Grizzled Company list in-stream discussion for review set. All of the Grizzled Company lists coming out tonight. Holy shit, man. She grizzled on my company till I krieged. Fuck's sake. Okay. Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, Lord Solar, Rust Commander, Tempesta Command Squad, 70 Kriegers, Basilisk, Bulgrin, Vank, Scions. I feel like Lord Solar has 4 orders. He can order the Rust Commander. I mean, you've got 6 tank orders, but only 5 tanks. Okay, but Lord Solar can order other things than tanks, right? Yeah. The Krieg Command Squad can do 2 orders. So obviously, Leontis and the 2 Krieg Command Squad orders go here. The Commissar order goes there. And the Scions go there. It is a very neat and tidy list. It's a very neat and tidy list. I think it's a little elite, but it's probably okay. At the end of the day, your Scions and Bulgrins pull double duty as both infantry and damage dealers. You may find that you don't quite have enough. Your list might feel a little short in some matchups. I feel that is the nature of the current guard points. I feel that is the nature of the current guard points, to be fair. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad list. It's very nice. I like how neat and tidy it is. Yeah. I'd try it out. But I would try it out. But if you find yourself feeling a little like you could just do with a few, like 1 or 2 more extra units, then I would consider, even though it sort of stops it from being a Krieg themed list, swap the Death Corps of Krieg down to Cadians, because that straight away gets you 75 points for the same number of bodies. It's quite a big flip. And then if you swap the Basilisk out for an artillery team, because bear in mind, you kind of do have a spare order in some ways. Well, in a funny sort of way, you could actually have... In a funny sort of way, you could actually have both of those as artillery teams. When you think about it. Because the tank commander can order himself and these 2 ranks. And then the Lord Solar could order whatever artillery is here. Which, if you swap those out for Cadians, you'd find 75 points. If you swap those out for artillery teams, you'd find another 90 points. And you've not actually lost a unit, you've just swapped. And that's 165 points. That's 165 points. Now that could be an Ogren squad with 30 points left over. 35. Worth considering. Could be a Hellhound on 50 points left over. Not sure what you'd spend the 50 on, though. Could be an extra tank. I mean, I'm presuming you bang on... You got 5 points left over, so actually be 180 points left over. Get quite a lot of 180 points in the guard. If you are willing to drop a Quill and Eye, which I think there's an argument that it's good on Scions, but also, you could just do take aim and first rank fire, second rank fire. So there is there's an argument there, right? You still just put ignores cover on them. If you did that, you'd save 200 points and you could get 2 squads of Bulgrin. Which would you swap out, the Bulgars or the Scions? Probably neither. If I was willing to... I think, looking for an excuse to win the battles off the shelf, sure. Sure, but the thing is, you're taking the basilisks, and they're fine. You could instead... What if you just... if you drop the Krieg down to Cadians, that would save you 75 points, right? If you dropped a Basilisk, that's another 45 points. So you keep one, but you drop the other. Do you know what's a bit of a weird one here? I don't even know if you need the Lord Solar Man. I mean, you might do because you just had to get so many command points. But what is he doing? Like, he's bringing 4 orders to the table, right? But you're not using any of them on vehicles because the Leman Russ commander can order these 2 Russes about. I mean, you're using him on... Okay, you're using him on Basilisks. I think at this point, I'm rewriting the entire list. So, what if we just rewrote the entire thing from the ground up so it looked nothing like your original list? No, and at that point, we're kind of changing the vision a little bit. I think on a more serious note, I think that your list is fine, okay? If you made 0 changes, I think you would have a perfectly adequate list. I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean that in a literal way. It'd be a perfectly adequate list that would be able to win some games. And I think you would be able to... it would feel right. And there are all the correct tools in the toolbox there. Everything's good. You've got 4 line units with the Bulgrin and the Death Corps. You've got 4 damage dealers with the Scions and the tanks. You've got 2 indirect fire units, and you've got orders for all of them. Okay, so at the end of the day, if you change nothing, about the list, it's obeying the tenets of the 4 pillars. So you'll be fine. The only thing I'm saying with this is you might feel like you've got 4 of this and 4 of that and 2 of this, right? But it might be that it ends up feeling like because you've not got your lethal hits and stuff, you might be like, fuck man, 4 isn't enough. I need 5 now. And so there's a little element of, okay, if that's the case, where do we cut points to squeeze more in? And I think where we could cut points to squeeze more in would be Death Corps of Krieg down to Cadians, Basilisk down to artillery teams, and Aquila and I out. And if you did that, that would get... You wouldn't lose any unit count, but you'd gain a Bulgrin squad. Which is kind of sick, having double Bulgrin squad, right? And then you could go, okay, but if I've now got artillery teams, I don't need the Lord Solar, because I now... I don't need the Lord Solar because I now don't have the need for his tank orders. Everything that I've swapped in and around, blah, 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 is now we're looking at infantry. So you could then be like, okay, well, could I swap the Lord Solar out for Creed? That saves you 45 points. I'm not sure what you'd spend the 45 points on, so I'm not sure if it's worth it. Yeah. So yeah, I think after that point you start cutting points, but then it starts not quite working. So yeah, that would be the only thing I would suggest. If you feel like you need a little bit more in your list, consider an extra Bulgrin squad, and that's where I would find the points to get that Bulgrin squad. Okay, but like I said, if you don't change anything, I think your list is fairly stable, and I like how neat it is. It's a very neat list. Yeah, it's very, it's everything's in the right place. Yeah, I like it. It's a very tight list. Yeah, very, very tight. Very concise. It has no real problems with it, apart from it might be 1 unit short, and we've identified how you could get that in there now. So there you are. Let's have a look. T-Bucks, try not to suggest Cadence over Krieg, challenge possible. No, man, I actually think Krieg do have a really, really good place in Grisvet. because they can hit on 2s rolling 1s. And in fact, there's almost an argument to be made for taking 6 Krieg blobs and 3 Kazakin blobs. Because of the fact that you would have 150 infantry all hitting on 2s rolling 1s. And it wouldn't even be that expensive. Like, you know, it would be... Maybe 1,395 points. So you still got 600 points left over. There's definitely an argument for doing that inside. What I would do after that is I would just probably... I mean, it sounds crazy, but I might just spend 600 points on indirect fire. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could get 3 artillery teams and 3 mortar teams for... and 2 Castellans. And that would bring you into 1,985 points. And there's something to be said for that. Yeah. So there's definitely... and that's a very Kriegy list, because you have the Kazakin represent the old Grenadiers. Yeah. Everything's got orders. Kazakin can order themselves. The Kazakin can receive bonus orders from either the servo scribes, that is lit once per game, but that might be they only need it once per game, or if a Krieg blob isn't currently active, like it's just sort of hiding behind an L-shaped ruin, its order could go to a Kazakin unit and you could double up. That's a very just tight Krieg army. 15 points left over. Don't even know what I'd spend it on. Yeah. 15 points left over. Maybe just you take Spec Ops Veteran. But yeah. With Grizzle Veterans, at last I will force Heavy Las Cannons to work. Yeah. I mean, you hit on they hit on 5s base, don't they? Then Heavy goes to 4s, then Take Aim, go to 3s. I think there's some play in Heavy Las Cannons. Wait, what did we do for artillery? I'm taking notes here. 3 artillery teams, 3 mortar teams, whichever you prefer, Cadian or Catachan. Yeah. So it was 120 Kriegers, 3 Krieg command squads, 30 Kazakin, 3 artillery teams, 3 mortar teams, and 2 Cadian Castellans. 15 points left over. Which you could... There's not really anything to spend that 15 points on other than Loudhailer. I'd take Loudhailer so I could spread some of my artillery out if I needed to. Yeah. What do we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Let's have a look. List sent for review by email. Don't forget Krieg. Let's have a look. I've got 2 lists here, Cosmic. Have you done me? I'll just... Oh, you sent me... Okay, no, they're basically the same thing. Okay, that's fine. It double sent. Yeah, that's fine. Cadian Command Squad, Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, Los Orleans, Tech Boost Engine Seer, 10 Cadians, 40 Kriegers, 2 artillery teams, Bane Sword, Big Ass Bulgrins, Kazakin, Vank Vank. I mean, if you're only taking 3 tanks, might as well make them 3 good ones. Yeah. Inventory's a little light. A little. 50 infantry and 6 Bulgarians front line is a little light. You'd probably end up, as long as you took this into account, you'd probably end up chucking the Lord Solar command blob in late game when the infantry started wearing thin on the front lines, but you can do that. Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think it's okay, but Cosmic. But I think as we're finding with a lot of guard lists, I think the points are super fucking tight. Yeah, man. I think it's a good list, but you'll probably find your points a little tight. But that's the thing we're finding with every guard list these days, isn't it? So nothing new there, right? So I got Elder nerfed, not guard. Points cost lowered. I was like, you have to go back in there. Warm that jaw up again, Cosmic. Fundamentally, I think that this is good, Cosmic. I think it's... I think... Ironically, guard players are going to have to get better at... Guard players are going to have to get used to the fact that maybe they don't always outnumber the enemy. Which is an uncomfortable position. But if you want to run an elite grizzled veteran army, that's the situation you're going to find yourself in. You're going to be able to build some very, very solid lists, good game plans behind them. Everyone's got an order. Everyone's cracking on. You're going to be able to build those lists, but you might look down and, you know, where you're used to seeing 80 to 100 infantry, you might look down and see 50 to 60 and go... Yeah. Bleach, thank you for the super chat. Evening, sir. Grizzled Company. Let's just discussion. Wait, I tell you what isn't in short supply. Grizzled Company lists. The list themselves, not many models in them, but the amount of lists, loads of them. Loads and loads and loads of them. Let's have a look here. 1980 points. And those 20 points are left behind for Quill and I. Yeah. Every single list that we've seen for Grizzled Company tonight has been different. And every single one has had different feedback. I know, well, apart from the whole, you're a little tight in places. But that's more of just trying to raise awareness about that. And... it's also a fact that, but the feedback's always been different. I've not given anyone the same, like, take this unit out for this, blah, 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 blah. It's just, every list is different. We're going to have had like 30 lists by the end of today's stream, and every list is going to be different with a little bit of different feedback. Yeah. Let's have a look. So we've got Cadian Castellan, Cadian Command Squad, Rust Commander, a Man of Culture, I see. 20 Cadians. Sorry, 2 bricks of 20 Cadians. 2 artillery teams. Triple Kazakin, Basilisk, Vank, Scout Sentinels. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot. Let me just have a little look here. How many orders you got? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 regiment orders, and then 6... tank orders. Now, I know you have 6 vehicles that can get you tank orders because you've got 3 Vanquishers, Tank Commander, and a Basilisk. So they're fine. They're squared away. Your Kazakin, you've got 1, 2, 3. And then you've got 2 artillery teams, which is 5. And then 2 Caden shock troops. So they've all got orders as well. So it's nicely balanced. It's nicely balanced. However, okay, let me say something. If you made 0 changes, the list would be great. The feedback is, I like the list. It's got quite a few tanks and quite a few infantry and quite a bit of indirect fire in there. All right. You are running essentially 70 infantry, which could be a bit of a pisser. But 30 of them are Kazakin, so you can probably get away with it. It's like on the line, right? Now, how could we possibly change it? So Okay. I'm just throwing a few things out here. I don't think you need 3 sources of indirect fire. I think you could get away with 2 sources of indirect fire. So the question then becomes, what do we drop? An artillery team or a basilisk? Now, I feel like your points are a little... I feel like you could do with more infantry. A potentially somewhat elegant solution. Ooh, okay, 1 minute. We might be cooking here, man. Might be cooking. Okay, bear with. All right, Bleach. Think about this, man. Swap the Bazzy out for 2 armored sentinels. I know, crazy, but they kind of do double duty as a screening wall unit and damage dealers. Las cannons, hunter killers, full rolls on those shots, right? So bear with me there. Now that would leave you with 10 points left over. Now, if you've got 10 points left over, that could mean you could give your Cadian Castellan... he's got a Quillen's Eye. But we could always put that on the Cadian Command Squad instead, right? Okay, let's say a Quillen's Eye goes on the Cadian Command Squad. You're probably not going to go triple... You're probably not going to go all Kazakin going in at the same time anyway, right? So, you'll probably get away with the Quillen's Eye going there instead on... Anyway, I was thinking maybe you could give the... Oh, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because you need the Cadian Command Squad. I was going to say you could get the Cadian Castellan to have the Loudhailer. And then that would mean you wouldn't need his command squad. But then it all falls apart. No. I don't, so I've changed my mind. I've changed my own mind on my own idea. No, I think it's fine. The only thing you might want to consider is swapping out the Basilisk for a fucking Hellhound. You'd have 15 points left over, which you could use for Spec Ops Veteran. So it might be a good way to get your bit of jaw. You know, potentially you could get your Kazakin a little bit more durable with that, but doing double stacking that and take cover, maybe. But I think it's very much 6 of one, half dozen of another. I think you're probably best just sticking with the. I think you're probably best just sticking with the Basilisk, man. 5 tanks, 70 infantry, 3 bits of indirect fire, 2,000 on the nose. Are you a little short on infantry? Maybe. But I think the indirect, a lot of indirect fire makes up for it because you can probably thin the enemy out a bit easier. Yeah. Yeah. The only way we could maybe make things work is go down to 2 Kazakin. But I don't know if that's, again, I don't really feel like that. I feel like if you went down to 2 Kazakin and swap the Basilisk out for those Armored Sentinels, that would give you enough points to upgrade 10 Kazakin to 20 Cadian shock troops, and I'm genuinely not sure if that's an improvement. It's like double the bodies, but the same amount of... Double the bodies, but less firepower. So, no. And Basilisk is also armor in a pinch. Yeah. No, I think it's fine. You may encounter a lack of infantry. You may encounter that. Because when you kind of think about it, you've only really got... This is what's going through my head, man. You've only really got 4 units that you want to push forward. 3 Kazakin and 1 Cadian. You don't want to push forward the other Cadian, really, because it's your command blob and everything starts going to shit, doesn't it? So that's my only thing. Like, what happens if, like, an objective comes up? I suppose you've got the Scout Sentinel as well, but what happens if it's like, okay, I need to push forward and do this, knowing the unit's going to die? You get like, oh shit, well, gotta do it with an expensive Kazakin unit. Like if an action comes up or something, that's kind of what's going through my head a little bit. You know, like it's the lack of infantry is more of a... It's more of an action problem. It's more of a point scoring problem. But I think the list is solid. I think the list is very solid. And I think the amount of indirect fire could definitely... I mean, you could use... If you concentrated those barrages, I reckon you're killing a 5-man squad every turn. Just bang, 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 bang. Maybe something a Russ in most survivor infantry would die, and I've got 5. Yeah, you could always sacrifice a Russ. Depends on the matchup, right? There's going to be some matchups where you're like, oh shit, vanquish cannons aren't very helpful because I'm facing a lot of enemy infantry. Better send that forward, and then even if it dies, the Kazakin can come out and do their thing. Yeah. No, I think it's one of those where I think you could, with practice, play around the limitations of the list if you were self-aware of them. Yeah. There you go. Ed Bailey. So hope that helped. Bleach. Hope that helped. Ed Bailey, thank you for the support, man. Tried the detachment, went 68 and 44 to the guard. The Puss quit after turn 4, mainly because he had little left. He should not have joined the Iron Losers. I love that, man. I love it. Ed Bailey. Victory is assured. There we are. Yeah. I love that, man. Fantastic. Simple Logic, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support, man. De Krampus, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Ooh. Firstly, they called me mad when I kept on building cavalry, but look who's mad now. Cav's looking pretty good in Grizz. Secondly, some new additions to the pile of shame. A local guy was offloading small kits, and I was happy to lighten his burden to the tune of a Valk. No place for it in the list, but damn if it isn't a beautiful thing. Going to 3D print some sponsons, wide tracks, and other Krieg bricks for the assault tank before I build it up. Nice. Hey, you had a dream. That dream was cavalry. And every day that passes, your dream becomes more and more justified, my friend. Love the Lehman, the Horseheads Lehman Russ. And hey, can't go wrong with the Valk, man. I mean, they're not exactly the most competitive models, but they are, they are beautiful. Yeah. List idea, Combat Guard, Leontus, 30 Rough Riders, Dreer, 30 Death Riders, Commissar, Abhuman Detail, Bulgrin, Gaunt's Ghosts, Kazakin, Liam Russ TC, Vanquisher, 1990 points. I don't think the lone tank commander is going to... Well, there's 2 tanks, I suppose. I'm not sure the two tanks are going to do anything. I think if you're going to go Combat Guard, you've got to commit to Combat Guard. One minute. I've got an idea. "30 Death Riders, 30 Rough Riders, Leontus, Dreer, 18 Bulgrins, 18 Ogrins, Commissar with upgrade, 1,990 points." What you do is you go in waves. So the Commissar orders... Turn 1, everyone's in range of orders. Mashes it forward. Well, not all the Bulgrin and Ogrin. I'm just saying. 60 cav, 36 Ogrins, 3 characters. I got 99 models, and a tank ain't one. I'm just saying. Yeah. As I write this, I'm wondering what a Castellan with a Quill and Eye ordering 3 Creek Heavy Weapon Tubes target weak point. Would that be like 9 Inferno Cannons firing off? It would be 9d6 attacks, but each Inferno Cannon fires 2d6. So it'd be slightly... It wouldn't be quite the same. But you'd have more damage. Less AP, but more damage.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man.
Yeah, it would be... But the Hellhounds have also got 3 heavy flamers.
Indeed.
It's 9d6 on both sides. One side has got a little bit better strength, or generally speaking, and a little bit of better AP. But the other side has got more damage. I guess it comes down to points. If it's pretty equals equals, it comes down to points. 375 for the Hellhounds. 225 plus 75. 300 for the Krieg teams. So that 75-point difference is measured in maneuverability and durability. Do those things matter to you? That's the question. They don't die to Overwatch, but they do shoot on death. So there you are. Snowpiece T, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm going Pure Guard, and I'm going to use Assault Termies with Bulgrins, so I get my Termies. So I get my Termies and have Assault Termies for my Space Marine leftovers. Thanks, MG. No worries, man. Glad I was able to help, and hope you have fun with the list, man. Fantastic. To Krampus, thank you for your super chat. I just did the list idea. Amazing, man. Thank you for the support. I got ahead of myself a little bit. Longu Grungus, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Got an update on the Bang Bus list from yesterday. Super chat tier is relevant. It's Grizzlin time. Drill Commander is Abhuman Detail. Okay, this is 100% more Grizzly than your average bear. All right. Cadian Command Squad. Commissar, Lord Solar. Cadian Shock. Bulgrin. Kazakin, Ogren, Ratlings, Stormlord. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. It's... I love that we're in a Stormlord meta. I absolutely love that we are in some stupid fucking Stormlord meta, man. It's amazing. So what do I think about the list? Okay. I actually think it's pretty good. So the 2 command blobs make sense because it means that the Lord Solar is putting... 1 minute. I need a quick wee. 1 second. Yeah. It's all right. No, I can hold it. I just got a sudden urge, but... My thinking is that the Lord Solar is only really utilizing one of his orders. Right? Which is just to order the Stormlord. But the Commissar is obviously utilizing the command squad to order the foot-slogging Ogren. Well, it would be 1 foot-slogging Ogren squad, 3 foot-slogging Bulgrin squads. And that's fine, because he could literally go, 2 of you get orders, you go forward first wave, hold 2 back if need, if that's an option. Next 2 go forward. So that definitely works, right? That definitely works. So I like that. But what's kind of interesting is the Commissar command blob is it's kind of brought an interesting tactic to my mind. The Commissar command blob is ordering the Ogrins and the Kazakin, but the Lord, 2 of them are 3-man. I mean, that's fine. It's fine. He's ordering, however you slice it, he's ordering the Bulgrin forward, right? But the issue is that the Lord Solar is still only ordering 1 thing, which is the Stormlord. So he's basically wasting 2 of his orders. So you've just got a lot of orders going to waste. That's my only concern. Is there a way that the Lord Solar could take advantage of all of his orders? I guess it does make, by the way, it does make sense to save 10 points by doing the Ogrins in that manner. Makes perfect sense, so I respect that. Yeah. It's only 10 points, but might as well save it, right? So, the only way you could really... I guess the first thing you could say is, does the Commissar need a command blob? Probably not. Secondly, do you need the 3rd squad of Bulgrin if you're not going to have the command blob? Probably not. So if you just went Commissar orders 2 Bulgrins around and he joins one of the Bulgrin squads, you save a lot of points. You save 200 points plus 10 for the Cadian shocks plus 10 for no longer needing that command squad. That's like 330 points. Now we're already getting dangerously close to the Lord Solar being able to order everything that he wants. So yeah, I think that's my take. I think right now there's a bit of order inefficiency. But it is a great testament to the power of Bulgrin spam and the Ogren Bang Bus that I'm looking at this meme list and I'm taking it very seriously. I don't think this is a meme list. I think this is a list that is going to really fuck with people. I think if you'd asked me at any... I'm going to say this is a big moment. If you had asked me at any other time in the last decade of me playing Guard competitively, if I would have told someone the Stormlord was the meta Baneblade choice, I would have said no. This is a first time in a decade where the Ogre and Bang Bus is actually a legitimate thing. I'm not saying it's amazing. I'm not saying it's game breaking. I'm not saying it's totally 360 no scope. I'm saying it's legitimately a good thing. Because of the fact you can give it lethals and ignore cover. It's just that simple. It's just that fucking simple. Yeah. All right, now I'm desperate for a wee. Lungy Grungers, thank you for your generous support, man. Really, really appreciate it. Hope that feedback, you know, like the general feedback being think about how if you can get a bit more efficiency out of the orders is helpful. But yeah, I think that's a grisly list and it feels good, man. Simple Logic, Cornet Gains, Cosmic Drew, and Ike. I'm going to get back to all of you guys in a few minutes. I'm just going to get a refill on the drink, have a wee, and power through to the end of the stream. All right. Give me 1 second on something, boys. I just want to check something. That helps me. Interesting. YouTube's changed things in the back end, and I'm not sure I like it. Oh no, it's fine. Okay, I can see that there. Okay, cool. Yeah, give me a minute. Ugh. There we are. Right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Simple Logic, thank you for the super chat, man. Super duper grand tournament competitive list in stream discussion. Oh, what the fuck is this? Is it actually going to be competitive, or is it in fact going to be? It doesn't look. It looks interesting, actually. Wait. Wait, Simple Logic. What? GW's guard list. Lord Solar Leontus, Cadian Command Squad, Katjan Command Squad, Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, Leverus Commander, Cadian Shock Troops, Katjan Jungle Fighters, Death Corps of Krieg, Cadian Heavy Weapon Squad, Katjan Heavy Weapon Squad, Krieg Heavy Weapon Squad, Battle Tank, Eradicator, Executioner, Exterminator, Punisher, Vanquisher. It's got all the bases covered. Wait. The tank commander's got the large cannon. So he's got 7 tanks with 7 tank orders. And then he's got 6 infantry orders and 6 infantry squads. It's got all the bases covered. Is that actually 2,000 points? That's actually brilliant. All situations accounted for. It's got everything you need. It's got everything a grizzled veteran needs. On the nose. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's the perfect list. He did it. It's not the worst list I've ever seen. I love that. It's the GW's White Dwarf Guard list. That's it. Time to retire. Yeah. Yeah. Time to retire. Guard is solved. I think it might be. I love that list. The funny thing is, I could definitely win games with that list. I love how the Commissar has the Loudhailer and does absolutely nothing. That's almost the best bit. He's there because obviously every guard list has got a Commissar in it to keep the men in line. Of course. I'll take my World Championship title now. The thing is, you could win games with that simply because it's just such a stat check. It's just such a stat check. Like, 7 Russes, there's just going to be armies which just can't deal with that. No, I'm not saying, like, factions that won't be able to deal with that. But you go to a tournament, someone, some poor bastard's there for his first ever tournament, and he's turned up with, like, I got suppressors and all this kind of shit. Suppressors are actually meant to be quite good, actually. Just Reddit doesn't believe so, but Reddit's a bunch of idiots. Yeah. They'll be picked that, in a normal, for a lot of people's lists and collections, they just couldn't handle that. They just got overwhelmed by the amount of armor. That's actually true. That's actually true. Yeah. So it's basically a stat check. Yeah. Essentially. Everyone buzzed it on Reddit, except for me, who remains above as always. So, Simple Logic, I love that list. It's so balmy. And the fact that it actually could win is a testament to the power of the Guard Armored Corps. Yeah. Yeah, it's peak. It's actually a peak list. See, what you'd do is you'd have to equip each Russ according to its function. So the Lemur's battle tank would, of course, get las cannon and heavy bolters and a battle cannon because that's the classic loadout. The Lemur's Eradicator would, of course, get the Eradicator Nova Cannon and then 3 heavy flamers because its job is to dig people out of cover. The Lemur's Executioner, obviously all plasma all the way. The Lemur's Exterminator, obviously all heavy bolters all of the way. The Lemur's Punisher, also obviously all heavy bolters all the way. And the Lemur's Vanquisher, well, of course, that would go Vanquisher Cannon, Las Cannon, and Multi-Melters, because they're all the anti-tank options. The Lehman Russ Commander with Demolisher tank, well, he's already got. He'd need flamers. He'd have a flamer in the front and then 2 multi-melters, because he's a siege breaker. That would allow him to handle anything he came across. The Cadians would get auto cannons because they're a take-all comers. The Cadian heavy weapon team would get auto cannons. The Catch heavy weapon team would get las cannons, and the Krieg heavy weapon team would get stubbers. Of course, right? Of course. Yeah, of course. All of this just works. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Let's have a look here. Coordinate Gains, thank you for the super chat. I just bought my first Conflict 47 model. Hey! That's amazing, man. That's amazing. What did you get? That's the big question. The revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. Commonwealth Guardian Light Walker. It was cheap. It looked like it. I like the look of it. Plus, my son loves mechs. Nice. He's gone already. Yeah, I just saw that. Nice. Dude, that's cool. That's so cool. The revolution spreads. Conflict 47, baby. Yes. Amazing. That's so cool. Conflicts. Oh, man. I'm looking forward to the future tabletop wargaming. Conflict, Old World, 40k 11th edition. As long as it doesn't shit the bed. It's more like I'm looking forward to future wargaming. Conflict in general, Renegade Crowns, Grizzled Company. Yeah. There you are. Cosmic Truth, thank you for super chat. Mean Krieg list, sent to email, everything on legs. Oh my god, if you sent me like a proper Krieg infantry wave list. I bet there's some cavalry involved. Yeah. Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, Krieg Command Squad, Krieg Command Squad, Creed, with a K. Death Corps of Krieg, Death Corps of Krieg, Death Corps of Krieg. Armor Sentinel, Artillery Team, Rough Riders, Bulgrin. The Cyclops demolition vehicle isn't on legs, Cosmic. God. Field Ordnance Battery. Kazakin. So, I'm going to give it a 0 out of 10 because you promised me everything was on legs, but the Cyclops demolition vehicle isn't on legs. It's like a dog, doesn't count. Unless you're modeling it with legs. If you modeled it with legs and had it like one of those like Boston Dynamic robot dogs things, I'll allow it. Otherwise, I won't allow it. I'm just looking at the list itself. I don't think you need the 2 artillery teams and the FOB. I think you could drop the FOB. I'd drop the FOB and the Cyclops and take an Ogren squad. and that's all I'd do. You don't. The Cyclops is doing nothing for you because you've already got armored sentinels, so it's not like you're even using it to deny, bring it down. That's it. That's how I change it. Ike, thank you for 27 months, man. X-Force, baby! List thoughts, it's in stream discussion. All right. Grizzled Company, Cadian Command Squad, 85 points, so I'm presuming there's some sort of enhancement in there. Probably Aquilani. Gaunt's Ghost, Lord Solar, Rogel Dawn, Commander, Sly Marbo, Triple Tech Priest. Oh dear, I can see what's coming here. Creed, Caden Shock, Torx, Torox, Hellhound, Kazakin, Engineers, Dawn. It's a skew list. Triple Dawn, double Hellhound. Your list will basically come. It'll be like playing Imperial Knights. If the enemy has enough anti-tank, it'll fold. If the enemy doesn't have enough anti-tank, you'll roll over them. But there's not much more to it. I'm not being mean to be rude. It's just quite a straightforward list, essentially. You've got some action pieces, don't get me wrong. Of course, Gaunt's Ghosts and whatnot. I think you're... I'm not really sure what some of the units are doing. So bear in mind... I mean, like, have you just taken Creed to save a command point? Because Creed could only save a command point on a regiment unit, and you basically have no regiment units. So Creed is doing nothing. Because the only regiment units you've got are inside transports. So Creed is doing nothing. Aquilani is doing nothing. Because you can only put that on regiment units, and the only regiment units you've got are inside the transports. So Creed's doing nothing, Aquilani is doing nothing. I would say Gaunt's goes or Marbo, but not both. Yeah. Also, what the fuck's the Rogel Dawn commander doing? I mean, I suppose 7 orders, but you've got only 5 units that need his orders. You could definitely get away with dropping the Rogel Dawn commander down to regular Rogel Dawn. Leontus has got 4 orders, and you've only got 5 tanks that need his orders. And the Hellhounds arguably don't need his orders. Because they auto hit. Yeah. So, and then, even then the list starts making, then the list starts making a bit more sense. Should the cats get in the truck? Nah, bro. Nah, man. Because then the truck can't scout, bro. You're spending a lot of points to save a command point on a unit that's meant to push forward and, like, die. Think about it. You're going to get to use that once, and then then that's it. Because you've got to jump out, blast something. You're just chronically short of infantry, man. You've got 15 infantry in the list. 15 meaningful infantry. Dedicate transport, get scout. If the unit inside, if everyone inside has scout, the transport gets scout. I'm just gonna be real. I don't like the list. I'm not being a cunt. I'm not being a knobhead. I don't mean to, but I don't like the list. I think it's not got enough tanks, not got enough infantry, not got any indirect fire. I think the inefficient use of characters, overload the orders that you're not using. I think it's not. I don't think you've got enough units to do actions. I don't think you've got enough firepower. I don't think you've got enough to hold ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of the list. And I hope that you don't take it personally. I think it's just when you actually get down to it, it's basically 2,000 points on 3 Dawns. Because the Dawns are the only meat in the list. The Hellhounds are a bit meaty. But everything else just... I'm not feeling it, man. Yeah. Yeah. So apologies. Apologies for being very blunt about it. And like I said, I hope I've not upset you. But I'd rather be honest with you than send you down the wrong route, mate. There you go. All right. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? So, oh. I think we're all done. Ike, fair enough. It's just a pivot of my Hammer list to Grizzled, and in Hammer, it never lost a game. It never lost a game in Hammer? Maybe there's more to it than I'm seeing. That must be a local meta thing, yeah. On WT2 ending, it's mainly melee heavy armies because the 4th movement continues into melee. It's crazy. Okay. I definitely think it makes more sense in Hammer. Because of Crash Through. I don't if this is going to play on WTC, I don't think you want to go out of Hammer. Because your Rogal Dawns just won't be able to move where they need to get to. I'm just so surprised.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Maybe I need to start running Triple Dawn. I got him out there. Maybe I need to start running Triple Dawn. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's. Maybe there's more to it. Triple Dawn with the 4% vulnerable save. I just feel like you've just not got any like action monkeys or anything, man. I suppose Gaunt's ghosts and stuff. What would I do if I faced into that? That's a good way of looking at it. What would I do if I face into it? I'd use a lot of grenades. Yeah. A lot of grenades, a lot of tank shock. Probably get a Dawn that way. I guess I like to run a lot of Vanquishers. Obviously, you've got the Tepris engines here. So obviously you'd have the issue of 4% that could go either way. Be a hell of a slogging match. Yeah, the normal Dawns have a blank. Yeah. I wouldn't shoot the normal Dawns with Vanks. I'd put my artillery into the Lord Solar until I think by turn 2 its squad would break apart. And then I'd nuke your Dawn commander with everything I had the moment he poked his head out. And if he didn't poke his head out, then that's fine, because that's one of your 3 Dawns not in play, essentially, in many ways. And I'd play to the fact that you're very low on objective control and that I could easily take advantage of that. Yeah, I'd take out. First thing I do is take out your orders, and if you expose them, even if you didn't, I'd take out the Lord Solar. That would open things up a little bit. I'm so surprised melee armies didn't just tear it to pieces. I'm so surprised. I had a Baneblade with a 4+ invulnerable save killed in melee recently. Very recently, like it's in the last tournament report. Just Oath of Moment, man. Like, my concern is this is what's going to boggle in my mind. Like, Oath of Moment, they just Oath 1 Dawn a turn. They're going to get through them. But I can see the method to the madness. I'm glad I took a second look at it. I'm glad you said that it had gone undefeated, because I can see the method to the madness. It probably depends on what you're playing. Like, I could definitely see some armies bouncing off that. I never lost a Dawn to Oath, and everyone plays Marines on the East Coast. What, Super Oath? Man. I lost a Baneblade in 1 round of combat to Oath of Moment, man.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Super Oath, Cowl Guard, Gilliman, and Triple Vindicator. Man, think someone needs to fucking check your dice in Assault Bath, bro. You've been rolling very lucky. Although, to be fair, I'm only teasing, by the way. To be fair, that's more of a shooting list. I think Guard can take shooting, because they're only AP -3. But it's just, you're on a 4-up. They hit D6 plus 3 shots on each one is an average of 7, let's say. So 21 shots. You pop smoke, but that's fine, because they've got 4 rolls to hit. So they hit with 10. Then they re-roll and hit with 15. Then they're wounding on 2s, because your T12 Demarch cannons are toughness 14, strength 14, but Super Oath gives them +1 to wound. So that's how they drop 3. Being very generous, so they drop 3. You have a 4-up save, so 6 go through. Average damage on each one is 3.5. So it should be 20.5 wounds. I mean, that's just very rough math hammer. Math hammer's a load of bullshit, but that's crazy, man. Did they wait? Did they all fire at the same? Did they all fire at the same Dawn? Oh, you could blank one of them though. That's it, right? Your opponent, you could blank one, but you blank one out. But then he's got a CP reroll to up one of his damages if it goes a bit squiffy. Yeah. It all depends on if he got all 3 on 1. If he didn't get all 3 on 1 Dawn, then it makes sense. And on WTC terrain, it's very unlikely he got all 3 on 1 because of the angles. Yeah. Now, if he moved out with 3 Dawns, with 3 Vindicators, and fired 1 into each Dawn, that's like a perfect scenario for you. But then I don't see the Dawns. I mean, I suppose if you get aggressive with them, but I don't see the Dawns killing a Vindicator. They're on 2-up save. They're on 2-up save. Smoke and Armor of Contempt. They can basically be on a 2-up save against the Oppressor Cannon, so it does nothing. I think it's the multi-melters. You've not got lethals, so psh. Yeah, crazy. This is where we find out Ike has it's technically gone undefeated, but he's only ever played 1 game against it. He's only played 1 game with it, and it was against someone on their intro game. You know, the old... Technically, I'm 100% undefeated on WCT terrain. Metals are king. You know, you can always tell who's a lucky player and who's not a lucky player. Because my melters in all of 10th edition have popped off exactly 1 time. Once. At the very beginning of 10th. And never again. I remember I was facing off against Death Guard. I remember exactly what I was playing. I could probably find the tournament report. Yeah. My melters will never roll a lethal hit. And they will never roll a 5+ to wound. Ever. Yeah, I'm sure Pure Science is way more viable than I give it credit for, but relying on me to roll a 5+ on a deep striking sound melter gun against any kind of vehicle isn't going to happen. I spiked 26 damage in my first game in the Dawn. I've been hooked. Only time I do damage like that is with a Vanquisher. If I have 1 piece of luck, it's when I get the Vank through, it tends to roll a 5 or a 6. Yeah. You have to be very bullish with Rogol Dawns. But it sounds. I feel like I want to try the list now. I do want to try the list. I'm looking at it and I'm just thinking. I guess it's a little bit of a stat check, right? It really, a huge amount of it comes down to what you're playing and what you're playing into. A huge amount of it comes down to the fact that, and Ike, please continue to push back if I'm getting the wrong takes here. Like, I've no issue. I've never got any issue with someone coming at me from another angle, because this is the kind of stuff that opens your mind and you learn new things. One thing I've noticed in late stage 10th edition is a lot of enemy lists are remarkably brittle. Like, on paper, they're really good, but they're kind of, you give them 1 or 2 good hammer blows, and it's kind of like, that's it. They can't recover. And I imagine if you basically took 3 Rogol Dawns and just rammed them down someone's throat, gave them 1 hammer blow, took the fucking clap back on the chin because of being Dawns plus Invuln plus ablative plating, and then went, okay, bang, hit them again. That's for a lot of armies, that's probably all they can take. I wonder if there is an element to it. Like, I am somewhat confident. I would be somewhat confident into that list of yours. Because I've played against Triple Dawn several times. And every time it's like, if you can get one Dawn in a turn, it's like, okay, we're it's like a third of what I need to worry about is gone. And the moment you get them down to like just one Dawn, it's kind of okay. But I'd basically just try and I guess the weakness would be with my list against you is you could probably crash through and try and nuke one of my tank commanders with like so I could like keep my tank commanders a little bit further back, but you could try and like crash through and get one. So that would be an interesting game of cat and mouse. I'd have to be aware of that and essentially bait, essentially that my game there would be to stop that from happening, and I could use units to move block. Now obviously I can't move block you crash through ruins, but and I know you can move through I have to check if how many lets you move through all units or like infantry units, because there's a chance that if I've got like chimeras, I can basically like that chimera is up against that wall, you can't get to it. You can't get through it. I have to check. Why don't we check now? Can't move through any. You can move within engagement range. Ah, okay. So you can't move through any models. Okay, so my plan would then basically, I'd have like a chimera here and get the infantry out within the wall, but an inch away from the wall. And so you wouldn't be able to, you'd be able to crash through, but you wouldn't be able to bang through to the, you wouldn't be able to bang through and nuke the tank commander. And I'd have to do something similar against your Kazakin, of course, because their job is to go in there and nuke stuff. I'm less worried about Kazakin, though. Because they come in and you just pop smoke and you're like, oh, it's okay. As long as you can save a melter, you're normally all right. Yeah, I've had people yeet Kazakin at me before. It's a really interesting list, though. It's a really interesting list, and I can kind of see the firefight going one way or another. And I think the way I would try and eke the win out would be take advantage of the fact that you have very little objective control. And I would have a lot of objective control. And that would be how I'd try and eke the win out. But it's, yeah. True. Fortunately, I've never faced guard. I'm the only one here. It would struggle against guard, I'm sure. I don't think it would struggle against all guard, mate. I have a weird amount of practice in guard v guard because everyone around here runs guard. Like, I don't think I've been to a GT where I haven't ended up playing guard. But there's a lot of guard out there which I think you could handle. For sure. For sure. Anyway, Ike, it's a really interesting list. I really like the list. After giving it a second look, I think the extra context definitely helps start to understand it a little bit more. And I can definitely see it doing well in Hammer. So the question is, now that we understand the list, how does it feel in Grizzled Veteran? I think your issue is going to be maneuverability around the terrain. I think you're kind of straight away Because I imagine you use crash through every turn, right? I imagine you use crash through every turn. Or probably on a Dawn, right? Or the Kazakin. Yeah, every turn. So I feel like that would be the thing that would make you not like this list in Grizz. Especially if you play on WTC terrain. I think your damage output would be undeniably more effective. But you'd start very quickly running into things like, oh, I can't go 18 inches. Is it 18? 16. I can't go 16 inches forward and blast someone. I've got to go round the terrain. Even if the gaps are big enough, you're going to lose 2 inches on a pivot, inevitably at some point. And then going down the different channels. And then I think you'd start encountering things like, wait, now my melter's not in range. Do you see what I mean? So I think your list sings in Hammer because of crash through. I think it would very quickly start to feel a bit weird in Grizz. Now, does that mean it wouldn't be as good in Grizz? I don't know. I have a sneaking suspicion that it would be an adjustment period more than a it doesn't work. Because you will have got very used to running it within one detachment and it operating in a certain way. And I think it could be very possible for you to have a few adjustment pains, but then it's suddenly sort of clicking and then it being okay again. I could see that. I could see that. That's my thinking. I don't think it's necessarily bad in Grizz. I think it's just going to require a mindset adjustment. And maybe it's less of a and they're over, and it's more of a positioning turn 1, and then you start hitting them turn 2, turn 3 onwards. Yeah. Maybe even maybe it goes from being a I win turn 1, turn 2 to I win turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Maybe. Because you have to do a lot more positioning, and there's less of the you crash through the enemy and fuck them, and you've got to draw them out and then counter hit them a couple of times. Yeah. It'll be interesting, man. It'll be interesting. If you're playing it on Friday, take a few pictures, mate, and join the Monday stream and let us know how it goes. I'll be really, really, really curious. Or if you don't want to take pictures, just let us know how it goes. I'll be very curious to see. Ike, thank you for your support, man. And thank you for your patience as I work through your list. Yeah, definitely a good example of how you shouldn't just judge a list straight away. You should take a little bit. Sometimes funky lists take a little bit longer to get down to the root, but when you get there, it starts making sense. Definitely a good example of don't judge a book by its cover, for sure. Lungu Grungus, thank you for the 23-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Nearly double X-Force, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, bro. Nearly 2 years. Amazing. Thank you for doing your part. Blog Wheel, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. I think you said you had a list for me to review as well. Blog Wheel. Kennock. Let's have a look. Okay, Gaunt's Ghost, Lord Solar, Slime Arbo, Ursula Creed, Cadian Command Squad with Aquilon's Eye. 2 blobs of 20 Cadians, 1 squad of 10 Cadians, 1 squad of Catcher and Jungle Fighters, Fob, Kazakin, Ratlings, Battle Tank Demolisher, Exterminator, Vanquisher, Chimera. I think your tank selection's a little eclectic. Not the end of the world, but just a little eclectic. If you have some turret options, I might suggest homogenizing things a little bit. But I'm not going to get too hung up on that right now. The infantry corps is... Okay. I don't think you need Gaunt's Ghost and Sly Marbo. I think you could probably get away with one or the other. That's the first thing I'd say. If you want to take both, fine, but I think in the guard when points are so tight, I think one or the other. Whatever you want, but I think one or the other. I don't know if you're getting the most out of Lord Solar and Ursula Creed, because one of them doesn't have a command squad, and I have a suspicion that it's Ursula Creed, and I have a suspicion that she's going with some Kazakin, and I have a suspicion that I don't like that. Attached to Kazakin, it says there in the list. Yeah. So I should have read that before I had my suspicion. Yeah, but my hunch was right, though. I don't know, man. 3-order Kazakin. I know. But what 3 orders are you thinking? Take A. I know what you're thinking. It's take A in first rank fire and Aquilon's Eye, isn't it? You do realize that combo, if you take into account the cost of Aquilon's Eye, and I'm gonna, is 215 points. Why is it spicy? Like, I'm not saying that isn't an absolute slap diddly of a combo, okay? I'm not saying. But I am saying it better fucking kill whatever you point it out. Point it at. Otherwise, it's going to be 10% of your list down the shitter. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to put the other Kazakin in the Chimera, are you? Interesting. I just assumed you'd have the Catachan Jungle Fighters in there. But it's the Kazakin being in there is fine. Yeah. Okay, so, look. On paper, all of the the combos work. I just wonder how efficient they are. You know, I wonder how efficient they are. I guess my bit, like, look, you've got 40, 80, 60. You've got 80 infantry. So I'm fine with that. You've got 4 tanks. So I'm fine with that. I guess the fact you've only got one indirect fire is kind of fucking with me a little bit. Look, if I was to squeeze this list and squeeze it hard, I'd probably, if I was being ruthless, I'd probably look to drop Marbo. I know it's funny that you can stick in an objective like turn 1 with him, but I wonder how viable that actually is. But anyway, I think you could do the same thing with Gaunt's Ghosts, and then Uppy Downy, right? So I drop Marbo, I drop Creed, I turn the Field Arms Battery into an artillery team, and I think that's where I'd squeeze points. Now, the big one for me is actually your tank corps. It's very mixed. It's very, very mixed. I don't like one of everything. I prefer much more homogeny. I suppose I'm not a huge fan of the Demolisher. And I might be wrong on this one. I feel like I'm going to get a lot of pushback on it, but I'm not sure I'm a fan of the Exterminator. Because the Exterminator... I mean, it can boost the AP of things, I suppose, but when you've got a Quillen's Eye and Ignores Cover available to you in a detachment, I really feel like the Exterminator is not pulling its weight. What would I go for? You don't have a huge amount of anti-tank. You have no lethal hits. So there's definitely an element of ranks. At least a pair. If you had a Quillen's Eye on a... I'd be tempted by double Vank, double Executioner. They bring all their own AP. Yeah. Exterminate with Kazakin and a Quillen's Eye. Come on, it's juicy. Oh, Exterminate. Yeah, but you don't really need it. Because AP minus 5 Plasma is going to hit into a 4+ invulnerable save before anything else. Probably, anyway. Because what you got to think about, man, is this. Think about this for a moment. AP minus 4 Plasma is pretty much always enough. Because if you have AP minus 4 with Ignores Cover, right? If you have AP minus 4 Plasma with Ignores Cover, which you would do with a Quillen's Eye and Veteran Sharpshooters, right? If you hit a unit with a 3+ save, it's less likely that it's got an invulnerable save. A lot of units are 3 up, right? That's their base armor is 3 up. And they don't have an invulnerable save. If you hit a unit that's got a 2+ invulnerable save, nearly every single one of them's got a 4+ invulnerable save. Like, it's that's the game design philosophy, right? So they've either got a 3 up and no invuln, typically, we're talking broad strokes, or a 2 up and an invuln. In both those cases, AP5 is a waste. AP5 with Ignores Cover is a waste. Because AP5 with Ignores Cover against a 2 up, 4 up is just going to hit into the 4th invulnerable saves. And against a 3 up, it's going to be enough to rip straight through it. Now, the only things you're going to start encountering is like 3 up, 5 ups, but no one gives a fuck about 5 up invulnerable saves. Yeah. What does Guard do against things that have invulnerable on everything, like Chaos Demons? I mean, typically that's where your like Executioners come in, because they've got the volume. They've got the AP for when they need the AP, and they've got the volume for when they need the volume. Yeah. Yeah. 4 up save. It is entirely possible to overwhelm a 4 up save, even if it's your opponent spiking things. It's less possible to overwhelm a 2 up save, despite what people tell you. Yeah, I tend to say AP minus 3 tends to be the sweet spot, or AP minus 2 Ignores Cover. Yeah. But hey, Victrix Guard I don't think have an inbuilt invuln, but I think they can get access to an invulnerable save. Someone in chat will have to correct me on that. The thing is about the Victrix Guard. I know you like AP minus 5 is good for Plasma, right? But don't forget, Victrix Guard, don't they do they not reduce damage? I know they give you minus 1 to wound. I'm pretty certain they reduce damage though, don't they? Maybe not, I could be wrong. If they don't reduce damage, it's less of a thing. 2 of them in the squad have got shields. I'm guessing there's shields which give them an invulnerable save. It's just Calgar's shield bros have the invuns, but no other Victrix do. They're just on a 2-up. Are they just on a 2-up
There's only one man keeping the streets safe.
with a
Keeping it real.
Mass 1 Tarun? Why is everyone shitting themselves over these guys? I think they've got 4 wounds, but if it's a 2-up Mass 1 Tarun, 4 wounds. Is it? I don't know. I feel like you just. Oh, Armor of Contempt. Yeah, true. And cover, true. That'd be annoying. Yeah. Have we got to the point where it's AP -3 ignores cover or AP 4 is the minimum we need? Is that the meta we're entering? The stat creep. The stat creep is insane. Think about it. We started off. Yeah. I think that, yeah, that's where we're at. Fucking hell, boys. I wonder where we'll be at the end of 11th. Oh, yeah. Minimum AP 6, damage 5. That's what's needed. That's what's needed to deal with those guardsmen. Yeah. Twitchy's in love with the Eradicator at the moment. I'm not convinced, Twitchy, but Godspeed to you. That's what I say. Godspeed to you, man. The Blood Surge is a bit of a pisser, but yeah. So what do I think of the list, Kenok? I think if you consolidate the tanks, I mean, what would... I like the Exterminator a lot more if a Quillen's Eye was on that. But we'd have to start taking tank commanders, so it all gets a bit fucky. You know what? Melt Victrix, AP -3 Hellhounds. Yeah, that would kick them down to a 4-up, even with Armor of Contempt, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think AP -3 Hellhounds are fucking legit, bro. I think they're fucking legit. So, Kenok, I've given you my advice on the list. I'm not going to give you like specifics what I'd swap things out for. But what I will say is I think standardize your tank core. The rest of it, you've got your vision, you've got your plan. You might end up finding the Kazakin super blob is a bit expensive. But you don't know until you try it. If I was to give you some advice on where I would consolidate the tanks, I would, at the very least, swap the Demolisher out for an Executioner. And I would consider swapping the... That's the very least the change I would make. The Exterminator and the Battle Tank and Ignores Cover can kind of... But the thing is, you're going to be using Ignores Cover elsewhere. I'd definitely take double Vank, double Executioner. Definitely. That'll save you 35 points there. 55 points there. 70 points in total. That would save you 70 points in total. If you take the Field Arms Battery down to an artillery team, you're on 85 points total. And if you drop Marbo, you're on 140 points. Could put a Basilisk in there if you've got the... You don't have the orders for it. Okay. Kind of like the idea of one of those Hellhounds we were just talking about. But you'd have 140 points to spend. I'm sure you'd find something you could spend that on. If you put the Chimera down to a Taurox for the Kazakin, you could then save 10 points, be 150 points. Get a lot of 150 points. You get an artillery team and a scout sentinel. And that would be your indirect fire covered and would give you a cheeky scout sentinel, which are really good for doing early game objectives. Something like that. Or just get another fucking tank. One or the other. Yeah, that's probably what I'd do. Break out the chem cannon. In a Grizzle Company, are you putting a Vank turret on a Lemur's tank mod? I think I'm still sticking to Executioners at the moment. But I'm open to the Vank. I'm very open to it. I can't remember what the chem cannon does. Let me have a look at these super chats and then I'll have a look at the chem cannon. Night Bonondrum, thank you for the 17 months, bud. X-Force, baby! Looking for feedback list in stream discussion. Okay. I'm trying to find the... What's the name in stream discussion? A blog. I'm glad I can help. I'm sorry it was a little bit rambly and weaving, but I was kind of working through it at the same time. So I hope that's all right. You're getting my stream of consciousness. Honestly, mate, I don't think the list is that bad. If you made 0 changes, I still think you'd do okay. Honestly, my number one advice to you would be this, mate. Don't make any. Keep the advice that I gave you in the back of your head. Play the list a couple of times with 0 Mordian advice, and then see if what I've said helps, or if you don't feel like it's necessary. Or maybe you can take the feedback from me plus the battlefield experience and combine them together and make the list even better. That might be the way to do it. I always say try a couple of times first. Yeah. Bonondrum is the name of the list of you in here. Okay, yeah, I got it, man. Looking to keep Tacadians and auxiliary only, no Krieg or Katachan. Trying to get to 2k, I own a Commissar as well. So it's 1,500 points at the moment, but you're looking to build 2k. Now, when you say you're looking to build 2k, are you looking for me to tell you where you should get your next 500 points? Or are you just looking at someday you're going to get to 2,000 points? That's just where you're looking forward to. Either's fine. It just helps me know what kind of feedback you want me to give. So we've got Dawn Commander, Cadian Command Squad, no flag, get out. No flag is fine if you're a little bitch. A man who loses the king's colours loses the king's friendship. Going Melter and Plasma is fine. Castellan with Loud Hailer. 10 Cadians, 20 Cadians. Chimera with the Kazakin and the Castellan inside. The Castellan definitely doesn't need Loud Hailer if he's with the Kazakin. Might as well just save that 10 points, man. Field, Ordnance Battery, Armored Sentinel, Scout Sentinel, Executioner, Demolisher. Caden Heavy Weapon teams with rockets. Could I build my Ogren with Bulgrin body armor as I enjoy the aesthetic? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's your fucking models, man. Build them however you want. No one's gonna mistake them because they've got fucking Ripper guns. So yeah, of course. I'm not sure. Before you glue it together, maybe like see if you can push it together so it holds with friction, and then see if the arms work. You might find that because of the chonkiness of the body armor, the arms don't come across with holding the Ripper guns. So what I'm trying to say is, however you manage it, dry run it before you glue the body armor on. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, so you don't need the You don't need the Cadian Castellan with the Loudhailer. No, you need the Cadian Castellan. That's fine. But you don't want the Loudhailer, because the Loudhailer increases his order range to 12 inches, but he's only going to be fucking ordering the Kazakim, because he can only order them when he gets out of the vehicle, right? I suppose he could order something else that was trotting along beside the Chimera, maybe. In general, I think you're fine. You've got 3 tanks, Dawn Commander and 2 Lehman Russes. I don't recommend the Lehman Russ Demolisher. It's because it only fires D6 plus 1 shots. It's very, very swingy. You will have times when it fires just like 2 shots and just whiffs it. And sometimes it'll do better, but it's a little too swingy. I'd suggest to you that a Vanquisher or a Executioner. That's the one with the plasma cannon, the big plasma cannon. You've already got one of those, so you know what that is. Now that will save you a few points. You know, between binning off the Loudhailer, you probably don't need Spec Ops either. So binning off the Loudhailer, binning off Spec Ops, bring the Demolish down to an Executioner. We're looking at 20 points, 30 points, 45 points. Just something to keep in the back of our minds. So you're going to have about 500 plus points to go. I feel, if possible, I would recommend swapping the bombast guns out for artillery team, but I have the suspicion that you're building up, and so the fobs are the artillery you've got available right now, and it's a little impractical, maybe financially a bit whatever, you know what I mean, financially not advisable to fucking not use the fobs right now, because you have to go fucking buy some bullshit to basically do the same job slightly more efficiently. So I'm happy to leave the fobs in. But if you end up snagging some artillery teams at some point, they are a little better than the fobs. They're just a bit cheaper and do the same job and a bit more reliable. 2d6 is very swingy because you get 1 bombast gun on each team, so it's 2d6 between the whole thing. The artillery team's a little bit better because even though it fires d6 plus 3, it just tends to do just that little bit better, just on the reliability. Now, anyway, that's just some general advice. Let us get down to brass tacks here. Let's get down to brass tacks here. How have you done so far? Where do you need to go from here? Firstly, I think you've done well so far. You have got a decent infantry corps. You've got some regular infantry and some elite infantry. That's good. I think you've got a respectable tank corps as well, with the Dawn and 2 Lehman Russes, and some ancillary armor with the Scout Sentinel and the Armored Sentinel. I think that's good. So I would say you're well on your way to collecting a very well-rounded, balanced 2,000 point army. And that's great. That's exactly what you should be doing. A nice, well-rounded guard army that you can get some practice with over the course of many weeks and months. Doesn't have to be something you rush. You don't have to worry about it getting to the end of 10th, beginning of 11th. Don't worry about any of that. Over the course of many games and editions, a well-rounded guard army will always be a solid choice. Now, a nicely balanced guard army is not likely to win any tournaments anytime soon. It might do, but it's not likely to win any tournaments. But it is a list that can and an approach that can absolutely win games, because you have enough tools in the toolbox. And so the only thing that with this approach, the only thing that you'll really lose out to is your own inexperience. If you're just not familiar with piloting the army that much, that will obviously change the more games you get in. And the occasional broken bullshit skew thing that always is cropping up here in 40k. Those things, burn bright but then tend to get nerfed down into the ground. But there's always another one that pops up. But if you were to play, if you with a bit of practice and a bit of familiarity had a well-rounded guard list of tanks, infantry, and artillery, you should win as many games as you lose in the fullness of time, right? In the fullness of time, you'll start off losing a lot because everyone does when they first play guard. But you lose your. I always say you lose your first 10 games, then you start winning. You might not lose that many, but it's a little bit like that. So if you're grinding through loss number 6, don't be despondent. Just keep making notes, keep honing your list, and suddenly it'll just click around game, maybe game 6, maybe game 12, but around game 10, you'll suddenly just everything will fall into place, and you'll just start winning games. Yeah. Now, so the approach is good. The foundation that you've set down is good. Where do we go with the next 500 points? So I think you need one more source of indirect fire. It can essentially be dealer's choice. I would recommend an artillery team. I think that's a very solid unit in general. It's got a nice variety of weapon systems. So even if right now the heavy mortar is the go-to option, but the siege cannon, maybe in 11th edition the siege cannon becomes better. But I've got one here, right? All of the weapons are swappable without glue or magnets. So it's a very flexible kit. So I'd recommend an artillery team. It'll give you 2 sources of indirect fire. And I always say that a couple of cheeky sources of indirect fire are very helpful. A lot of people will tell you that indirect fire is bad. Don't listen to those people. Okay? Don't. Indirect fire for a lot of other factions is a bit shit. But for the guard, in a nice, well-rounded list, a couple of bits of indirect fire are very, very nice. It just means that you can actually, your opponent's going to try and hide and stage behind ruins and stuff and then hit you when they're ready. And if you've got indirect fire, it kind of puts some pressure on them so they can't do that unmolested. So I always recommend a couple of bits of indirect fire. I've been playing this game competitively for 14 years now, and at no point in any edition from 8th to 10th has, well, to be honest, from 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th and 10th, have I ever regretted having indirect fire in my collection, and have I ever regretted putting indirect fire on one of my lists. I always find it to be a very valuable tool. Greatly maligned these days, but a valuable tool. So a bombast team and an artillery team, that'll do you nicely for indirect fire. I also recommend that you get one more tank. Dealer's choice, honestly. Whether it's a Hellhound, a Vanquisher, or not a Vanquisher, a Hellhound, a Lehman Russ, or a Rogal Dawn, I'd recommend another tank for you. I tend to find that you don't want to leave home without 4 pieces of armor in the guard. If you're building to a nice, well-rounded list, 4 pieces of armor is just, it's a nice amount. 3, I find, is not quite enough. Because what happens is you lose 1, and then 2 definitely isn't enough. But if you've got 4 and you lose 1, 3 is enough to keep going. 5 is a good amount, but you can find yourself, especially if you're taking Rogal Dawns, find yourself with not enough points for the other things you need in your list. So I think 1 extra source of indirect fire, I recommend an artillery team. 1 extra tank, really Hellhound, Lehman Russ, or Dawn, whichever you prefer. And then the last thing that I would recommend is you need a little bit more infantry. Now, right now, Bulgrin are very hot. And Bulgrin are always, and Ogren and Bulgrin are very hot. But I would describe Ogren and Bulgrin as somewhat seasonal. They go in and out of favor. Like, for the last 9 months, Bulgrins have been shit. But the 9 months before that, they were great. So you see what I mean? Like, they're a bit swingy. So if you're going to build up to 2,000 points, I recommended units that are more bread and butter And then things like Ogren and Borgren sort of come after 2,000 points in a funny sort of way. But if you've already got them, don't worry. It's not a problem even slightly. Like, genuinely not a problem even slightly. And I'll explain now. I think you probably want, with your extra artillery team, with your extra tank, let's say you go for like a Lehman Russ of some kind. You're probably looking at having about 250 points left over at that point. Now, what I would probably suggest with that extra 250 points is I'd suggest an extra platoon of guys and a squad of Kazakin. That might be just over. That might be just over 250 points because the platoon's going to be 20 guys in a command squad and the Kazakin's going to be 110 points. So that's more like 300 points, but it's fine. It's good to have a little bit of flexibility and wiggle room. So I'd recommend that because that will give you 50 line infantry, and then you'll have 2 squads of Kazakin and a couple of command squads and enough like officers to get them all like orders and stuff. That's a really nice infantry corps. Really nice infantry corps. If you're willing to stretch, I'd recommend 60 line infantry. This is more from a collection point of view rather than a list point of view, to be clear. I'd recommend 60 line infantry and a couple of squads of Kazakin. And that's a really that's a flexible corps that will allow you to pivot as the times change. But that's where we start getting into the realms of, 2,500 points and having things to swap out. But I think if you ended up, no, you know what? I think one extra platoon, one extra platoon, one extra box of Kazakin. I think that would be a nice place for you to go. Now I'll tell you what. We said that would take you 50 points over, didn't we? Do you know what you could do? Rather than taking like a Lehman Russ, you could take one extra armored sentinel. Because I said you needed an extra tank. Well, you could definitely get away with that extra tank being a Dawn, an Executioner. Well, a Dawn, 2 Executioners, and armored sentinels. They are anti-tank. They're not the best, but they're not the worst. So I could see your 2,000 point list looking roughly, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, so give me a bit of wiggle room. But I could see roughly your army being a Dawn, 2 Lehman Russes, a squadron of armored sentinels, a lone scout sentinel, bombast, artillery team, Kazakin in a Chimera, 2 platoons of 20 Cadians, a squad of 10 Cadians with a squad of 10 Cadians and a squad of Kazakin. Something like that. I could see that. That's very nicely rounded. And then, you've got your Cadian heavy weapon team at the bottom as well. Yeah. Something in that direction. But the main takeaway that I'm trying to give you here, man, is I'm not trying to tell you how to build a specific list in many ways, because we don't know what the future will hold. Things will go up, things will go down. What I'm trying to help encourage you is to build a nice foundation for your collection so that whatever changes, whether the addition changes, whether there's a big balance change like there has been today, you can look at it and go, okay, I can ride this out. Or, okay, holy shit, my list got a little bit better. But either way, you've got a list which isn't going to shatter the first time it encounters a points change. You've got a list that will be able to roll with the changes. So that's my advice, mate. I hope that helps. Thank you for your support. And if you have any other questions, let me know. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat, man. Lich fan and general list review in stream discussion. All right. Hipster lists in the face for all these grizzled vet lists. Let's have a look. Bridgehead Strike. Ooh. KD Command Squad. Militant Defensive Command Squad with the Bombast class Vox Array. Militant Defensive Command Squad with Shroud Projector. I played so much Conflict 47, I wanted to call it a projector. Caden Shock Troops, Scions, 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 Little Scions, Fob Fob, Hellhound, Vank Vank Vank, Aquilans, Aquilans, Draxus. Yeah. Triple Vank, anti-tank. Do you have any orders for the Vanks? No. No. I don't. If you've not got orders for the Vanks, it's a waste of time. You're going to be fucking fishing for 4-ups like a mentalton. Yeah. Even in Bridgehead? I mean, yeah, man. They're still not re-rolling ones, are they? I'd rather you took fucking heavy las cannon fobs. Yeah. Or get them orders. Somehow. But then you can't, because you can't take orders, can you? Because that fucks your... Yeah. The Vanks are the only bit I'm not sure on. Because you don't have the orders for them. I'm not sure what you take instead, though. I like everything in the list, but I'm not sure on your choice of long-range anti-tank. I think you're going to end up, especially because you got multi-melters on them, they're going to be moving a lot. I guess the big question is whether or not Bridgehead can be made to work in general. I'm not sure about the anti-tank either. I can't even remember what Bridgehead does, bro. I mean, I can, roughly. +1 to hit. And real wants to hit. It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. Oh, no. Oh, I thought I had it. Oh, man. I thought I was a genius. Shame. I thought it was any time a unit jumped out of a transport, you got +1 to hit. And I was like, heavy weapon teams. Jump out, +1 to hit. Officer jumps out, take aim. Hitting on 3s, rolling 1s. Oh, doesn't work. It has to be Tempestus. Oh. Years of academy training wasted. Yeah. The stratagems are still good, aren't they? Apart from on my position, which is still terrible. Creek Heavy Flamers. Yeah, but they don't need reroll 1s to hit, do they? Because they auto hit. Now, if we had Sign weapon teams, that would be good. Can a Bridgehead be made to work? Yes. Of course. I think Bridgehead, right, it's quite simple. You just have to kind of accept that sometimes you're just going to run into something you can't kill. Like, as annoying as that sounds, I think you have to just be like, well, I know that if I just come across knights, I'm fucked, but if that happens, I just won't worry about it. The other option... Maybe we... I might be mad here. But maybe we've been going about this the wrong way. No, seriously. Maybe we've been going about Bridgehead in completely the wrong manner. What if you didn't take big Scion Gigablobs? What if instead you just took multiple small units? I mean, think about it. Do the Scions really need... When they deep strike down, they basically get take aim for free, right? And that's the order you were taking anyway. So rather than trying to juice up the fucking big squads, I mean, you could just take... You have to take one guy to be your warlord. And it sounds kind of crazy, but could you just literally take 6 5-man squads? 3 command squads? Give those command squads 4 special weapons? Still 45 Scions. But it's like half the fucking price. It's not probably not even 1,000 points. Hang fucking hell, boys. 1 minute. Fucking hell. We might be fucking onto something here. Even if you just took six Scion squads and a fucking single Scion command squad, that's only 505 points. I think there's something there. What do you spend the rest of your points on? Is the question. Maybe just like some regular fucking infantry. I don't know. I think there's something there though. So you've got me thinking. You've got me thinking. I'm just saying this, boys. Five 10-man squads of Scions. And 1 5-man squad of Scions. 2 command squads. And 3 squads of Aquilans. And I could be tempted to go down to 2 squads of Aquilans and go for an extra command squad, right? 2 Vanks, 2 Rust tank commanders comes into 2,000 points on the nose. Now that's 55, 65, 100 infantry, well, 95 infantry, 4 tanks. And that's if you're trying to... I'm not even sure that's the best way to run it. That's just me leaning really into the Scion aspect of it. Do you know what's kind of crazy? I might not... Do you know what? I'm probably not sure I'd even deep strike the Aquilans, which sounds mental, but they've got assault, so I just run them forward. Right, I'm trying something else. Try something else. 3 gigablobs of scions. 3 small squads of scions. 2 tank commanders, 2 vanks. 3 squads of Aquilans. Scout sentinel. 2,000 points on the nose. That's another list, potentially. I'm not sure I'm convinced about these Aquilans, though. But they're like... maybe just 3 squads of Kazakin. I don't know, man. Let's find a general. I don't know. I think that kind of... the thing is, I think we're kind of moving... I think that those are some quite general Bridgehead lists. But I think there's absolutely an argument to be made for just like... just maxing out. There's an argument to be made for, instead of being like, I'm going to take maximum scions, you're like, what if you took efficient scions rather than maximum scions? Okay, but does it do better than the same list in Grizzled? Tempested Bricks are actually good in the new detachment. I don't know. The answer is probably not. The answer is probably not, because the answer is probably that you can get exactly the same effect. I think the difference between Bridgehead Scions and Grizzled Scions is Bridgehead Scions, it's like you take in 3 squads. The problem with Grizzled is that, yeah, Scion bricks are really good, but so expensive. It's like 675 points. 690 if you do Aquilon's Eye. So 695. So it's one of those where it's like, whereas I feel like there's definitely an argument to be made for there's definitely an argument to be made for the fact that scions in this attachment, when they deep strike down, basically get take aim order for free. So what if we just it's similar to Grizzled, right? Where you get an extra orders, but it's kind of like the units. The way of looking at it is Scions in Bridgehead Strike kind of become like Kazakin. When they deep strike, they get the +1 to hit for free. And the first rank fire, second rank fire is like nice, but is it like, you know, I always took take aim. You're getting like 2 extra plasma shots and a bunch of hotshot rifles. Do you really care about those? Yeah. So there's an element of what if you don't do that and instead you come up with a slightly different way of doing things. Now, if Kazakin could deep strike and give themselves an order, you'd probably be willing to pay, a lot of points for that. If Kazakin, if you think about it. So it's just a question of the anti-tank. Really, isn't it? Let's find out. You might end up going for more 10-man squads. Yeah, you might end up going for more 10-man squads. I'm just saying, like, if you took, for example, 1 command squad, 6 10-man Scion squads, and 3 Kazakin squads, it's 1,255 points. Now that's 95 infantry. And all of the Scions can go in reserve if you even... Well, you kind of... That's the thing, you kind of need to put them in reserve, don't you? I wonder if you... I honestly wonder if reserve is even the place to go. I honestly wonder. Or is it not? The problem with reserves is that they're going to end up coming in late and you're going to get fucked by pressure. So it kind of feels like transports. A little bit, right? You don't have to overdo it. It's a fine balance. You don't have to overdo it. But transports might be key. The cool thing about transports, you can always jump back in them. That's an interesting idea. I think you'd want something like this. I think you want a 5-man Scion squad in reserve for doing some cheeky bits. And then you want 2 gigablobs. Then I think you take 3 Torx Primes. Or do you go Torx Primes or do you just go Chimeras because they're a little cheaper? Probably just go Chimeras, right? They're a little cheaper. So... And then you put 3 10-man squads in there. Then you're like, okay, well, I want some Kazakin, because Kazakin are cool. They don't need transports at all. Torch Primes give them real hits to science, so it's a non-factor detachment. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. Now, let's not get silly with the Kazakin. What if we just took like a couple of squads? And then it kind of comes down to what, you know, are you going to take any tanks with that? Or do you just accept that there are going to be some things you can't kill? You just accept that. Like, look, if I just come across tanks, I'll try and melt them, I'll try and plasma them. There's a chance that I just don't. That I just don't deal with it. And if that's what the way it is, that's the way it is. And I'll just score the best points I can. There's definitely an argument for that. I keep thinking maybe like Aquilans, but I'm just not sold on Aquilans. You're basically paying 100 points for a bunch of las rifles. Fuck that noise, right? Yeah, I'm not sold on Aquilans. Yeah, I think there's something to it, man. I think there's something to it. I think you'd basically just be like, despite everything the tactical wants to be, I'm still not opposed to tanks and bridgehead. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe a Bane Sword is the answer. Think about it. The super heavies don't get any buffs in any detachment except for Grizzle Veterans. But a Bane Sword's still a fucking Bane Sword. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, thank you. Moving on. Lichfan General, and thank you to Commander HL for looking after you. Just got to move on because I need to wrap up in a moment. My old list, can you turn into a Grizz list in email? Okay. Canadian Command Squad, Commissar, Krieg Command Squad, Krieg... What do you get the Canadian Command Squad? No. Krieg Command Squad, Krieg Command Squad, Krieg Command Squad, Lemurus Commander, Grand Strategist. Well, you don't need that anymore. Lemurus Commander, Priest, Psyker, Tech Priest, 3 Krieg Blobs, 1 Kazakin, 1 Demolisher, 2 Vanks, 1 Ogre. So obviously you swap the... You get rid of Grand Strategist. You turn the Demolish into a Vank. That gets you 45... 60 points. You bin off the Priest. That gets you 95 points. You bin off the Primaris Psyker. That gets you 155 points. The Canadian Command Squad doesn't have anything to do in this list, so bin that off. Literally doesn't do anything in this list. So that's 65 points saved. So now you're on 220 points. You get yourself 2 artillery teams. That brings you back down to... You get yourself 2 artillery teams and you give the Commissar the enhancement that he needs. You got 10 points left over. Got 1, 2, 3 Krieg command squads, and you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units that could benefit from them. So the only thing that you're really missing now is the ability to take the Ogren squad at the size that you want to take the Ogren squad at. And I think the way you'd afford to, you need 70 points to make that happen, which is a bit of a pisser. You've got 10 left over right now. So you've just got to find some way of getting the Ogren what they need. Probably binning off the Tech Priest would get you 55 points. Just get you some of the way there. The only other thing you could do is turn one of the Krieg blobs. Turn one of the... Knowing your army, Cosmic, turn one of the Krieg blobs into a Catachan blob with a Catachan command squad because they're your trench fighters. I'm going off what your list, what I know in your collection, right? And that gets you 10 points plus 45, 55 plus 25 is 80 points. So you'd be 10 points short, but well, you'd be 10 points in the bank, as it were. You'd have to double check my math there, Cosmic, but I'll add it up. I'll add it up for you now. So you'd have tank commander, Vank, Ogren, Commissar, Kazakin, Arty team, Arty team. Kachan blob with Kachan command squad. Krieg blob. And Krieg command squad. It says here you're 20 points under. Oh, and then you've got. Oh, I've already taken that. Let me just. Maybe you might have 20 points in the bank, mate. So we'll do it properly. 1, 2, 3 command squads. 1 Kachan, 2 Krieg. 1 commissar with the enhancement. We're not taking 1 Lehman Russ commander, 2 Lehman Russ commanders. We're not taking the priest, psyker, or tech priest. 1 Krieg blob, 1 Kachan blob. 1 Kazakin blob. 1, 2, 3 Vanks. Oh, now it's come out even lower. Oh, and the artillery teams. No, 10 points under. I was correct. So what you'd probably do with the 10 points, man, it sounds a little fruity. Now, bear in mind, you would have 6 orders there. Right? You'd have 6 orders for your infantry. You'd only... Oh, the Kazakin are getting an extra order. What you could do with your 10 points left over is give your Kachan commander a loud hailer. And then you don't need the master. If you're clever with your positioning, have the Katachans and Kazakin support each other. You don't need the Master Vox and the Katachan squad, so that gets you an extra special weapon. So your Katachan command squad could have sergeant, well, officer with plasma pistol and power fist, a plasma gun, a melter gun, a grenade launcher, and a flag, or a plasma gun, a melter gun, a flag, and a medic. You're probably going to take the flag, but you'd already have 2 flags, Cosmic, so you could get away without the flag. But I know you like your flags, so yeah. But the point is, you could squeeze in an extra heavy weapon, an extra special weapon if you wanted, which is never a bad thing to do with Katachans because they need a little bit of help. There you go. Hope that helps. To Krampus, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Just finished off my first unit painted in over a month. Picture in stream discussion. Grizz has got me motivated again. Yes. Let's fucking go. Tonight's paint project, baby. Yes. Amazing, man. Hey, there you go. Got your first fucking, got your first model painted. First unit painted in over a month. See, this is it. All we want is fun rules. I still reckon that Grizz will end up being weaker than Combined Arms just because of how good lethal hits are. I still reckon that. But I don't care. It's making so many different play styles viable that that's all I care about. And that's what makes me excited. I don't need to be... Let me get this on screen whilst we're chatting. I have played Guard when they have been absolutely fucking dog awful. I have played Guard when they had a 20% win rate. Okay? And I had to fight tooth and nail to get 2 wins and a draw at a tournament. Right? 2 wins and a draw and 2 losses at a GT, I should clarify. I don't care about Guard being powerful. I care about having a huge array of options in front of me, and I get to figure out the puzzle. That's all I want. That's all we all want. And that's what Grizz gives. I don't think it makes us that much more powerful. I could be wrong, but I don't think it makes us that much more powerful. Maybe some really, really, really good players will be able to eke out some incredible stuff with them. Of course. It's always the way. But what I think, Grizz is good for the everyman. It's a lot better for the everyman than it is for the sweaty 1% of the Guard community. It's that simple. And I'm all about the everyman. So, dude, to Krampus, love seeing that model painted, man. And I love seeing you back on the painting, bro. Amazing. We've also got Marshall. Marshall, thank you for the super chat. Khan update and work in progress on Qua Pathfinder in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. There you go. Nice. It's coming together. The underground burial mound, aka also underground burial mound come bunker, right? Man, that's so cool. Hey, look at him. Is that a trench shotgun he's got? That makes me very curious. I'm guessing the top lifts off, right? Yeah. That's so cool. Quah! That's so cool, man. Love to see it. Excellent work, Marshall. Trench, broom, and lantern. That's cool. That's really cool. Cosmic. Should I take Grizz to an RTT if able and go full Cosmic? Yes. Not even a question. Of course. Of course. Don't even think about it. Don't even question it. I'm going to try and go full Krieg this weekend. I still haven't built this thing, though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how and when I'm going to get the time, but I mean, I've got a hobby stream tomorrow. It'll probably take me most of the hobby stream to build it. Can I build it during the day? Maybe. But I have a lot of recording that I need to do, so maybe not. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I was meant to have all of my work done by the end of last week. And then fucking Grizzled Veterans came out. And now I'm like, I haven't got anything in the bank. Because all of my content was really salty. And I don't want to put salty content out when it's all hypey. And, you know, I have to be true to myself. So, yeah. So it is, unfortunately, old Morty's working right up until Christmas Eve. Which I really didn't want. I'm so tired. I mean, I could just not put any videos out. Or not put as many videos out over Christmas, but I've got a pretty good streak. I've got 3.5 years, if not a little bit more. But let's say I've had 3.5 years of not missing a day. I'd like to keep it that way, if all possible. Yeah. Yeah. Cosmic, honestly, there's a piece of me that wants to go comp. Do you know what I do, Cosmic? I just take the list we just came up with. It's not the most competitive, but it's very well-rounded and very balanced. And you know that it's not... You know that it's you'll win some games, lose some games, have some fun. Yeah. There you are. All right. With all of that said, gentlemen, we're going to wrap things up now. It's I wasn't expecting to do a 7.5 hour stream today. I said I was going to finish at 6, but then we really got into the weeds on some of those lists, and that's awesome. And at the end of the day, who was I kidding? It was always going to be a long stream. It's Balanced Data Slate Day. It's always going to be a long stream on Balanced Data Slate Day. But I tell you what, I think it's the 3rd stream in a row where we have had over 250 people in the stream at its peak. And we have maintained a solid 200 people until sort of the last hour when it really, you know, when obviously things started to peter down a little bit. Actually, the peak was actually, yeah, it was 250 people. Well, it was 256 or something. Anyway, 250 people, and it feels so wrong. I'm ending a stream with 130 plus people in. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. But it's great. You know what? It's just great to be back on the guard. It's great to be back on the list reviews. It's great to be back on the competitive play. It's great to just be back. It's that simple. It's great to be back. So many opportunities. So many opportunities. So much list building to be done. And Some of the ideas are going to be better than others, but all of them are going to be just fun. Crucible, time for my list. Save it for tomorrow, man. I never say that, but I'm absolutely fucking shad. So if you're okay with saving it for tomorrow, then that would be ideal, if that's all right. Sorry to bust your balls a little bit. More bit extended 250 points. Yeah, Fool's Fate. Yeah. It's pretty legit, that. 2 artillery teams in Arcade and Castellan comes to 245. For 5 points more, you can use all those orders. Is the mortar pit back? I think so. But with all that said, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining today's stream. And thank you all of you for your incredible support and for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. You have been fantastic. It's funny. Balanced Data Slate Day was basically us just being like, oh, look, Grizzled Vets hasn't changed. Let's just talk about Grizzled Vets for 7-8 hours. And I love it. Do you know what's funny? Before I came online, I did my recording for tomorrow's Balanced Data Slate Day. Tomorrow's Balanced Data Slate Summary. And I spent the entire time, basically. I've actually not even called it a Balanced Data Slate Summary. I've called it the State of the Guard. Because I basically was like, well, we've had no points changes, but the big update's been Grizzled Veterans. So what I'm going to do is go through all of our units. As you can see, none of the points have changed. And talk about how each one fits into Grizzled Veteran and which ones work and which ones don't. That's the approach I basically had. So yeah. Because everyone else is going to talk about bullshit. I mean, I do a little bit towards the end where I talk about what it's going to be like playing into Asgard, what it's going to be like playing into other factions after the Balanced Data Slate, and what you want to look out for. But it was fairly high level. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if that second part of that video gets a bit of pushback, because I think a lot of people are going to misunderstand the direction I'm coming from. I might recheck the clips and see if I can explain it a little bit better, because I sort of do it through the lens of, well, if we play into this faction, this is kind of how it's going to go now. And, you know, so there's an example where I say with like World Eaters, like, look, they've had some nerfs, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the same game it's always been. They're going to run at us. We're going to have to screen them and shoot them down and take the hits. And I reckon a load of people are going to go, no, World Eaters it's much different now. It's like, yeah, it's probably much different from the World Eater perspective, but it's no fucking different from the Guard perspective. So I might just have a look at some of the clips like yesterday. But long story short, if you missed the 7.5 hour stream that we did today, all of this will be summarized in tomorrow's regular episode. There you are. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining today. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you to everyone who subscribed during the stream. And of course, a massive fucking thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, and that amazing stuff. Tomorrow, hobby stream. And if I can get that artillery team built, Guard hobby stream. All right. There we are. Built and primed. The priming part's the fucker, because I don't know what the weather's going to be like tomorrow, but we'll see. But if I can get it built and primed, I'll run that. If not, I'll take Kevin, and I'll try and get it built and primed in time for the event on the 28th, because fuck it, apparently I don't get any time off anymore. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you for all of you being here. And of course, as always, hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys next time.
One, two.
never fades and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys burning bright. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3.